Dude, we cannot be continuing to use this transition. Welcome to the final day of the Mythic Dungeon International Last Stand tournament. At the end of the day today, we will be crowning 2 people champion of the Last Stand and moving them on to Global Finals in a couple weekends. And Zyro, yesterday was a bit of a doozy. Can you give us a bit of a recap as to what we saw?
Well, if you want a quick recap of it, we gave the team a really nasty dungeon. This Temple of the Jade Serpent dungeon that we gave them on 22 Fortified, it took them a while to get used to it. I think our first team that went in there at about 2 hours into the day, and it took them about 2.5 hours to actually get this dungeon down. Legendary figured it out pretty early on. They got a pretty solid time up on the board that took a long time for other teams to even get close to, but at the end of the day, Cheese finally capped it off with an even faster run and solidified their lead. Now remember, like you mentioned, the top 2 teams this time around are the teams that qualify for Global Finals, and Cheese and Legendary are starting the day here with a pretty significant lead. That 2-minute lead over Thunderstruck that Legendary has is pretty impressive, and it's going to be pretty tall order for either of the 2 bottom teams to overcome that disadvantage they have. Of course, we still do have to figure out what that last dungeon is. If it's one of the longer dungeons we have, that could be, potential for the lower end teams to make a bit of extra time.
Yeah, it makes. So like Zyro mentioned, Thunderstruck and Direwolves really have to battle back a lot of time. What do you think the win con is for them? And is there any way that they're going to be able to battle back? Or is this just looking like a Cheese and Legendary kind of top 2 finish?
I think there is always a chance to battle back, right? I'm a fan of underdogs, and this time we have underwolves, which are close enough related to dogs. So I'm definitely going to keep my hopes up for Thunderstruck and Wolves. But of course, Cheese and Legendary are looking pretty comfortable, like Zyro already said. And it is definitely partially going to come down to how much time do they need for the new dungeon. If they pull a Legendary and they figure out that new dungeon very fast with a very good time, then obviously they have more time to go back to those other 5 dungeons. And from what I've heard, there are some interesting approaches to the old dungeons. I'm not going to leak anything, but we'll maybe see some changes in how they approach these dungeons before. And then if you're Cheese and Legendary, you obviously want to try and grab those stars from the other team. Cheese currently holding 3. Legendary would like some more, I think, and then also want to prioritize that 6th dungeon, I think.
Teams have to go back to the Temple of the Jade Serpent at some point as well, right? I don't think anybody had a clean run in there, did they?
I think that, the Temple of the Jade Serpent, maybe Cheese can wait. Every other team, I think, has got to be looking at that as one of the few places where they could gain a little bit of time. But, 22 Fortified.
What's it going to be?
Pretty nasty in there.
We're going to reveal it soon.
So, the final 3 options are Court of Stars, Ruby Life Pools, and Halls of Valor.
Yes.
Or are they? Or
unless
are they?
There's no north left.
I am rooting for anything but Halls of Valor, because yesterday Fem tweeted that if we get Court of Stars or Ruby Life Pools, we will get a new Cheese out of him. We will get him playing on a new character. So
okay. Oh, that's what that meant.
Yeah, exactly.
What did you think it meant?
What did you think it meant?
I thought it meant that they were gonna have like a new team, like a big morale boost.
Oh, I see.
What?
I don't know, man.
I would have understood
really
if you said like they were going to have a new Cheese for the dungeon or something.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. It was
about the name.
It was that I didn't understand.
You'll have a different character.
So what is the dungeon? Reveal it.
Reveal.
I want to know.
Now.
Show me the dungeon.
Dungeon.
It's gonna be 23. So I mean, we've been going up.
Oh, that's a big
the rest of the
question.
weekend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be 20. It could be 24. Could be 25. Could be 26. I suspect it will be higher. It could be 19. That's true. Oh, what if we just threw him a +8? We just threw him a little +8. Oh, explosive, sanguine. Tyrannical.
Oh, 23.
Ruby Life Pools.
Oh. Sanguine.
Okay.
Sanguine 23 with Ruby Life Pools.
Okay.
What's gonna be the big difficulty of this one, Dretness?
So, can you pull 40% at the start of this dungeon with Sanguine and Explosive? slowing you down and the keystone level being plus 23. We've seen teams in MDI come into this dungeon, especially when it wasn't bolstering week, take 40% enemy forces on their very first pull, using that Unholy Death Knight, using that Feral Druid, and just nuking all the enemies. But I'm not sure that's going to be possible with this affix combo. At the very least, I think if it is possible, it's going to require some progression. So I don't know, teams are going to have to decide, do they go and start working on that Ruby, or do they head in and clean up their other dungeons? I think if you're any team except for Cheese, you have some glaring holes in your other dungeons that are worth addressing, but we'll see where the teams decide to go. Of course, 4 teams enter today. Only 2 will be making it to Global Finals. Cheese and Legendary are in first place and second place, respectively. But Thunderstruck and Direwolves are only a couple of minutes behind, so it's very possible for them to close that gap, and they have some dungeons where they're faster than Cheese and Legendary. Shadow and Burial Grounds, for instance, that 22 fortified that you see. Thunderstruck and Direwolves, even though they're in 3rd and 4th place, are actually faster than Cheese and Legendary in that dungeon in particular.
Oh, Zyra, you got any final thoughts? You and I aren't going to be casting this first block. Do you have anything, after seeing these affixes, after seeing this final dungeon, any final words?
Well, if yesterday is anything to go off of, we'll probably won't see anybody go into the Ruby Life Pools for a little bit. So at least I have that weighing on my mind. We'll probably see them go back into some of the dungeons they really need to make up time, and looking at where they are right now, yeah, it's probably going to be the case. Legendary had 6 deaths in their Temple of the Jade Serpent, so they definitely have a lot of room to make up there if they want to solidify their top 2 position. And yeah, Direwolves going into the Algeth'ar. I'm assuming we're going to see that pretty much.
Yeah, there's a rogue. Direwolves brought in that rogue. They opted to finally put that Shadow Priest on the bench and go with the flow, bring in that rogue for the snapper tech. And honestly, I kind of was expecting this, but I was expecting it on day 1. So the fact that they waited until day 3 feels crazy to me.
Yeah, Direwolves have probably spent, of the 10 hours of the tournament so far, they've probably spent 5 of it in this Algeth'ar Academy. It has been a nasty dungeon for them. They've struggled to gain time here, and they've had 2 or 3 of these 18 to 19 minute runs, and then other than that, they've had 10 wipes in various spots in this dungeon. Especially the Overgrown Ancient area has been something that they've been dying to a lot. So they're moving over to that rogue. That is going to give them a couple of extra snap options that could save them some time in this dungeon. That might help them out, but we'll see. I mean, it may still be something where there's a little bit of a learning curve, and if they end up spending a lot of time in here, that's going to be really rough for them, because they're currently our rank 4 team. They can pick up a minute in Algeth'ar if they have a great run. That will bring them up into rank 3, but they need to get out of here and start going to the other dungeons if they want to contest that 2nd and 1st place that they obviously do want to do, so that they can get to MDI Global Finals.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, we have already eliminated 2 out of our 6 teams, so that means half of the teams today are going to qualify for Global Finals, which to me feels much nicer than saying half of them won't. But that is definitely the case, and everybody is trying to grab those extra second and minutes that they can find. For the Wolves, it is going to be the Algeth'ar. Same will be happening for Thunderstruck, but I just saw a green dot move, Dratnos, and she seems to be going for our secret dungeon that isn't so secret anymore, the Ruby Life Pools.
Yeah, the Ruby Life Pools for Cheese makes a lot of sense for them, because looking at their scoreboard, right, their other options are 7 seconds in a Shadow Moon or a Knocked, right? You're not really profiting too much by going and improving those dungeons, and you already have the best time in the tournament in the Vault and the Academy and in the Temple. Now, maybe you can look at that Temple and you can be like, all right, we could go a little faster than 1610, but that's a dungeon that would take a long time to get a good time in. As the tournament leaders, it's Cheese that are under the most pressure to get a Ruby Life Pools done, because they don't want to move to a spot where nobody does Ruby Life Pools until the last hour, and then all of their lead could evaporate if they just have a bad hour in Ruby Life Pools, right? If they can put up a clean Ruby Life Pools, if they can get close in there to whatever the best team can do, then they can qualify almost for sure, which is a really good place for them to be.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, but also it took them quite some time to get to that temple best time yesterday. And we saw them then go back and try to fix up the Shadowwing Burial Grounds, which didn't really work out. So either they figured something out for today, or they know that in that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, there's not really an angle where they can be even faster. So I think the only one that you're looking at that is currently not the first one that they have would be Not Good, where you could maybe go back and find a few seconds. But looking at them in this Ruby Life Pools, they're opting to go with the Fire Mage, but an Evoker. So they're not bringing a PI to actually enable this Fire Mage further, which I think is interesting because we've seen comms where we had Fire Mage, Unholy DK, and the Priest. And particularly in this Ruby Life Pulse, we've seen a lot of Disc Priests, but they're opting to go for the Evoker here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, the Evoker makes some sense in this dungeon. Oh, as we have our Death Knight going down right on the start of this pull. So the Evoker benefit is that you get the knockback from the Sanguine. That's going to be one of the big things about this this spec in this dungeon. It's also a spec that has a very easy time dealing with Explosive Orbs, which is something that Disc Priest... I mean, Resto Shaman has a pretty good time with it too. Disc Priest also can do it, but I'd say Disc Priests are a little bit more in pain if they're on explosive duty than the Evokers are generally. So that might be another part of it. But I think also just, Ruby Life Pools is a dungeon that in general people quite like the Evokers. And you're right though that the Priest combo with the Mage, this is going to be one of the first Mage groups we see without a Shadow or Disc Priest, right? Just a Mage without Power Infusion. So that is an interesting comp, and it is quite rare for teams to make that call. It's not guaranteed that they won't try out some priests in this place as well. We've seen Cheese swapping between things in like the temple, bringing in and out the warlock yesterday, for instance. So it's something that I'm sure that they'll do some iteration if they feel like this isn't working. We also have Fem on Fem Mascarpone, the new cheese that he's bringing out here for us. So that's great to see.
And that's a good call out, because the difference in Fem's char is not necessarily the class, which is what I kind of expected. I was like, oh, maybe we're going to see a prot paladin, something fun. But the difference is actually the racial. So opting to go for that blood elf here to have that extra perch, which is just so good in nearly every single place in Ruby. Starts here at the beginning, then really good at the mini boss, Rivali. In between, you have some other stuff you can perch off. It's very quality of life that you're picking up here. And so I understand why that's the choice rather than what he was running in the other dungeons. But I was kind of hoping for another class, I'm not gonna lie. How do you feel about the Fem Mascarpone? I think Ricciata still has to be my favorite.
Yeah, Ricciata is a great character name, and I'm sure Janako would love for them to swap back over and get that power infusion. But yeah, I don't know. I think that the Blood Elf, it makes a lot of sense. But I also, obviously, I'm rooting to see to see new stuff whenever possible, and a new class is newer than a new race. But I'm not surprised that at this key level, teams are mostly just sticking with the Warrior. The Paladin is something that a lot of teams are having success with on live at the very highest level of keys. But at this level, the Warrior has so much stuff that scales really well with the really big pulls. They have a lot of like leech and self healing that is based off the damage they're doing, and that's going to be bigger in the big pulls. They have a lot of AOE effects. You've got the shockwave, you've got the AOE interrupt on your AOE taunt, right? Those are really powerful effects that scale really well with the number of targets. So in these dungeons, I think it makes a lot of sense to stick with that Warrior, which most teams have done. We'll see if anybody else, though, has a different idea for the Ruby Life Pools, because 23 is definitely that level where you start considering the Paladin. The Paladin also can save you a lot of difficulty on the first boss. If you land your Avenger's Shield just at the right time, you can stop it from casting that Frost Overload, which is pretty valuable if any teams are interested in doing that. That makes that boss a lot less dangerous. So yeah, we'll see whether anybody does decide to try that. Direwolves up in the top right, having a death here as they are setting up this snap of Lashers. This is a tough pull that they are in the middle of, and this is going to cost them some time.
the stuff they want to practice, right?
Right.
Having not had that rogue in here before, of course they know how the snapping works. They did it in their time trials and so on and so forth. But it is going to take a little bit of practice here on that key level with bolstering to kind of get the gist of it and make sure you have it down, you have your cooldowns ready in the right place, and you're controlling everything how you want to control it. I'm not sure. Did Chompy Shadow Meld to actually revive here?
Yeah.
He did, right?
That was
cool.
the meld res. Very good tech.
I
very,
like that.
Heads up play. Something we see a few times. I mean, obviously, it's not great to have to res, but if you do have to res, meld res is a much better way of doing it than, in their case, no res would have been the alternative because their battle res is not available. So, nice little move there by Direwolves, keeping the losses from the death to a minimum. And we'll see what kind of cross split they're going to be able to put up here. With their previous strategy, they were looking at 9 minutes as the split here, but they weren't doing that snap, right? So they should have time to save in the rest of the dungeon. But I still think it's going to be tough for them to really improve their time off of this run currently. Good to get some practice, though, with their new comp and their new plan. Thunderstruck up in the top right, you can see, are in the exact same dungeon as Direwolves and are 30 seconds deeper into the dungeon and also 40% farther on Croth. So slightly ahead of Direwolves in terms
they
of
have less
progression
trash.
there. That is true.
So
they have less trash.
if I see that correctly, they have 72.67, and then the Wolves have 77.56. So it is still pretty close. I think the biggest difference between these two teams right now might be the skybox, because that is definitely a little bit of a difference for the Wolves playing in the dark here. But Thunderstruck having a death on Velo, was that the intended one because of the snap?
Yes, so the way that this part of the dungeon works is that you are sending your rogue to snap the lashers, but your rogue is also going to get combat with the bees, right? The insects that are over there. And so the rest of your group is also going to end up in combat with the insects, but the insects don't snap. They just stand there and look menacingly at you and do not drop combat. So everybody does need to drop combat with them. You see everybody else has options like Shadow Meld or Vanish. That's why we're seeing all the Night Elves out of like the warriors in this dungeon. But Evokers can't play Shadow Meld or Vanish, so their only option there is to die at the very end of Croth and rejoin their team.
Yeah, so you're definitely going to have one death, and the big reason why they can't just go over and play them is because these skitterflies, or the insects like you call them, they stack up. So while they're in fight, they just gain more and more stacks and get more and more dangerous. So they have quite a lot of time to do that. And if you were to fight them in that state, then that would be very scary and very dangerous. So you'd rather take those 5 seconds on the Evoker. And that's exactly what Thunderstruck did. Let's see if the Direwolves are doing the same thing. But I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Holo has probably already jumped off and is going to rejoin the group on the other side of this bridge here in the ancient area. And I'm curious. So the difference between the teams routing is in Direwolves grabbing a little bit more percent earlier, and then having to do one Echo Knight pack less, I suppose.
Yeah, it won't even be an Echo Knight pack. It's gonna be like a Invoker, Restorer, Echo, and one Echo Knight pack.
Yeah.
Those packs are a lot less efficient than the pure Echo Knights. Both teams are gonna get like all of the double Echo Knight pulls in the area, but yeah, there's going to need to be a little bit more of the nastier mobs done by the Wolves. The Wolves also, I mean, they're going to catch up here a little bit with the Skitterfly count, right? So this is actually, hang on, the two teams are going to be, it was Thunderstruck that was behind in count. Okay, yeah.
Exactly.
And they're behind by 4%. So, okay, yeah, that is one pack of like Invoker, Restorer, Echo Knight. We'll see where it's going to be. It's probably going to be something that's blinded and comes in later. Blind sapped and comes in later. We'll see what it ends up being, though. At 78%, they are setting up for their first pull in the last area. Oh, and it's going to really probably go all the way into boss. Them, yeah, it is.
So just looking at their previous split time on the Overgrown Ancient, where I'm pretty sure they had the same pull pattern. They had 14 minutes and 21 seconds. So they went down by like 40 seconds, which is so much in this dungeon. So hopefully they can pull it off here. That's a crazy good run for them. You can see the Echo Knights coming in here together with the Invoker Restorers, of course. Velo trying to hide a little bit there and is going to pull the boss into it. They do have that Bloodlust available, which is going to get popped in just a second. I'm not sure if they're holding any out back, but I think they would be doing that just looking at their count. So after a while, we should see another pack walk on in here to join them and fill up that trash count percentage. But for now, they just want to get through, and still no Bloodlust getting popped. Wow.
Yeah, Army is going to be up soon, and I suspect that once Army is up, that's going to be when they hit the Lust. There it is. Lust gets hit. Army's going to be ready in one more Death Coil, and here comes the here comes the Army for J. Chronic once he's ready. Although, so he doesn't actually have Unholy Assault or A-Bomb limbs, so maybe he's just going to wait for those and let his army not be in Lust. I'm actually not sure what's better there. Yeah, looks like...
I think you maybe want to send the army because, yeah, there we go. It doesn't really make sense to hold on to everything because at that point the Echo Knights and everything will probably be dead already. So in 30 seconds, I think you're just not going to have any additional targets there unless they have another pack running in, for which you then would have Unholy Assault again together with the Ebon Limp. So I definitely prefer to use the army in the Bloodlust, but Lemite going down here, they do have a Battle Rest. They are going to pick him back up, but now they need to keep this aggro under control. Yoda taking a bunch of hits left and right as they're trying to regain this pull here, but it's definitely costing them some time. Yoda still not out of the danger zone as stuff is jumping around and everything is bolstered up just a little bit. They're trying to get through this here.
Yeah, nasty turn of events here for Thunderstruck, and their boss is in the middle of these void zones as well. Looks like they're doing a good job of getting out of there, but you can see Soda is taking a lot of danger here. Gets the time dilation, and is going to be safe as a result. And they have the last Invoker here that they need for count taken care of. And this is going to hurt their time in this dungeon a little bit relative to what could have been, but this...
I'm not hearing you anymore, Travis. Yeah. You just cut off? What happened?
So what happened there was I tabbed over to the times thing, and my mouse slipped, and I closed out of the tab that I shouldn't have closed out of. That was this tab where the voice is coming through. Sorry.
Okay. All good. I was just very scared there for a second, but all is well. And Thunderstruck are on path to get a pretty good time here, despite all the drama and the oopsies that happened. They have their trash count limited out. Their current Algeth'ar time is 17:37, and it's going to be underbid by 17 seconds. That's not ideal, but it's much better than what they had before. And I think after how that went, we might see them go again.
I think they will as well. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be happy with that. Look at Direwolves, though. Direwolves are making a similarly timed run here with the 3 deaths, and notably for them, it's like their first run with this comp in here, so they've got to be really happy with how this is going. This is going to be a 17:30 or something. I suspect that both Direwolves and Thunderstruck are going to come right back to Algeth'ar and try and even further improve and get these 0 death runs on the board, but there it is, 17:27. Direwolves making a big jump in the Academy. That is going to put them just behind Thunderstruck. They would actually be ahead if it hadn't been for the fact that Thunderstruck just improved their time as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they're both in there trying to at least get that Algeth'ar Academy in the direction of like that 1640-ish where Cheese and Legendary are sitting, right? You wanna minimize that nearly a minute that they have between the top 2 and the bottom 2 teams, as you can see in the bottom left on that Algeth'ar Academy. Other dungeons are a little bit closer. For example, in the Azure Vault, Direwolf's time is actually better than the one Legendary has, but times like the Algeth'ar and especially that temple are holding them in that 4th place here. So those have to be the dungeons that they're prioritizing now and that they're trying to shave off much more than what they did right now. It's a good first step, but it's definitely not going to be enough for them. Now, Legendary is back in that temple, like we said. They're trying to reclaim that best time, that golden star. And I just want to look at their split, because I think the 637 is pretty good for Strife and Peril.
Yeah, that's not a bad time in Temple of the Jade Serpent. It's actually the fastest Lorewalker Stone Step that I've seen in this place, although maybe there was one that I didn't see from earlier.
I think the cheese time is not correct in there, but
yeah, I think you're right.
What we've seen for the most part is something around 640, 650. So 637 seems like a pretty fast time. We're going to see and check what the cheese time was, but definitely very good. And they're now going to move on. They have one death, which is always not ideal, but not the end of the world. And are getting through to Yulon in a bit. Lipan taking so much damage here, but they should be good just phasing this boss here. And then the next danger zone is approaching. It's going to be that Sha trash that they have still in front of them and that they want to get through as quickly as possible. Now, my question is, are we going to see a change in how they're pulling it? Are they trying to be even faster there, or is it going to stay with the split that we had yesterday?
Yeah, I think that with this run, they should be able to improve their timer, even if they stay with the same pull sizing. So I think that they may go for that. It's just a question of, do they want to match Cheese's 1610, or do they want to go faster, right? Do they want to try and do a 1530? If they do want to do that, then they'd have to go bigger, but I mean, it's a 22 fortified in this area with Sanguine as well. This is a really nasty section of the dungeon. There's not a good way to pull more than 2 packs at a time in here. Even 2 packs at this key level is kind of demonic in here. It is nasty, nasty enemies.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. But, sometimes teams come out and they surprise us with stuff where we're kind of like, I don't think that works, and it works. But yeah, like you said, they're pretty confident in what they already shaved off of the timer, and they're making good way. Wexy and Eagle dropping really, really low here, but they should get this under control in just a few seconds as these monks are dying off. The Guardians still alive here one by one. They are going to fall, and then the next pull is where you go big, where you use that Bloodlust. You can see the leap from Lipan coming out with Thundering. They want to make use of that time, but it is going to run out as they pull. Unfortunately, I think ideally you would have wanted to have that up together with the Bloodlust. Not going to happen. There will be much more seconds before the next one comes in, and now it's all about Lipan needing to stay alive and everybody else just needing to have happy little feet, not stand in anything, and make sure that the interrupts keep coming while Lipan is fighting for his life here. Vexy actually going down.
Yeah, once that spell block is expired, Lipan is out of there. They are not interested in having him take any more of these Dark Claws or Haunting Gaze casts without it. So what they did is they focused down the one that cast Haunting Gaze, and then once that one died, that's the one that will cast on nearby people if your tank is out of range. The others are all melee, or melee range only, and only target your tank, so he's able to run away, keep kiting. Once Spell Reflect is back up, he can get close to that Minion of Doubt again, but other than that, he is going to try and stay away from it. But still, with these deaths, this is now no longer going to be a time save for Legendary. Their previous best of 1634 cannot be upgraded if they are pulling Shaw of Doubt at 1430 or later. So maybe, 1425 when they pull the boss. They're going to try and get a couple of seconds out of this one. But it's not going to be more than that, which it maybe would have been if that had been a perfect execution of the last area.
I mean, the good thing is, with that water speaker, you just need to keep it interrupted and everything else will die in the cleave. We see the death grip from Tobo coming here out as well, making sure it's just knocked to the side as it dies before the tidal burst comes out. Vortex being deployed, making sure that the fragments are rightly gripped into place. Incap Totem following out of the Shaman, all of the CC being used, making sure they have it as they cleave off these targets in a massive AoE and are back onto Shaw, and they're just trying to make way. The fighting time that they want to beat is 16 minutes and 10 seconds from Cheese. You can see it in the top right. Can they do it with this timer here? Shaft Out has a lot of health, and even though it is a fortified key, it's plus 22, so they're going to be here for a little while.
Yeah, I think this is going to end up being something pretty close to that 16:30 mark. If I had to guess, I would say if they're improving their time here, it's by less than 5 seconds. And I think it's more likely that they're actually going to be slightly slower than their previous best. But we will see here. They do have some damage coming up. Yeah, actually, they don't really have any damage cooldowns, right? Look at those damage cooldowns at the top here.
I mean, you will
gonna
have
be able to press
in a few
army.
death coils. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest one, but you won't have PI for it. You won't have probably the rest of your cooldowns for it, as UA and Abomb are also still on cooldown. So you're just trying to make way with what you have, really, as the time has now been overrounded. 16 and ticking on the clock, and I think you might be right. There's just so much HP left. The army is now coming out of Tobo, but that's not going to be enough. Maybe they can underbid their own time, but even that, I think, seems unrealistic here, as a timer is just ticking even further, and the 16:34 have gone over. They called it. They just said, nah, just no, we're going to go again. It's not worth to even spend more seconds in here if we're going to be slower than our current time.
All right, so that's 17 minutes down the drain for Legendary. Meanwhile, Cheese are still working on their very first Ruby Life Pools pull. I've yet to see them get substantially even deep into that pull. It's usually just Fem going down, which is the fear when you're playing that Prot Warrior in this area, is that there are a lot of casts, and pretty much any 2 or 3 of them are going to take that warrior out. So he's going to run in and get all of these mobs grouped up once again. But this is a lot of enemies that they are trying to get all at once. You can see he's got Wall, Last Stand, Spell Block all rolling here to try and mitigate. Second charge of Wall being used now. Zotzi's going to be the first to die. And that's very bad news for Fem here momentarily. The Battle Res is used. Ricky now is down instead. And Zotzi here has a lot of healing to do, but also a lot of explosives to kill. That's another wipe. Yeah,
it's just such a massive pull, right? And while you're trying to keep your tank alive, there's also going to be explosives in your way, like you said. So I think we're going to see something very similar from Cheese that we saw yesterday in that temple. There's just going to be a lot of reruns on that very first initial pull. That's so scary. But check out what Thunderstruck are doing. They invest the first part of the dungeon, and they're just pulling this trash here and are trying to then go to Wismari. I think we're going to need to keep our eyes open on what exactly is going on, because yesterday what they did is they split up those first 2 packs, just pulled the corridor, and then the 2 packs in front of Wismari. This time around, they seem to have a different approach, and I kind of want to see that one again.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if they have a different strat. It's always cool, right, whenever teams try something new like that. We also have Legendary now in the bottom right, starting up another run here. This is looking quite good. No Sanguine on the healing meter for them. These droplets are going to get some healing, but it's not a big deal. They're going into Wismari at 47 seconds. That seems quite good. 19% count as well means they have all their count too, right? Legendary have got quite the opener in this temple. This is really quick.
Okay, but you're a Thunderstruck again. Oh, and things are going wrong again. So the idea here is that you invest all the way to the initial water arena, the Wismari area, and then you pull this pack and then go into boss. But if you do that, you either have to play the trash after Wismari, or you have to make up count some other place. But I think their plan is to play it after Mari, because they only have 1 Invis and they don't have a rogue, right? Or do they just die?
That would be the other option, would be 5 deaths, but what do you even die to?
That's not a very good option.
Yeah. I don't think it's very good to do that, so we'll see, though. I'm curious. I'm curious what that's supposed to look like as well. Direwolves, notably up there as well, also are playing that Destro lock currently, too. So that's a cool thing to see out of them. I've seen a couple of teams, of course, using that over the weekend in this dungeon, but not all teams, and some teams have been swapping it in and out. depending on the situation. It works really nice in this dungeon because you've got an extra imp dispel for the last boss. So that makes the last boss nice and easy in the same way that the Shadow Priest with Mass Dispel does. But also you just have all of these stops for all these casts. You just drop these blasphemies on things. But yeah, Thunderstruck.
Yeah, exactly. So they're pulling this trash into Weismari. So the initial idea is to skip the corridor. You can see one of the corrupted living waters in the background in that corridor. They just take everything that's at the bottom of this arena into Weismari. And you can see that that's not an easy undertaking. There is so much going on, so much damage coming out, and you're still needing to dodge, which is costing them their life right here, right now. They're trying to recover one Battle Res, one Ankh going out, but it is not going to be enough. I do like this initial approach to pull stuff onto Weismari, though. It's just going to make that fight so much harder even still.
So, yeah, you have to... You don't have a rogue, right? So you're invis-potting in. I don't think it's fast enough that you can pre-invis-pot and get there with Stampeding Roar. Although maybe that's what they're doing. And then, yeah, it's just going to be a question of, like, what is their plan afterwards? You know, are they... Because you would save time if you could find a way to do the trash that you've left behind with something else, or if you could find a good way to skip it and then do... But the problem with skipping it is then you have to do Shambling Infestor later, and that's really cursed, so... yeah, I think this is a cool idea. I don't know the part 2 that makes it a time save, so I gotta see what Thunderstruck's plan is once that actually works. Maybe they're gonna try and, like, kill some trash off on the boss, and then... send like a pet to go and pull more of the trash onto the end of the boss or something like that. That could maybe be an idea. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's check it out. They're pulling right now. And it doesn't seem like they're... Did they pre-invis?
I think they did, yeah. The invis pot lasts about 8 seconds from the start of the dungeon. So they're coming out of invis now. Yeah. So that's their pre-invis, and then they invis back. I mean, to be fair, in comparison, what their previous tactic was, they're already making up time by playing the second pack with boss, right? So if their plan is to play the other trash just by itself after boss, that should theoretically still be faster than what they were doing before, but it definitely won't be as fast as what Legendary and Cheese are doing in this dungeon. So I agree with you that there needs to be a part 2 on how we're making the rest of this trash time efficient or more time efficient. But for now, I'm really enjoying that they're doing this here and trying to put this onto Weismari. It's definitely not an easy task, and it's going to take them a couple of tries. But check out Direwolves. They're now back in here. They're doing the entire pull that we saw before. And with Chaz in there, you also take up a little bit of the pain from Holo, because he was the only ranged before, so he was getting targeted by all of the stuff, so melees needed to run out. With having Chaz, you have a pretty tanky ranged class that's also gonna get targeted here eventually and take a little bit off the pressure of Holo. But I mean, they're now missing the PI, and they didn't even play with PI. They're not missing PI, they're missing the rogue that they ran in this dungeon before. So they need to pull a little bit differently. They can't skip the Pandarians in the corridor, which they did before, and they can instead skip the Infestor. So that was their previous plan. And now they adapted, brought in that Warlock instead of the Rogue, and are looking to go more similar to what we saw from Cheese and Legendary. Yeah, interesting things indeed happening here in these dungeons, because, I mean... I just want to think about the overall time situation here, because we're at this interesting spot now where top 2 teams qualify. Thunderstruck and Direwolves are actually now both less than 2 minutes away from making it into that top 2 as well. So there's kind of a question of how much time do you need to get from Temple. But if you're Thunderstruck, you already have a 17:22. So how much time are you going to get in Temple? You need a really good, really fast, really big time upgrade to be able to get an improvement from 17:22, right? Direwolves, on the other hand, they're a bit further behind than Thunderstruck. They're the full 2 minutes behind the second place. But if they can even get like a 17-minute flat here, they'll be right on Legendary's heels overall. They'll be really, really close. So it's going to be interesting, because even though they're in 4th right now, they have more potential in this dungeon.
This pull just makes me anxious.
Yeah.
The way that Holo and Chaz are running for their life, there is so much damage going on at the very same time. 40 died there in between. It's just, it's so much that they now need to refigure out, because previously with the Rogue, they had a lot of damage on demand, right? They pulled everything together. They used Boon, they used the Rogue CDs, and he was just blasting that big pack. And if you're comparing that to Chaz's damage, that's definitely not the same thing. So Chaz needs to kind of find his groove on that Warlock, find the damage, need to kind of figure out how to deal with all of that. And it also changes how he plays, going out of melee into range. So definitely a lot going on here that is, I think, going to need a couple more tries. And like you said, if we're looking at the overall time for today, obviously it's only the first half hour that has now occurred, and they already sliced up some of their time from the Algeth'ar Academy, but I don't think they can be happy with the time that they have. So going out of there and into that temple makes sense in the regard that they still need even more time shaven off in the temple, but the new dungeon, to be honest, is very dangerous, and you can see it on Cheese, who have been practicing for quite some time now and made it to Meladrusa this time around. But
yeah,
it is going to be a practice dungeon that is similar in difficulty to what we saw out of the temple, I feel like. So that needs to be on your mind as well. And look Thunderstruck.
Yeah.
That's their way back. They did Wise Mari in sub 2 minutes, and they're now going back playing that trash here. That's their plan.
Okay, yeah, so the plan is let's make this big pull a little bit less dangerous by pulling some of it onto the boss. I mean, it's bold. I think it's probably fine as well in terms of time, because you still have the same total number of pulls in the area, although they are having some deaths here. We'll see when they're able to get done with this. I think they're probably, I think this is a cool idea out of Thunderstruck. It's definitely not like a huge time save, but I think they'll be able to keep the same time and maybe be a little bit safer off of doing it this way. Meanwhile, like you said, Cheese are working on that Ruby Life Pools, which we are excited to see them getting deeper into this dungeon. I think this is the first time that they've made it to the boss. So we'll see how they can do the upper ring area. 1 death on the board for them so far. It didn't cost their B-res, though, so they have a lot of resources for this run. Just a question of whether they're going to be able to do the upstairs area cleanly. They have gotten all of the count from this downstairs area that people get here. 41% they're going to have coming out of this. This is really, really nice for the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So they do have the count that they need going into this upper ring. But right now, I'm a little bit curious on Thunderstruck. So they're in the next corridor. They have a really good Wise Mari split, but keep in mind that there is trash that they did after that other teams have finished off before. So that split is going to be a little bit misleading, but not too terribly. And they're now opting to play the pandas as well as most of the other teams have. I'm just really looking to see where they come out on Strife and Peril, which is the next boss, the Lower Walker Stone Step, in our graphic here. I want to see if that split is comparable to what Cheese and Legendary have been putting up.
Yeah, something like 7 minutes or faster would be really good on that boss for Thunderstruck. So
Speaking of,
we'll see if they're able to make it happen. Speaking of, indeed,
check out
Legendary.
Legendaries. Yeah. That's a really good split. Holy.
And they're in position here to be done with the third boss here around that 11-minute mark as well. That is turbo fast out of Legendary. 0 deaths in their run so far. There are only 3 pulls left in the dungeon as well. That's all they have to do is, well, the hardest pulls. Well, not the hardest pulls.
Yeah.
Some of the hardest pulls in here. This dungeon is all hard pulls, but this one is, these 2 in this area are pretty nasty. This is a deceptively hard pull because Lepan has to save all of his cooldowns for the next pull, so he's in some danger even to mobs that aren't normally all that dangerous in this area. You can see his health starting to move around.
I think that's also the pull that cost them the most time. Obviously, there was a death in the next one, so that also cost some time. But the fact that they had to kite so much towards the end of this pull and mobs were just all over the place, they lost a lot of uptime on the Feral, on the Unholy, and this time, look at how beautiful. They're dealing with it much, much faster and are now on their way to that final pull, the pull that everything has been saved for. If you're looking across the board, you can see all of the stuff is ready. Only thing that's on cooldown is the Unholy Assault from Tobo, but that's not going to be needed for now. I mean, it would have been nice, but it's not going to be needed. PI will go out with the army here. Bloodlust will also be used, and once more, they need Lipan to survive this, and everybody else to get their interrupts, not stand in the way, and keep this pull under control before it gets out of it. They're dealing a great job with that. SLT coming out, trying to support in the exploding of the smallies. You can see AMS also being deployed here, making sure that there's a little bit of extra defense coming up. We still have some more defensives out of the team, but that is looking so good for them. The Infestor nearly dead, and that is the pull finished up. Only the small Shahs that are going to do some damage to the team in HP, but they can move on to Shah, and they're pulling this on 13 minutes 7. That's crazy.
This is incredible out of Legendary, and this could be a sub 16-minute run if they can stay clean here. Not only is that, good news for them, of course, for getting to Global Finals, but that would be really good news for them potentially challenging Cheese for first place as well at the end of the day here. Cheese's best time in this dungeon is 16:10. If Legendary can get something like a 15:30 on the board here, they will actually be basically tying it up at the top of the leaderboard with Cheese, which would be incredible for them. Then the question for them is just going to be, okay, it probably starts to be about Ruby life pools for Legendary as well. So that is the question that they've got to do as much damage as they can to Shaw of Doubt, and it's going to be just how quickly can they kill it. But my guess, looking at this, is 15:30 is very much possible. That's going to be that's so cool. They're doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Look at that shot melting one more time. Cooldowns will come up. I think we're going to wait with that PI for the army. Tobo should get it ready in a couple of seconds. It does get reduced in cooldown, so that's not the true time that you're seeing right now. But there will be one more soul phase that they need to deal with. Thundering was just up. Mass Dispel coming in handy as well. Something that the Wolves won't have if they keep going with that Warlock tech. So they need to dispel otherwise. But now souls are coming in for Legendary. We see that Vortex once more. All of the CC will be chained here. Lipan dealing a lot of damage as well to this pack, trying to make sure that it dies quickly before we can go back into Shah. And now Army, PI, and Wexi's cooldowns are also flying into that boss. Incarn should be ready in a few seconds. And from here on out, I think it melts. They are on track to post a time that is sub 16 minutes. That is crazy fast, and they're just going to do that, putting Cheese in a place where they might need to revisit this dungeon as well.
Yeah, especially, if Cheese want to get that rank 1, that's going to be something that Legendary are just barely going to be short of rank 1 off of this run. They are 9 seconds now behind Cheese. 9 seconds only. And there's a minute that they could gain in Azure Vault as well. If you look at Cheese and Legendary on this leaderboard, Legendary are faster or equally fast in every dungeon except for Azure Vault. And Azure Vault, there's more than a minute for them to potentially gain. So if they can put up a good Ruby Life Pools time, then that Azure Vault could be a place where they have one dungeon that they could get a big improvement in, while Cheese have, relative to Legendary, a bunch of dungeons with smaller improvements that they could be looking at. I guess mostly it's Temple for them.
Yeah, I think so too, but the Direwolves changed tack again. We saw them just try this pull with Chaz R, which is the rogue that's coming back here in for them. But I also saw an offline tag on that rogue just now, so maybe it was just a let's try it with the rogue again call. I'm not sure if we're committing to that rogue. Is that what we're doing?
Maybe, like although it does look like it. Okay. So moving back between the specs, and the Warlock has a lot of nice things in this dungeon in particular, although it's a little bit of a pain on Sanguine Week because you have these blasphemy stuns that just get you in trouble sometimes. against the Sanguine Affix. So something that they maybe ran into on some of these pulls. Maybe they just want that shroud back. They want to navigate through this dungeon a little bit more easily and get their potions back as well.
So the thing that I'm questioning, and I'm not saying I know better than the Wolves, of course, but the thing I'm questioning is that every other team is playing with Shadow Priest, which allows you to have that extra range DPS, which allows you to have the PI, which allows you to have the Mass Dispel. And they do this in other dungeons as well. We know that Chaz plays a good Shadow Priest as well. Why are they opting to stick with that rogue? Is it just for the Shroud, or is it the damage pattern that they're prioritizing, or both? Because in terms of the Shroud, I don't really like that routing in terms of speed. They seem to be slower than their competitors with that routing. So I'm not really sure if I can be convinced on the Shroud argument.
Yeah, maybe it's compared to the Shadow Priest, a little bit more control as well. You have more stops and more, shorter kick and those sorts of things. Maybe that's what they're valuing, but I'm not 100% sure either. Could be a good question to ask them later. But another good question to ask is it time for Zyronic to join us on the broadcast? And the answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
No. No.
What do you mean, no? Yes.
No.
I'll see you guys in a little bit. Have fun.
All right. Welcome, Zyro. We have, if you've missed it...
out of here quick.
Yeah. We've had a couple of happenings today. So to summarize our first 45 minutes, we've had a big temple out of Legendary, a minute... plus a minute and 10 seconds gained by them in their temple, getting a gold star in that dungeon. And now they've moved on to the life pools, where Cheese have been working for a while, and Cheese are on a pretty deep run in that dungeon up in the top right, although Fem it looks like dying and getting masked or something further on. And then we've also seen Algeth'ar improvements out of both Thunderstruck and Direwolves, closing the gap a little bit between them and that second place breakpoint, which was then opened back up when Legendary finished that temple.
Yeah. The Temple of Jade Serpent run is definitely very, very impressive from Legendary, and it's something they needed to put together in order to give themselves a good chance of winning. Because, similar to our normal Cup weekends, there is going to be a 1 and a 2 seed coming out of this competition, right? So winning instead of getting second place definitely does carry a little bit of weight to it. So they still do want to try to get that number 1 seed, and that definitely brought them within striking distance of Cheese as well. But Cheese is using their advantage, like you mentioned already, to try to set a decent time in this Ruby Life pools already. And they are onto that last trash pack as well, so we'll be able to see potentially a good time from them very, very shortly here. But we're on board with Direwolves here as they once again try to figure out how to do this first pull of the dungeon again. Very early in the morning for them still, so they might be still getting some of the crust off, but yeah, they had a pretty solid improvement in the Algeth'ar earlier on too, so maybe that's not too big of a deal for them.
Yeah, it's something where, if they can pick up a big temple, they could all of a sudden be challenging for second or first place even, so it's definitely something they've got to be looking at. Cheese here, having one Tempest Channeler in the Sanguine is actually going to slow this down by quite a lot. That is a lot of Sanguine healing, all landing on that one mob. That's going to cost them something like 30 seconds in here. So they get this next Lightning Storm going, and Fem is going to grab a couple more enemies in here. They are going to just try their best to avoid pulling any extra stuff, or avoid getting any extra Sanguine healing, rather. Yeah.
This next Lightning Storm is going to be scary if it goes off. They've got literally nothing available. Zotzi's cooldowns are all completely gone. Almost all the personals are gone. There's no Nature's Vigil. So Zotzi's just going to have to do some raw healing buttons here to keep everyone topped. Looks like he's got that down just fine. Could have been a little scary, but no problem for these Giga Chads here. They've got the 2 Storm Warriors left alive. That's going to be the remainder of their count. I would not be surprised. Well, actually, maybe I would be surprised if they pull these with the boss, because that's potential boss Sanguine healing. What are we doing, Fem?
It is indeed. The dragon is fairly large as well, but it looks like they're going right into it here. So, I actually think with this particular boss as well, the dragon isn't going to heal if you got the Sanguine in the edge of its hitbox as well. So they've just got to watch out and make sure Urquhart isn't standing in it as he free casts. They do get a little bit of Sanguine healing on Urquhart there, though. They're bringing him all the way back up to 100. So basically pulling the boss early, let them get some free damage on Karaka, but they didn't get any value on Urquhart. Now they have Karaka. Look at that, lands in the Sanguine Puddle. Full heals here. Oh no. Ricky dies as well. It did go away, yep. The Sanguine Puddle is gone, but I mean they have lost many millions of damage to the Sanguine Affix on this pull. Now it is a 23 Tyrannical as well, so they are going to need to be able to kill this boss safely as well as quickly. It is a very difficult boss fight.
Dratnos, with this cheese team, they leave debris everywhere.
They do leave debris everywhere. That is the Sanguine problem that they had for sure.
Let it sink in.
I don't know how to top it. I mean that was really quite good. that was better than any of the ones I've done in a while. All right, well,
I can't take credit for it. I stole it. That's okay though.
That's good. It doesn't make it any less funny. Yeah. Okay, here it is. So Urquhart is going to be... They're actually going to push off of Urquhart here unless they try and not do that. Fem is taking a lot of damage here. He's going to be able to stay alive. And it looks like they're actually focusing their damage on the dragon here, hoping for it to land one more time before they make this push. But they're actually not going to succeed at that. They push Urquhart to 50%. And this is really unfortunate for safety, but maybe they can do well for time off of this push. The way this boss works is as soon as one of them reaches 50%, you enter P2. And P2 is where it gets scary, so often teams will wait for the dragon to land, and then you can kind of get 10 seconds of free damage when you push a boss, but they kind of pushed right before the dragon was about to land there, so they're going to have to deal with the maximum number of these Flame Spit debuffs here late into P2. They're actually still just focusing damage evenly between the two bosses, right? They're cleaving, trying to go for speed here, saying, you know what, we've got Nature's Vigil. Nature's Vigil's up. We can heal through a couple more of these debuffs. The pre-immune comes out with the AMS from Frag there, preventing one of the 3 Flame Spits that would have gone out in that set. They're going to have to deal with one more Flame Spit. Dranako has Alter, but isn't topped. It's going to hope to get topped. It does not get topped and does get the Flame Spit.
He's got Cauterize.
It's going to be a death,
Fim goes down, though. Fim down. They got a Battle Rise. Get him quick. Hopefully someone doesn't get bonked. Okay, there's
we're cool. Safe. Taunt Reflect comes out. Doesn't even go into the Storm Strike as well. Oh, they pulled the mobs far away though somehow, and that actually caused an explosive to go off. And now we have Fem go down again. No battle res available. Frag is gonna have to try and tank this boss. Now, if he has AMS available, he can AMS and live the magic hit that's gonna come out here in a second. If not, he is gonna die to that. It's actually Ricky that has threat now. And he's going to taunt AMS here. They have the kill. 1916. Ruby, how are we feeling about that time?
Well, you know what? It wasn't a 3 chest. They only 2 chested the 23 dungeons, so... You know?
Yeah, you're right. I think they are looking for a 3 chest. Yeah.
They could definitely do better. I mean, 17 million Sanguine healing on the last boss alone. Can just, you know, that tells you how much time there is still available for them to pick up in the dungeon, but it does put a time on the board, and it shows every other team, hey, you're on the clock. Jesus is going to be in here putting this time up the entire day, because their times in the other 5 dungeons are all very, very good already, so they don't really need to improve on any of those. Legendary, though. Second team in.
Yes, indeed, Legendary. 9 seconds behind Cheese if they can get the same Ruby Life Pool's time as Cheese. So if Legendary can put up a 1909 or faster, or 1907 or faster, they'll be able to actually overtake and take the rank 1. That rank 1 is going to be hotly contested here between Legendary and Cheese right now. But Direwolves and Thunderstruck are actually pretty close behind. Look at this big pull, though. Here comes some big Sanguine healing if they're not careful. Only 1 mil. That's actually really good.
Actually, they're doing a good job of cutting this out.
Igloo. Oh, he's getting shot down. So what happened there?
Here? Yeah, go ahead. We both know what happened.
No. Of course.
I insist.
All right. Well, I think what happened is Lepan got too far away, and the ice casters started just gunning down his teammates. What do you think happened?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is anti-kite technology that was added in new dungeons because Blizzard didn't want the same thing to happen in these dungeons as what happened back in Legion, where your tank just outranges all the mobs, and instead of actually, sitting there and casting on other people, they just walk until they get in range of the tank. So if your tank line of sights or runs away from mobs, they'll just cast on your other teammates. And that's what happened. Le Pen went around the corner, and the Ice Bolters said, okay, you know what? I'm just going to cast on Igloo instead. Later, bot.
Yeah, GN. That was called there by those casters. Luckily, sort of like the Temple, the Ruby life pools is really defined by that massive pull at the start. So once teams get that down, unlike Temple, I think the rest of the dungeon should be a little bit less volatile. So we'll see if they're able to start getting that pretty clean here. Thunderstruck are the team that is remaining in their Temple, hoping to improve here. I think Thunderstruck are actually going to need something like 16 minutes in this Temple to be able to start contesting that rank 2 spot and trying to get one of the tickets to the MDI Global Finals. Right now, those two would go to Legendary and Cheese if our tournament stopped today. Or stopped right now. It does, of course, stop later today. Thunderstruck are 2 minutes behind that rank 2 spot, so they need to get some time in Temple, and they're going to need Ruby life pools to go well for them later today. And then maybe they can look at Vault or Academy for another 30 seconds or a minute in either of those dungeons.
Yeah, let's be honest. Thunderstruck and Direwolves are in a tough spot right now, right? They're equally, a little bit around 3 minutes behind aggregate total right now, which means they have to make up that time, and they need Legendary and Cheese to, again, not improve their times in the meantime. With 4 hours left in the day, that's a pretty tall task. Now, the good thing for them is that Legendary's times in every single one of the dungeons, except for the Ruby, is already very good and going to be difficult to improve, whereas both Thunderstruck and Direwolves have several dungeons where they can make up a decent amount of time in. Now, the biggest problem for Thunderstruck is they don't really have any dungeons where they have an advantage on the top two teams. However, Direwolves do have a couple of dungeons that are faster than Legendary's time, the most notable one being that Azure Vault, right? They have a 20 second advantage in there, something like that. So if they are able to catch up in the Temple, post a reasonable mid 15s, high 15s time, which is definitely much easier said than done, and then they can also be competitive in Ruby, they could sneak that second rank spot. But of course, it's going to take some pretty much perfect play from them, and they probably need Legendary to wipe in this Ruby for a long time. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it is interesting because, like you said, Thunderstruck and Direwolves are many minutes behind in aggregate, which is bad, but they're many minutes behind in Temple in particular, which is kind of good, because it does mean that one inspired run out of either team, and all of a sudden they're right there, so that's going to be something to watch for. Direwolves aren't going to be able to put up that run in Temple right now, though, because they are currently actually working on Ruby life pools instead. They've got that same composition going with the Fire Mage. The Fire Mage Preservation Evoker not using the Disc Priest that we've seen teams like Monka using to complement and power infuse that Fire Mage. Partially maybe due to the Sanguine Affix and the Explosive Affix being ones that Evoker has potent tools against.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you get to this higher key level, the Fire Mage is going to be strong in its own right. It doesn't need that extra help ramping up that the Power Infusion gets it. Yes, obviously the Power Infusion would be very, very good for them still, but the question is how proficient are the healers in these groups on playing Disc Priest, which is probably honestly something they haven't really put a lot of practice into. If I had to guess, there's only a couple of healers that we've really seen be comfortable swapping to that Disc Priest and making it look good. In this super high 23 tyrannical key for the MDI, these bosses are dangerous, and if you're not comfortable playing the Disc Priest on those bosses, it could be a bit of a struggle to make that work.
We have a death coming out here for Thunderstruck. What you just saw when we full screened them was Velo hopping on the little fence here, getting some damage in. Actually, Desperate Invoker's Codex Trinket is going to be used there to finish off that scroll. Now they're starting the timer on the boss being pulled. They do have to watch out for this trash, though. This trash is nasty. They've focused down the Golden Beetle, but all the other trash is still alive, and Yoda's actually going to die. And Yoda needs to run back, but the boss RP's already started. The door is going to close once the boss gets pulled. Soda's going to die as well. There's no time to res him, and there's also no battle res for him. This is going to be a wipe and a reset for Thunderstruck off of what was a pretty good run up till this point. Shame.
Yeah. The question remains at this point, right? Like, for the teams that are behind and desperately need to improve their times by a pretty significant amount, is at what point is just getting a solid improvement acceptable? Like, I feel just getting a solid improvement acceptable. Like, I feel like, you know, a 30-second increase, while nice, isn't really going to help you get into those top 2 spots when you're 3 minutes behind. You really need to try to get the perfect runs. So, even in a scenario like Thunderstruck was right there, where they were on a pretty solid run and had, like, you know, 1 or 2 deaths, that was potentially an improvement still. I think the call to wipe there and go for a better run is definitely the correct play.
Yeah, I think you do have to go for... You have to go big here, because even though the teams only need second, not first, to qualify for Global Finals, the problem is that both Legendary and Cheese are pretty close to tied when you don't factor in that Ruby life pools, which... It means you basically have to play for first if you're any of these 4 teams to try and even get second, right? It's the same process. You have to go big. You can't just try and beat Legendary. You have to make a play for, you know, for getting the whole potential out of each of these dungeons. So, yeah, I think you stay in that temple until you have a run that you are really happy with, and if that doesn't work out, you know, obviously you've got the Ruby that you can go do as well. Maybe you do the Ruby first so you have the rest of the day to just spam temples, but you also have an Algeth'ar Academy. If you're Thunderstruck or Direwolves, you're looking at that Academy as well as a source of time, and if you're Thunderstruck, you're also looking at a Vault as a source of potentially a lot of time, so they have a lot of stuff to do, and there's only 4 hours left in the day. Things are going to start pretty quickly getting into time pressure for them.
Now, here's a question that I have about the comp that teams are running in this Ruby life pools, and maybe you can expand upon this a little more, if my explanation or ideas are insufficient. But the question for me is, if you are committed to running this Fire Mage, what would having a Feral Druid in the comp do for you, right? Because your Unholy DK and your Fire Mage are going to do a significant amount of AoE damage. Yes, I know Feral has a little bit of funnel, right? But, like, I feel like Shadow Priest would just be an overall stronger class for Tyrannical. No? I mean, I feel like running Shadow over Feral is probably the play, if they can run that comp.
Yeah, maybe part of it is... Well, actually, we've seen some of their Feral players be their Shadow players as well in different... Like, these players... I think some of the people who play Feral in this competition can play Shadow. So... I'm also curious about that too. I guess the damage profile of the Shadow is maybe what they're like. They just think the Feral Druid is going to be a little bit faster. But I think when you factor in the PI and the Vampiric Embrace, I guess Vampiric Embrace would be replacing your Nature's Vigil. So
yeah,
you still only have the one like healer DPS CD or DPS healer CD. Yeah. I'm also curious about that one, because I agree. I think the Shadow Priest would be cool to try. I think the best thing would be the Disc Priest if you could.
Yeah, 100% the Disc Priest would be the best play. But again, that's just a matter of, does Disc Priest have the tools to heal a dungeon? And I'm pretty sure it does, right? It's just a matter of whether or not the healer's comfortable swapping to it, because they have been playing Evoker and Shaman for pretty much the entire season of MDI. Pulling out a random new spec that they haven't really put any practice into would be kind of difficult.
Yeah, it might be an opportunity for a team like Thunderstruck, you know, if they are ready to come into that dungeon with something like a priest or a priest of either the Shadow or the healing variety. Maybe they can make up some time in that dungeon and catch back up there to that second place. Their healer, Velo, you know, that's a Race to World First Raider, probably pretty proficient at all of the specs, although maybe not, you know, the disc dungeon lifestyle. I'm not sure if we've seen it out of him before. Oh, look at that Thundering Stun that Thunderstruck are landing here on Velo and Soda right next to each other. Heartbreaking. The leap of faith came in, but during the air travel time, Thundering expired, and we got the stun.
Let's get the stun. Is this our first look at Ruby Life pulls for Direwolves in the top right here? I believe it is. This is their first attempt at this big first pull here. Look at the explosive orbs stacking up outside their hollow, doing his best to try to make sure all of those explosives go down. Doing a good job of kiting this out, too. Very, very little, I was going to say very little sanguine healing at the end here, but there was a lot at the start, so that sanguine healing meter is definitely amped up here. 16 million sanguine healing in this first pull alone. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. Next attempt. Good attempt, though. I mean, not bad at all. Their problem was dropping the sanguine pool like right in that doorway, which every mob has to funnel through, right?
Right, yeah. You want to try and maybe have that pool be fought a little bit further back, and then once you need to kite, you're hopefully bringing them all the way into this room, and you're not getting too much of that actual hallway. But, you know, it wasn't that bad. It was pretty good for an early attempt of the life pools as well. Pretty promising there for the direwolves. And again, direwolves have looked really good. They have good times in every dungeon except for the temple, so they could pretty quickly be competitive again for the top of the leaderboard here, especially if they get a good Ruby life pools and then head back to and destroy that temple later.
Yeah, that is something that's going to be weighing on their minds, though, right? They definitely have to split their time between these two dungeons, because look at the time difference between them and Legendary and that Temple of the Jade Serpent. Almost 3 minutes. Almost the entire timer difference between the two teams, and all of those 5 dungeons they've completed does rest in that temple. So even if they do put up a good Ruby life pools, they're going to have to go back to the temple and put together a competitive time in there as well. And we already saw them in there today, trying to put it together, and it wasn't really working out for them. Now, we are only an hour into the day. There's still plenty of time left, but, you know, the extra added pressure of knowing that you have to go back and do that when Cheese and Legendary really don't have to do that definitely needs to be, you know, part of the conversation.
So there's an extra game mechanic that may be factoring into their decision to go Ruby as well compared to Temple.
Oh, yeah?
It's the dungeon instance cap, like the instance limit. You can only enter like 10 instances per hour, and with resetting happening, if you're resetting more often than like once every 5 minutes, then you actually run into that cap, and that cap does exist on Tournament Realm as well. We've heard that some teams have run into it over the course of the weekend as well. They can, of course, take their break to... okay, it's 30 instances per hour now, apparently, is what I'm hearing. But still, if you're resetting... So I guess you can only run into that if you're resetting once every 2 minutes, which is pretty tough, but still might be factoring into the decisions being made here.
That is very wild if they're running into that cap, but it makes sense when they were kind of ramming their heads into that first pull in Temple for a while, you know, resetting every minute or 2 minutes, so... yeah. Well, hopefully that's not that big of a deal. But let's see if Cheese can put together a better split here in the Ruby life pools on the first boss. Do we have their split written down for the Ruby life pools early on? We do. Their first boss kill last time around was a 5 minute and 8 second first boss kill, and it looks like they're actually on pace to beat that here. They've got the boss below 30% at the 4 minute mark, so should be a little bit of a time increase for them.
Yeah, Cheese had 1 death at this point in their previous Ruby life pools run. Oh, Dranako blinks a little bit early there and drops a chill storm off into melee. Not a big deal, though. Everybody's able to avoid dying to it. Fem taking a lot of damage on this boss here. 21 Tyrannical. This thing does not mess around when you're playing that Prot Warrior. Looks like he's back into some defensives now. But this is a scary time to be playing this spec. Looks like he's going to be okay, though, through the end. Has Wall and Last Stand rolling now. And yeah, they're going to be able to finish this boss off. It's going to be about the 5 minute mark. Ooh, Zotzi goes down right at the last second. That's going to be another -5 seconds. So they are on a 20-second faster run so far, but we know that most of their time loss came from the end of the dungeon rather than the start. So that's something they'll be looking to improve more.
Yeah, now also on the top right here, Thunderstruck making good progress in the Temple of the Jade Serpent. This, just like Direwolves, is a dungeon they definitely need to make up a ton of time in. This Lorewalker Zone Step split isn't the fastest we've seen, right? We've seen some in the mid-6 minute area, but this is definitely an improvement for them still, as long as they're able to stay clean in this courtyard, and in the trash after the third boss as well. This is the setup pull for this, right? We've even seen this pull go wrong for some teams, where they're pulling those 2 patrolling mobs down into the first back. It actually looks like they have the courtyard patrol in here. as well, because they've got an extra one of those Minion of Doubts in there. So going a little bit bigger on this first pull, which means the Courtyard pull will be just a little bit smaller and easier for them to deal with. Lamike, though, goes down to a Dark Claw at the last second here. Hopefully they're able to finish this out, though, but those Sanguine pools are in very unfortunate spots for them, and these Minions are going to get some Sanguine healing off. The question is, once again, is this a run that they can actually continue and still get a time improvement? Oh, no.
Ursul's Vortex,
not in a good spot. That was another 2 or 3 ticks of Sanguine healing on the minions yet again. So time lost here. Probably 30 seconds lost.
Soda dies as well, and you can see Lamike has made a decision here. He is standing in that Sanguine puddle. So is Velo. They are making a journey to the start of this dungeon. That is unfortunate for Thunderstruck. The run was going quite well up until that point, although you can look at the splits, and even then they're still about a minute behind the best we've seen on that Lorewalker split, but you know, at this point, they would be happy to just take like a 16-minute flat and be a minute slower than Legendary and be fine with it, right? That's something they would be delighted by, I think, even. Because they do have an Azure Vault and an Algeth'ar Academy to improve by a lot as well.
Yeah, they're over a minute behind in the Azure Vault, right? And the Algeth'ar Thunderstruck is in like a... Even though they're technically like currently rank 3, the problem is that they have these little tiny increases that they need to make in every dungeon, which are still harder to make, right? Because you still have to you still have to put a competitive time with.
Yeah, I would rather be Direwolves. Like, I'd rather have Direwolves' times than Thunderstruck's, because Direwolves have, a slightly better knocked, a better enough Azure Vault that you maybe don't need to improve it, and then they have worse Algeth'ar and Temples, but you're going to have to get a good time in those dungeons anyways, right? Like, Thunderstruck has to work on those dungeons anyways, so it kind of doesn't matter what your existing time is in those, so... for that reason, I do think Direwolves are in a bit of a better position to try and contest this one. A lot of it is going to come down to this Ruby life pools as well. If there's a team that can do the Ruby particularly well, and especially if they can do it in few attempts and have the rest of their day freed up, all of a sudden that team is going to start feeling really good and have a lot of time to try and catch up here.
Yeah, so I think what needs to happen for Direwolves to have a very realistic chance of landing into the top 2 positions, they need to put together a nearly perfect Ruby life pools, probably like in the next hour here. Which does seem completely out of the question when you're looking at how the teams are pulling this dungeon earlier on, but remember how Temple of the Jade Serpent went yesterday, right? The first hour and a half of the pulls in that dungeon were just teams battering their head into the first pull, and maybe like the second pull of the dungeon. But then teams started to break through, started putting up good times, and then Legendary broke through. And then Cheese broke through, and then today Legendary broke through yet again. It's just practice, it's just reps that teams need to get used to doing the pulls in the dungeon. So while right now it looks like a struggle for the teams, it looks like they're having a lot of pain points figuring out these first few pulls. Once you do figure out the pulls and you come up with a system of dealing with the CC that you need, dealing with the knocks that you need for Sanguine, potential line spots for trying to move the mobs around and not drop bad Sanguines, once they get that figured out, we'll see a lot more consistent runs. And that can happen quickly or it can happen slowly. And Direwolves need to pull something out very, very quickly here.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure that they are under, especially for a team, they spent a lot of time in this exact same position in Algeth'ar Academy yesterday and the day before, right? Like, it's a team that is no stranger to being in this progression mode in a dungeon, but unfortunately for them, they've spent a lot of time in that progression mode without actually getting those big improvements in the Algeth'ar or in the Temple, so... If they can string it together in the Ruby quickly, then they have time to go back to those other dungeons, and they could be in first place if that works out well for them, because they do have a better Shadow Moon than Cheese and Legendary, right? They have a better Azure Vault than Legendary. They have a better Knocked than Cheese, so they have good stuff going for them on the rest of their scoreboard. It's just their weaknesses are big weaknesses right now.
Absolutely. Cheese back on to the second boss of this dungeon. This circle's gone very well for them. Only 1 death, like you've mentioned already. So, again, the time to beat for them to just improve their time on this second boss to 12:38. So there's actually a lot of time available for them to do that. If they're clean here, this boss probably takes about another minute and a half or so. So they should definitely get an improvement. But of course, like we've already mentioned, the big time save for them would be doing that last pull of the dungeon, also the boss, cleanly with no Sanguine healing. They had 20 million Sanguine healing on the last boss alone last time around, so there's plenty of time for them to gain here as well. Fortunately, Direwolves and Legendary both having to reset the Ruby as well. Thunderstruck also coming off a fresh reset too, so she's the team to look at for now.
Yeah, working their way through this Kogia Blazehoof encounter. On 23 Tyrannical, this is one of the highest levels that we see this boss fought at in like MDI setting. They are still doing the same movement where they're going to keep it away from Thunderhead, and they're going to be, you know, boxing themselves in so that if they don't kill this boss before they get, like, they can do 2 more Blazebound destroyers, but the third one, I think they're going to have to commit boss rather than kill. Now, luckily, I think they're going to have time for this, but they have to bait really, really carefully here. If they don't do this properly, they have very little space left to them. Good boulder. And here they go towards where they're going to end this fight. One more ritual of Blaze Binding is going to come out. And again, they've left it in a nice open spot there. A world marker has come down as well. Looks like that's going to be where they bait their boulder. Oh, no, they've got their boulder baited even into the old fire nicely. And actually, they're focusing boss here, which is good. The boss has less health than the Blazebound Firestorm does right now. So they are going to kill this thing off beautifully well here, kicking late on that Roaring Blaze cast to lock that thing out of fire for as long as possible, delay that next Inferno cast, and well done by Cheese. That boss looked nasty, but they made it look pretty easy.
At the same time on Thunderstruck, Velo should not be alive right now. He made a mistake that just barely he was able to live through, but I'll talk about that later. During this skip here, Fragnance ended up going down. And
Thundering
now
stun!
they're gonna get a Thundering Stun too.
Oh, jeez. That is tragic. They're gonna land the battle res. Are they still able to make up time with this?
No, this is
maybe
not a
no
time increase anymore. There's no way.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually,
res.
because of the Sanguine Healing onto the dragon, this might still be a time increase, but we know that there's going to be probably a good 45 plus seconds for them to get benefit from. Like, it sucks that that's how the dungeon gets thrown, but at least they get practice on this last section of the dungeon, which is going to be difficult with Sanguine.
Yeah, exactly. I think even if you were sure that you weren't going to improve your time, you would still want to practice this pull, because it is a nasty, nasty one on Sanguine. They're doing their best to try and keep everybody alive through it. Nature's Vigil is up. Zatsy also doing a lot of healing, also killing a lot of explosives here. Soon they're going to have their first couple of Sanguine puddles dropped here. And they really need to make sure that they don't Sanguine High Channeler Rivati. Anybody else can get a little bit of Sanguine healing and it can be fine. It's going to be Typhoon into a faraway vortex. The Storm Warriors are getting gripped back into the Sanguine. That's okay. Big knock comes out. What was that knock? That knocked everything in different directions away from somebody. Does one of these specs have an... Oh, was that Blast Wave? That must have been Blast Wave, right?
Well, there's also the Evoker knock too, right?
Yeah, that one was... This didn't look like a directional knock, though. That just looked like knocking away from them.
Blast Wave. So, there's something that you could do as a Fire Mage that most Fire Mages don't do, right? There's a talent point below Blast Wave that makes the knockback of your Blast Wave even bigger. And even on Sanguine Weeks, I do not see anyone take this, but they could potentially be taking that.
It looked like an AoE knock, like a 360-degree knock, not a 90-degree knock. So
yeah, it must have been Blast Wave.
But it looked bigger than the regular Blast Wave one. So I think I don't know if we have talent inspection capabilities, but if we do, that would be really cool to see if Dranaco is actually taking big Blast Wave, getting some value out of a rarely seen talent, perhaps. We will get our top scientist on it if it is possible, maybe.
I do believe it was a Blast Wave, according to our production team. If we could get confirmation on that talent choice as well from Dranaco, I would love to know if he's playing that talent, because that is a very, very rare talent to see people take. But it is good for Sanguine.
Look at this Sanguine healing on Kairaka again. Cheese
only 4
have
million this time around, though.
Yeah, still though they brought it all the way up to 100% health. I mean, That is not what they were looking for on this boss. I guess they're going to push off of Urquhart anyway, so it's not going to change when they push the boss, but it's going to really affect when they're going to be able to kill Kairaka. They're going to get a lot more of those flame spits than if they hadn't Sanguine healed this boss. This is nasty. They make the push now.
Well, yeah. Dude, they're going to have to spend so much time in this phase. How many triple flame splits are they going to have to heal through?
Yeah, you could kill Urquhart first, but you still have to deal with flame spits after that is the problem. You no longer have to deal with interrupting cloudburst or winds of change, though. Yeah, okay. Turns out, you were absolutely right, Zyro. Dranako is playing Volatile Blast Wave. The big knockback on it. Very cool. Like you said, rare talent.
Neat.
But an explosive tech choice, or a sanguine tech choice out of Cheese. The new talent system coming in with another cool innovation from Cheese, and that is not something I've seen, but it seems really good for Sanguine.
They're so dry on buttons right now. Look at Cheese right here. We need to focus in on them because they still have Kairaka at 30%, and they've already dealt with 3 sets of flame spits. What do they have available? Stasis just did come back up for Zotzi.
Alter at full
just
well.
Now preps it. They have the Nature's Vigil now too, but Ricky goes down.
Them as well. That's a wipe.
Was that an explosive that went off? I didn't.
It looked like just the initial damage of the flame spit, but
oh, was it?
I'm not sure. You could be right. It could have been explosive as well.
Yeah,
they are going to be harping out.
It was the flame spit damage. They ran out of buttons. I mean, the boss is supposed to be dead at that point, right? Think about it. They went into the intermission phase at 82%. They had the boss at 30. The boss should be dead there, but they just the sanguine healing, man. Cost him. Now, that could have been, about a one, maybe 1.5 time increase for them. But we know that that's definitely not like the upper bound of what that dungeon is capable of. But she's putting it together very, very quickly. Like we were talking about earlier, the team that does end up figuring out how to do this Ruby life pools consistently and come up with their top-end time is going to have a massive advantage. Unfortunately for the other teams, it is the team that is currently in the rank 1 spot that's figuring out the quickest, which means the chances of them holding on to that rank 1 spot are just higher than ever.
Yeah, it is a good place to be for Cheese. They are getting important prog in Ruby life pools, and they are only a couple of pulls of good execution away from being good. They had an unfortunate, thundering during their skip that caused them to have problems. Thunderstruck is having an unfortunate death in the courtyard, as we've seen a lot of teams have. That's going to send them back to the start of this temple, minus 10 minutes down the drain for them. And we've got the Direwolves starting up another Ruby life pools of their own here. Direwolves are in rank 4 currently, but again, we've talked about it before, but they have a lot of potential on their leaderboard. If they can get a good Ruby up here quickly, they actually are very much still in this thing.
Absolutely. It's just a question of how quickly they can put it together once again. We haven't seen them get past the first boss yet. And this first pull has been a huge, huge pain point for every single team that's been here so far. So many can go wrong with these affixes. Look at the amount of mobs there are available. Can you even see the explosives in this pack? You can see the ones that spawn on the edges, but man, if they're in the middle of that, they're really hard to see. Is that explosive going to go off? They've been doing a good job of dealing with it early, but man, this is just scary, and the pull's not over when things start to die. You have to be careful about the sanguine pulls, but the Blazing Rush takes down Chaz. Oh, man. They do have him release. He will move on to the team with Invis, but it's just going to make this pull take that much longer.
Jack is getting blasted here just from the very edge of line of sight as well. Gets the time dilation, is going to try and stay alive, but it's just not going to be enough. Even a few Chill Weavers, even on 23 Tyrannical here, are just going to kill you if you're on that warrior and you don't have a lot of defensives rolling. So he is going down. They are going to be trying this once again. And we can see now all of our teams except for Thunderstruck are working on that Ruby life pools. Cheese in the top left have it another attempt going. Same big pull for them, grouped up in a pretty similar spot. And the nice thing about fighting this here is that you have quite a bit of room to start moving as you get your first few sanguine puddles without entering that doorway, that nasty choke point too quickly and putting any sanguine there.
Yeah, the choke point here is the biggest problem, because look at the HP for Cheese here on the top left here. They have all of these mobs at like 2 or 3% HP, and yeah, they're going to be running as fast as they can, but they're probably going to get a few Sanguine ticks of healing off on the mobs. Like, look at the Sanguine healing for Cheese right now. 13 million healing alone on this first pull. I mean, is the way they're doing this worth it? I mean, I guess it keeps them alive longer, and I guess the healing is going into less important mobs that are already on low HP. So maybe the Sanguine healing meter is like kind of throwing us for a loop here a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a question of what is the time gate in these pulls, right? Because if you're dealing with a Chill Weaver that fully heals and its health bar goes all the way from 0 to 100, but it still dies while you're fighting other mobs and you don't put any extra damage into it, you actually don't really lose all that much value from it. Oh, Fem gets hit by the Blazing Rush. Now, as the tank, he's actually somebody that can live it. He's going to wall and spell block and get TD, and he's trying to live through the combination of that nasty dot that happens if you get hit by that Blazing Rush, plus the nasty damage from Melodrussa, plus the two other mobs, including a Chill Weaver, that are just dunking damage into him. Somehow he is able to survive here, but he is running low on resources now. Starting to just be in huge danger.
Yeah, they use a ton of their buttons to live through that first section of the boss fight, and they aren't even into the first of the shields yet. They use the Nature's Vigil now to help with healing instead of on that first shield, which is where I'd assume it was being used. Maybe this way they can use it now and then on the second shield, though, so I guess that could make sense here. He does have that stasis prepped and ready for this intermission phase, so that should help them out a lot here. There it is, just now getting unleashed onto the group. And they still have a little bit of shield left to do to go put into that overload, but yeah, they're already through it, so nice and clean for them. And they should have the Nature's Vigil up for the next one at 45%.
Yeah, that part, it's nasty on 23 Tyran. But it's not that nasty if, like, 2 people that press defensives during it, and, if you have a Nature's Vigil rolling during it, it actually can be kind of the chill part of the fight, even, compared to the part where you're getting these chill storms and you're getting the frigid shards just nuking your tank every single cast, so hopefully they're going to be able to get this done safely. 0 deaths remain on the board for them, and we'll kind of maybe get an idea of that question you had of whether those Sanguine heals they had are a time loss that will matter or not. Because, yeah, like you said, there's 13 million Sanguine healing on the board here, but it's not anywhere near as bad as if there was 13 million of Sanguine healing on a boss, right? The mobs that the Sanguine healing landed on were ones that they were able to kind of cleave down, and so it's a little bit less of a pain for them. They break that Frost Overload, and they do instantly kick it, so they're not... There's some teams, especially at some of the lower levels that we've seen in the other MDI weekends, that actually just leave the boss casting its overload even once they break through the shield, but Cheese are not interested in that. They want to stop that group-wide damage as soon as they can.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely do not want to be eating that ticking damage on 23 Tyrannical. It makes sense on the lower key levels that we saw during Cup weekends, because it prevents the boss from doing these things that just lower your damage, like the Chill Storm, like the Hail Bombs. Those things cause you to have to move around more, which is generally not very conducive to doing max DPS, but when you get to this high of a key level, max DPS isn't something that you can always attain. There's a lot of brain power that's being committed to just staying alive. Look at the damage from that Chill Storm with no cooldowns available. Ricky dropped to 10% HP. Dranaco almost ended up using his Cauterize there as well. They were just barely able to keep themselves alive. Zatsy even throwing in the Evoker Staff at the last second there just to get as much boss damage out as possible. And again, I mean, this split isn't the best from Cheese that we've seen so far. This might be... it might be due to the amount of Sanguine healing they had on the first pull, but it is still a very, very slight improvement.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of room to make big improvements at the end of the dungeon, but I also think that they are hoping to... I think the final Ruby Life pools that Cheese would be happy with, where everything is perfect, is probably 430 Melodrussa split, something like that is what they're hoping to have there. So yeah, a little bit of time lost at the start of the dungeon, but not a big deal. They'll be able to recover and keep it going. I have to wait for this Thunderhead to land. The
entire time that we've been talking together, we've been talking about how specifically Thunderstruck and Direwolves really, really need to put good times on the board. And unfortunately, for the past 45 minutes, Ratnos, it just hasn't happened for them. At what point in the day do we think that there's just not enough time left for them to do it? I mean, obviously right now there definitely is, but they definitely need to get a move on.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think the thing about this format is, for them to be safe, I think they need to get something on the board in one of these dungeons in the next 30 minutes or so to actually have enough realistic time in the other ones to get their prog done. But I mean, in theory, with perfect runs at the end of the day, there's no minimum, right? As long as they have like an hour left, they can get it all done. So they're not going to be eliminated yet, but they do need to get something on the board soon. But I heard the words 45 minutes in your discussion of our time together, which is how long I am on here until we are joined by the young Tettleton. So I believe it is time for him to take my place. Welcome, Tettles.
Yo, what up?
Yo.
Enjoy your break, Ratnos.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the dungeons.
Dude, this is coming into today. We were kind of interested in seeing if it was going to just going to be the cheese show and the legendary show, and it kind of has been, right? Thunderstruck and Direwolves. Direwolves are in a position where if they get, a better temple, and if they get this Ruby Life Pools done in a reasonable amount of time, they have the opportunity to be able to come back. But they're fighting an uphill battle here. For Thunderstruck, they've just been stuck in Temple of the Jade Serpent prison for an hour and a half at this point. They're going to have to really pick up the pace a bit in this temple. And even still, I'm really worried about things like their Azure Vault time and things like their Azure Vault time, if that's going to hold them back. I think that Cheese is like, I don't say pretty close to locked, but like if they continue playing even slightly below average, they should be in a pretty good spot to be able to make it out of this weekend into the global finals.
Yeah, I mean, Cheese is definitely sitting pretty right now. They've put themselves in a fantastic position with the way they played the past 2 days, to where as long as they just put a reasonable time up in the Ruby Life Pools, they're almost guaranteed to be one of our top 2 teams. Like, to put it in perspective, the thing that would need to happen for Cheese to get knocked out is, from this point onwards, they would need to not post an improvement in any of the 6 dungeons, including the Ruby Life Pools that we've seen them have, like, minute faster boss splits on the second boss with. And they would also need either Direwolves or Thunderstruck to not only post more than a 3-minute time improvement across the other 5 dungeons, but then also equal or beat the time that Cheese has already put up in the Ruby Life Pools. Like, it's ridiculous what has to be done for them to get knocked out at this point.
They need like a 4-minute slow Ruby Life Pools, 4 minutes slower than the other 3 teams, which it's possible, but it's unlikely seeing at the level that this team has performed across the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Their day 1 was really good. I think that it's like pretty underrated to. I think that their day 2 could have been better with how long they were in Temple of the Jade Serpent, but their day 1 just in general has kind of carried them pretty far.
Yeah, we were a little bit like, questioning during the middle of day 2 yesterday when they were struggling in the in the temple, like you were mentioning.
Yeah.
They put it together at the end. They got the fast time on the board, and yeah, they did get beaten by Legendary today, but they don't need to beat Legendary. They don't need to, anyways. They want to get a higher seed, but again, you only need top 2 to make it to the global finals, and that's the main draw of this weekend. That's the main goal that you're aiming for. But, again, Cheese does have a lot more time to spend putting in this Ruby Life Pool than any other team, and they've made good use of that time so far. We've seen them get to the second boss now probably 3 or 4 times, whereas no other boss has even seen this second boss yet. No team has seen the second boss yet, so Cheese is making good use of that time advantage that they've accrued themselves, and again, the time to beat here, to be on a better split on the second boss kill, 12:38. So they're definitely on pace for that here. With 0 deaths, by the way, still, at this point in the dungeon, at the pace they're going. Very impressive.
I really like how they pull this boss, right? They do something that's atypical to what you would see on live, and even atypical to what we've seen in Cup weekends, but they pull the boss really far because they know it's a 23 Tyrant, so they know they're going to get more ads than some of the previous Cup weekends, but then this also allows them to reduce the amount of runtime that they're going to have after this boss, and they're going to be able to kill the boss at the gate area, and that's going to save them a decent amount of just travel time. And so I think that how Cheese is actually playing the second encounter that you see in the top left is super smart.
Yeah, and also I kind of want to next time we get to this section of the dungeon for them, I actually want to see how they pull the trash here as well, because we've kind of been glossing over that with conversations in the past 45 minutes when I was talking with Dratnos, and I do want to draw attention to that when we do see a team get to the ring, because I didn't actually see if they were doing double Infernos, right? If they were doing double Blazebound Destroyers, that would be very, very impressive. Now, it is important to mention that this second boss did get nerfed this week. The Inferno damage of these adds on this boss got nerfed by a pretty significant amount. Just the dot damage, though. The initial damage is still pretty high, right? So, we will see. It doesn't look like it's that big of a deal for Zetsi to heal through, though.
In the bottom right, looks like the Direwolf is going to have a full team wipe, but I think that they're going to be, if they're able to get everything together, they should be on a good pace for the first boss. They're in a position where their first boss pacing, it's looking fairly consistent. In the top right, we also have Legendary. Kind of similar, that 5-minute mark is the first boss time that we're looking for. You're going to have some Sanguine healing in the first pull, that's just natural. There is a question of like how much is too much, but we're looking around that 5-minute mark as like a pretty decent breakpoint for the first boss split. Okay, so Zyra, what do you want to see in the top left-hand corner from Cheese? What exactly are we looking for?
So, just to recap for people that are just now tuning in, Cheese, this boss split, this is about the same as their first completion boss split. 12:28 was the time for them. 12:35 is what the time is going to be here. But in that first completion of the run, it was anything but clean. Number one, both times they've gotten to this section of the dungeon, they've had potential issues with their invis skip here. I think the first time around Fim went down, the second time around Fragments went down, and also the last time around Fragments going down also caused them to get Thundering Stunned and full team wipe, have to use a battle rest to get up Zetsi. So they lost a lot of time there. However, this time around, the entire invis skip went perfectly. Now, this pull alone is demonic. There is so much damage going on. There's so many potential explosive spawners here. The lightning started damage alone is insane. And yes, they lust this too. It is tyrannical, and they lust this just to make it clean. Look at the damage coming out from the lightning storm. But once the mobs are dead, you have to remember, it's Sanguine.
Yeah, if they don't commit Lust here, then there's a question of like whether or not this pull is even doable. Obviously, I do think that the Lust would be better used time-wise on the final boss, but in regards to safety, like it's a question of could we even double pull this or triple pull this trash without that Lust? And it looks like Cheese believes that the answer is no. That Tempest channel is getting a little bit of Sanguine healing. We don't have a kick. We haven't thrown a kick at it yet. Okay, now we've finally kicked it and moved it. But the high channeler is the mob that we were really worried about killing off first. And it's going to be going down here in a couple of seconds. And, this is better than what it's been. We didn't wipe to the trash this time.
This is much better than what it's been. So didn't wipe to the trash. They are going to be killing that off.
Don't Sanguine the boss.
No further Sanguine healing on the Tempest channeler. Now, what they did last time around is they pulled in these last two Storm Warriors, and they kept themselves in combat as well last time around, so their Sanguine healing meter didn't reset, just like it is right now. Last time around, they ended up Sanguine healing the boss as well, and their total Sanguine counter after the boss got Sanguine healed was 17 million Sanguine healing.
Oh.
Karaka was at 100% HP, and they ended up going into the intermission phase with Karaka at 80%. That cannot happen here. We do not want to see Sanguine healing on the boss here. So the question is, do you burn the Storm Warriors now at this point to get the Sanguine puddle down, and then hopefully the boss just goes to a spot where it won't be in the Sanguine? Or do they wait? Looks like they're waiting, and now we can get a nice amount of burn damage on the boss, can knock the Storm Warriors away when they go down. This is looking a lot cleaner than before.
Ooh, they're repositioning to make the... Okay, so you really want Karaka to be... doing that fire breath in a very specific spot, and ideally you have players baiting the Karaka positioning like towards either like where Karaka will plant itself on the ground, exactly like what you see from Cheese right here. And so there are 2 to 4 positions that we're looking for on the side of Cheese, and that's why they moved those warriors whenever they were killing them off so far away, because they know that those are not eligible positions for Karaka to land. And things are looking significantly better. 2 out of 3 times we've had Sanguine healing. This third time, we are going to have 0 Sanguine healing on the boss. I don't know if they're going to be able to push this here, but I think they're going to be pushing it momentarily after this Fire Breath.
They push the next Fire Breath for sure, and look at the cooldowns available too. The army will be coming up for fragments very, very shortly here as well. I don't think they delay. I think they push on this one. Because remember, still time trial, still trying to go as fast as possible. They'll definitely push on this down phase with the bosses at 55 and 50%. It's going to push anyways, so you want to get as much free damage onto Karaka here as possible. And now that the boss flies into the air and goes to that initial spot in the front of the room, we are finally into phase 2. The question is, how many of those triple flame spits can they live through? Last time around, Tuttles, when they had the boss at 80%, they were able to live through 3 of them, and then the initial damage from the 4th set of flame spits is what finally killed them. This time around, though, with the boss this low, they might potentially be able to beat the 3rd. See just how big the damage they actually have is.
That 3rd one and that 4th one come with a really bad overlap with the interrupting shout, which, like, if you don't have major defensives, you just get absolutely clocked. So they're using personals plus Emerald Communion here, but Karaka's pretty much dead. I don't even know if it's going to get another flame spit off. Look at this, 5% HP. I think they're going to get it here because it's queued into it right now, and we got it. But you know, it's fine. We're just going to hit our cart here. People are getting.
People are running over fire. No.
Okay, stop that. Stop doing that. All right, B-Res, Ricky.
Stop that now.
Okay. I'm down for 1 death.
Wait, no. We got it again. He jumped over the fire. You get the fire when that happens, man. You can't do that. No.
Huh.
You know the fire is being blown towards them too. Please, no more fire. Just kill the boss. Kill the boss. Come on.
Okay.
All right. So... It wasn't the cleanest at the end. What are they doing?
Trolling.
Was that rescue? That was a purposeful troll. Bro, what was that?
Dude, I don't even know what to say.
Hey, you know what, Tuttles? They 3-chested it.
They did 3-chest it. They had 4 deaths that 0 of them were required, and 0 of them happened before. All 4 of them happened after Karaka died, which is the craziest part of that whole situation. Like, none of them were before Karaka died. Okay.
Now,
I've yet to see that before.
I don't want to, like... You know, it is highly... There is a high potential that they encountered one of the big problems with this boss, where sometimes the fire on the ground desyncs with where it actually is. I mean, we've all run into this, right? I don't know what it is with the fire on that boss, but sometimes it's just actually in a different spot than it appears on the ground. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt of being high-end MDI players, that they wouldn't just willingly walk into fire over and over again.
I think I got
the important thing... I don't think it has gotten fixed. It happened to me like a week ago.
There's a blue post that said it got fixed. Maybe it hasn't.
But the important thing to mention is, based off of the end of that run, we definitely know that there's time available on the board. That show at the end of the dungeon definitely cost them in the realm of like 30 to 40 seconds.
I think longer. I think longer? More on the 40 end. I don't think it's on the 30 end. Because they have 20 seconds of deaths alone. That Frag and Zotzi were just dead for probably 10 seconds of the final bit of the boss. Ricky dying twice and losing all of his cooldowns at once. I feel like we're at least at like 40 seconds here. Quite unfortunate, but we know that there's 40 seconds to be gained now, Zyro. This is great. Great news.
That is true. There is 40 seconds to be gained. There is time on the board, but the question is how much time actually is there? Could they go faster? Could Legendary go faster? Could Dire Wolves come out and go faster? We did actually finally see, during, the shenanigans that occurred on the final boss there, Dire Wolves did get through the first room. They got past the first boss.
I wonder what 26 they got out of this. Actually, a very important question. 3 chests the 23 was called.
They probably got a seat of the triumvirate.
I hate this bit. I hate this bit so much. Dude, look at Legendary in the top left. What is the timer that we're looking for this? 12:30?
12:30-ish, around there. And they're going to be roughly on pace. Maybe a little slower. It's to be
our first run that's made it here. Yeah. I'm not mad.
Oh, the Inferno damage.
I'm mad about it, actually. Now I'm mad about it. Oh,
see, that's the thing, though. The initial Inferno damage is not the part that got nerfed. It's the dot afterwards that got nerfed. That initial Inferno hit is still insanely nasty on this key level. And, yeah. Okay, well, first time seeing it. You know, go again.
Thunderstruck, I think they're going to need to post a time in this Temple of the Jade Serpent within the next maybe 15 to 30 minutes. Otherwise, I am very, very concerned about their chances. And it's not about just posting a time. It's about the fact that I need to see them have like a 16 something, right? Like maybe even a 16-minute Temple of the Jade Serpent. It's not even about... Because 1722 is not even like a terrible time in here. It's better than the Direwolves, but it's not like a great time, and that this is something that needs to be improved by Thunderstruck by a dramatic amount, but it needs to be improved in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, Dranos and I were discussing this for our entire, 45-minute shift earlier. At the start of the shift, we're like, okay, we really need to see improvements in these dungeons from Thunderstruck and Direwolves, now. And that was an hour ago.
Now was an hour ago,
The door is closing. The door is closing. They need to do it now. And if they can't do it now, they need to do it now.
This format is just so tough because, and we talked about it during TGP. If you have, if one team has a great day and you have an average day, you're actually so far behind. And then God forbid you have a below average day or a bad day, then you just run the risk of either getting eliminated if it happens on either Friday or Saturday, or you just put yourself in a position where it's impossible to come back from. And Thunderstruck, they're not there yet, but I think within the next 30 minutes to an hour, they are putting themselves in a position where I don't know if it's going to be possible for them to come back, because they need it. Because not only are they going to have to improve this Temple of the Jade Serpent time, but they might end up having to improve that Azure Vault time, and then they also have to prog Ruby Life Pools, which it is possible if they play perfect. But then it's why do we troll so long in Temple of the Jade Serpent if they're ready to play perfect in those dungeons? It's just tough. It's going to be very tough for Thunderstruck here, but I think if they post a time in this Temple of the Jade Serpent, they're still in a position where they're able to be competitive.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention because we tend to gloss over how insane these teams actually are too much and just take it for granted. But
yeah.
The things that these players are doing, specifically on this weekend, but also in the MDI in general, the way these polls are set up, the way these dungeons are run, you are stretching the limits of the toolkits that are given to you. There are polls where if things don't go exactly right the way you drew them up with your cooldowns, you will end up dying to them. That's why we're seeing so many wipes. This is a live time trials format that we're broadcasting. The teams are figuring this all out on the fly. This Last Stand format is honestly, in my opinion, harder for the teams to do than our typical cup weekends. Because you literally have to play for 5 hours straight, 3 days in a row, and try to play perfectly. And that is incredibly difficult to do. 5 hours of this, compared to just doing 5 hours of keys, is a completely different world.
Now, I'm also going to say that this Temple of the Jade Serpent and this Ruby Life Pools that we have got to be the most brutal affix sets for trying to go fast. First off, they're high keys. The Temple of the Jade Serpent is a 22. It's a fortified dungeon, and then on top of that, it's got Sanguine. That is absolutely nuclear difficulty to be able to complete, especially whenever you have teams that are doing pulls of this size. And this isn't even the largest pull that we've actually seen from these teams, and this is not even the largest pull that we've seen from this team. We know that they do, they can, and a lot of teams did all of the trash in one singular pull. And then it's the Ruby Life Pools. It's 23. It's tyrannical. It's also sanguine. It's explosive on top of that. So it's the level of coordination and the time to progress through that dungeon is... If you were practicing for the MDI, it wouldn't even be 5 hours. It would be 8. But we're requiring these guys to post a good time in this dungeon within a 5 hour band where they're only going to use 2 or 3 hours of it. So they have to be able to get one good run. Mm-hmm. It's just tough. I mean, it's really tough, and this is a format that showcases how exceptional some of these teams can be.
Yep, I love it. This is honestly just I love this format because it's definitely a very different take on things from our typical head-to-head format, and I think this is a very nice insight into what teams are typically doing during time trials in the first place, which is something you don't get to see because teams don't stream it that often. So it's definitely a very cool format just to see other teams play.
Ooh. Direwolf's making good work of the first pull.
Yeah?
Actually, a really good time getting that first pull killed off. They didn't pull Draghar into it, but they're going to take Draghar into the boss, which, assuming that Jack is able to live both the Draghar and the boss, I don't hate this. I think that this is pretty reasonable, and their first boss getting pulled at 134, not bad. I'll take that.
Yeah? I mean, remember, the first boss split from our timed runs is around the 5-minute mark. Pulling the boss at the 2-minute mark, definitely a good clip. You know, a 3-minute 23 tyrannical boss with no bloodlust is about what I would expect.
Especially with Draghar on top of it.
Yeah, there's
a question of
leave it down.
Well, there's a question of like how much cleave are you going to put onto this guy versus do we need to focus him because our tank is getting sauced.
Dude, every single one of these frigid shards that it doesn't have spell block up for or reflect for is just
Hollow died.
Oh, not good. What happened to Hollow?
He just got 100-0 by something. I didn't see what it was.
Did he get hit by a shard somehow? That would be very weird.
I would assume that it was the hot steel ground effect, but
it's probably that. Yeah, it's got to be that. A little unfortunate, but they had a battle res for him.
Yeah,
did he lose anything for that? No, he didn't lose anything for that. But here we are into the
dangerous.
First shield. They have a lot of
hit by
this, right?
You might get hit by the charge too. There's also a chance that happens.
That's true. There's the rewind. That's going to keep people nice and healthy. And they're through the first shield. Now for the second shield,
we got combustion, but maybe we just send it on the boss here.
What else do you have if you send it on the boss is the problem. You don't have anything for the shield. Maybe Incarn comes back up. I think you have to sit on it. That it feels really bad. But
that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Jack, you're not gonna have to make that.
This is the problem. Dude, this pull is so scary because of that. Like the amount of tank damage just on Meladrissa alone is so high on a 23 Tyran, and then you add Draghar on top of it, and you're like, what in the absolute world is this pull? Direwolves are looking good though. I mean that was looking okay.
If they can figure that out, how to get that pull done cleanly, and it looks like they're pretty much on the tipping point of that, it seems like the way teams are pulling the second ring isn't necessarily the most dangerous thing. I doubt they're doing anything super crazy like the double destroyer that we've come to see from MDI. I don't think you'd do that on 23. So you just kind of go around, kill one destroyer at a time, and get yourself onto the second boss. They can definitely do that on their first attempt. So they're very close to breaking through in this Ruby Life pull. So we do know, however, that last trash pack before the final boss is definitely a breaking point. We've seen plenty of mistakes made there, lots of sanguine healing, even potential wipes happening. So if they can get that down quickly, they could be on track to put a good time up in this dungeon, which will help them out a ton. Because they do still need to go back to those two dungeons we've been talking about, the Algeth'ar and the Temple. They really need to put up good times in those dungeons.
Yeah, I mean the temple is the one that's the biggest roadblock too, just because it's such a high level. It has such intrusive affixes. Like the Algeth'ar Academy, and I think the players would also say the same thing. Direwolves kind of trolled in the AA. They've wiped so many times, 13 minutes into their run or something like that on the Overgrown Ancient, somewhere north of I think they may be close to 10 wipes. 13 minutes into Algeth'ar Academy. Now, that's just a situation where it's like, they've lost just so much time there. Whereas like the Temple of Jade Serpent, it makes sense. Like that dungeon is just brutal.
Brutal is definitely the word that I would use to describe what these teams are going through right now, and they still have 3 hours left in the day, plus some change.
How are you liking the compositions that teams are running in this Ruby? Do you think this mage makes sense? I think to me the mage has been really popular in Ruby life pools just in general because there's so many like big prio mobs that you combust into. Do you think there's a better alternative?
we covered this a little bit. I think we both kind of landed on the agreement that if they were to somehow make a Disc Priest work, that would definitely be better. But the question is, does the Disc Priest have the same tools that the Preservation Evoker does to live through these 23 tyrannical bosses? I think if you're practiced on the Disc Priest, you probably could, but
just healed their boss for 10 million.
Not great, but
the boss. No.
They need practice. Is the problem, right? They need practice. They need to keep going because they need to see more if they want to potentially take that 1 seed, right?
Yeah.
So they also just need to put a time on the board in the dungeon still too. The question is, do any of these healers have the Disc Priest prepped, or do they even have a Disc Priest created on the tournament realm?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not so sure that 23 Tyran is the Disc Priest dream. I think that you're just playing Preservation Evoker here. I think that Disc might be faster just in regards to amount of damage that it's going to provide for the whole entire group, particularly the mage. But I do believe that you're going to just need the raw HPS throughput of this Preservation Evoker. Like, Prez has consistently just ridiculous amounts of HPS, and on top of that, they have like the best tank external in the game. There's really a lot that's going for them. They also have it. While it is a 40-second interrupt, it is an interrupt on top of that, so that also helps. And then they have knockback and tail swipe. Like I think that the Preservation Evoker just fits too well here.
Yeah,
maybe you could get away with Disc, but like I don't believe it.
The question then is, without a priest, is Fire Mage enough of a strength in its own right to bring to the dungeon? And I think it is. It's just that it's so much better when it has the power infusion.
That's true.
Does the strength of the Fire Mage for Prio in this dungeon outweigh the potential strengths of having a Shadow Priest instead of the Mage? You get access to an extra cooldown and Vampiric Embrace. You get access to PI on your Unholy DK, which is still really powerful. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely a question. All the teams have landed on the answer being Fire Mage right now, but I could definitely see just no Fire Mage playing Shadow instead being the correct answer. As much as that pains me to say that, I love Fire Mage. If you can't give it the power infusion, you can't double down on the strengths, which is pretty important to do.
Look at Legendary here. Even with 1 death and 10 million healing from Sanguine, they're still chugging along. Like you said, they need practice in the dungeon. It's easy to be like, oh, we are not going to be close to our best time, just with all this Sanguine healing. But at the same point, there is an expectation that they're going to be able to get to there at some point, and they need to be able to practice that upper ring. They're going to need to be able to practice the end of the dungeon too, because we saw Cheese have some mistakes at the end of the dungeon, because that part's also not free. So it makes sense that Legendary is continuing on, even with a little bit of Sanguine healing. But more often than not, if you have a full wipe, then you zone out.
Yeah, and honestly, the split isn't that bad, right? 5 minutes is what they are looking for. They're going to be a little bit past that, probably around the 5:15, 5:20 mark. This is acceptable, and you definitely do still want to get a bearing on what you need to do in that second section of the dungeon. They've only done it once so far, so any extra practice is good for them for sure. But that's the first boss going down for them. We'll see how they deal with the trash. I actually do want to focus on how they deal with the trash, because again, we've kind of glossed over the second section of the dungeon a lot with conversations about what the other teams are doing. So I'll keep an eye on Legendary while we discuss what's going on in the other dungeons as well. Thunderstruck still plugging away at that temple, trying to put together a good time. Has not gone well for them so far. They've been here for a long time, over an hour now, trying to put together an improvement, and it's really not going well for them. Direwolf's still learning the first pull of the dungeon here, and it looks like Cheese are on a break right now. So, see what they have cooked up when they get back.
They got some nice wine to go with their cheese.
You want to know? Oh, hold on one sec. Let me make sure it's okay with me saying this.
What does that mean?
I have a reasoning given to me from one of the players as to why.
What did he mean by this?
But I don't want to just leak what the players are thinking without them saying it's okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I've got the okay. So Fem on break right now is watching the stream, listening to us having this conversation. Says Disc is stronger for Ruby life pools.
Yeah.
But it's not really possible on the first pull. They need the stops from the Evoker. And also Tyrannical. Yeah. The Evoker's better too. So that's the reasoning.
That makes sense. Yeah, that checks out. The disc definitely seems like it'd be faster damage-wise, but it's like, I don't even know if these pulls are going to be possible. She's in a great spot right now. And then just looking around the board here, Thunderstruck top left, still in this Temple of the Jade Serpent. It's brutal for them as they continue to progress through this. Legendary in the bottom right. There is a question as to whether or not Cheese or Legendary are going to be able to get that number 1 seed. And then for Direwolves in the top right, they're going to have to make something happen soon as they're having a full wipe on Meladrusa again.
Man, this first section of the dungeon. It's a rough one, that's for sure. They have to get through it if they want to have a chance of taking one of those top 2 spots. Both Direwolves and Thunderstruck on the chopping block right now, on the elimination spot. This might be the... I mean, think of the legacy here, right? If Thunderstruck doesn't qualify through Last Stand here, this was like the first time in years that Dr. J hasn't qualified for a Global Finals, right?
God,
And I think the same goes for the Direwolves team. These guys together have almost always been just a staple.
So the Direwolves team didn't qualify last time. They were close. They were really close last time, but they didn't qualify.
Okay.
The previous 4 times in a row they qualified. This team with Jay and LaMike got 3rd as Womegalol last MDI.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's been a hot minute.
I think that just kind of goes to show the level of competition that has just increased from last expansion. The fact that we already have 6 teams qualified for Global Finals. The fact that these last 4 teams are so close together in their strengths, the amount of strong teams there are right now compared to previous expansions is pretty impressive.
Ooh, Legendary having a full wipe in the Ruby Life Pools. What did you see what happened? It looked like they accidentally... Did they pull a dragon,
I did
maybe?
not. I feel bad because I was the one who literally was saying I'd keep an eye on it, and then I got sidetracked by some information. Looks like they
Some
did
information?
Flame Goulet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I assumed that they pulled a dragon on accident. They're, basically, for Legendary, this is a practice run for them. They're not...
Yeah.
Okay. They may put up a 21-minute time or something like that, which is not going to be good enough, nor their final time for the weekend. But it's good at what they're doing here is they're trying to get information on what pulls are possible, what pulls are doable, and they need to make sure that they continue to have the correct offensive CDs available for pulls. Oh, I think they pulled a shock caster, or maybe a slime gullet.
I noticed in the corner of my eye from our POV as they were flying up on the dragon that Flame Goulet was pulled and fire breathing on Wexy. So they definitely pulled Flame Goulet on accident.
Yeah, that's,
but they're going to keep going. They still need the practice. Yeah, this is okay. I don't mind this at all.
Direwolves in top right having a full wipe again. I think it was the Draghar pull into the boss, just having another wipe. There's so much tank pressure that happens on that pull, especially on 23 Tyran. You see Prot Warriors on live on a 23 Tyran, they can die to that boss by itself. And so the fact that they're taking the mini boss into it on top of just the boss is always going to be volatile. There's always a situation where your tank may die to a pull like that. So you just have to be super careful. I think it's just something that you're going to have teams progressing it, and even whenever they do get it consistent, it's not going to be fully consistent, and you're still going to have deaths here and there, and it is just going to happen. In the bottom left, Cheese is back after a little bit of a break, ready to prog again as they have Meladrusa and Draghar available. They're actually doing a lot more damage to Draghar than some of the other teams, but I think they drag him in a lot lower than other teams have been, Zyro. So that checks out.
Yeah, it definitely does check out. Check out Thunderstruck, though. Finally on a good run here. It's been a while. But getting it together, getting onto Lore Walker's Stone Step. But part of the problem with getting this particular time split that they're at is the Infestor Patrol. It comes right in front of the door at this section, so they actually have to wait for it. So killing Lore Walker Stone Step at the 720 mark It's essentially the same as killing it like the 7:35 mark because of how much time they have to wait for the infestor to run by. A little unfortunate, but as long as I can put together this courtyard pull cleanly, we could see an improvement from Thunderstruck up here. Direwolves doing a good job on their first pull as well. Actually, I mean, there's a lot of Sanguine healing, but to be honest, like, it doesn't look like it's gone that poorly for them, right? Like, it looks like it was a lot of initial Sanguine healing when they still had most of their like maximum DPS up on the board, right?
Somebody knocked that bomb.
So they were very quickly, easily able to burn through that extra healing.
Yeah. They had a very healthy Terrace entry, but if there's only one healthy Terrace entry, you're not too mad about it. So now they've grabbed Dragonflight and they're doing this pull into the boss that we've seen Jack die to a couple times. It's just so brutal. It takes a while to get online, and it takes a while to get consistent.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing this differently from every other team, right? Like, most other teams are trying to get this Dragonflight into the first pull as well, to get a little bit of extra cleave damage on it, and yeah, they might get a little extra Sanguine healing, but if this Dragonflight's at 50% when you pull it into the first boss instead of the full health like it is right now, that's less time your tank has to worry about tanking all of these bolts from the boss in addition to the steel barrages, which is kind of nice. And we have seen Jack go down at the end of this boss a couple times now to that extra damage he's taking out. He is a main source of damage taken on this fight. Look at his HP bar from that steel barrage, in addition to the bolts from the boss. It's just very, very dangerous.
Fortunately enough, like, you can block a lot of Dragonflight's damage. But the issue is, like, that on top of Meladrusa is going to be really, really dangerous. Like, he's not even taking... Okay, he is taking a lot of damage from Dragonflight. I would be lying if I said he wasn't taking that much from him, but a lot of the damage is from Meladrusa. And now Hullo has to focus his healing on a large portion of the group. It's not just healing that Jack can receive by himself. It's also healing from the Chill Storm, and there's also this Frost Overload phase that he has to save CDs for. And so... And then on top of that, if Jack accidentally gets hit by the Dragonflight charge, he lives somehow. We're okay. We B-res that. That's not a big deal.
Hold on, did I just see Chaz die without cauterizing first?
Well,
I'm gonna get mad.
Cauterize is a damage loss, Syro.
Yeah, but being dead is also a damage loss.
Yes. Being dead is a damage loss. The math does check out on that one. 0 damage is more than 2% damage loss.
Okay, in all reality, though, in the situation that Direwolves is in, where they need to go for the fastest runs possible in order to even have a chance of catching up to the top two teams, I don't hate them. I don't hate them going for that talent choice.
I think it's reasonable. Yeah.
A second point in Fevered Incantation, which is the crit damage when you have consecutive crits. It's like about a 2k DPS increase over taking Cauterize. It is that big. So just going for max DPS, and if you die, you'll probably just reset the run anyways. I guess I don't hate it. I think in every other non-time trial scenario, I would be mad at somebody for not taking Cauterize ever. This is one of the only scenarios where I think it makes sense to not run it.
The Wolves here are going to be able to kill the boss here in just a couple of moments. That 5-minute mark is the time that we're kind of looking for. Direwolves, I think, are going to be about 15 seconds north of that. But, hey, they're going to be able to make it past the first boss, which... Is this the first time we've seen them make it past this? I believe it is. Yeah, it'll be good for them. It'll allow them to get some practice. Legendary in the bottom right, we saw them have a wipe earlier. They've been slowly chugging away at this run. They may be able to put up like a 19-ish minute run, maybe even a little bit shorter, like an 18:30 or something like that, as Urquhart and Karaka start to dip a little bit lower. They did have a wipe. They've had anything but a perfect run, but overall they've been getting great practice, and they're starting to see the parts of the dungeon that we were talking about earlier that they absolutely need to see.
And also there's just that added little tiny dopamine boost of just putting a time on the board. Just being comfortable with having a time on the board and knowing that you know everything that needs to happen in the dungeon here. This is going to be a good push from here, actually. A good flying patrol from Karaka here. Even though Erhard is already pushed here, they're going to get a little bit of free damage onto Karaka, so it will be at about that 50% mark by the time the phase actually starts. So they'll probably have to deal with the full 3 Flame Spits, but at least they should be able to beat the 4th here. Army of the Dead already popped from Tobo here. Combustion already active from Wexy. Actually going to be running out pretty soon, too. Oh, but the first Flame Spits!
Oh,
what?
No.
What happened?
It was the
that
overlap with
Shout plus Flame Spit on the first one?
Yeah, it depends on when you push the boss.
Oh.
Nice.
Well,
not bad.
at least it happened to them on a run that wasn't their best run, right? This wasn't going to be the one that was on the books for sure.
Yeah, I would, you know, it's not great, but we saw the time that they were posting up. That was a practice run anyways, and so they were just trying to get something. No, they weren't even necessarily trying to get something posted. They were trying to see through the end of the dungeon, and they did, for all intents and purposes, so everything was fine.
Talking about practice. Keep an eye on Direwolves here on the top right, though. They are going for a double destroyer pull. Again, for some reason, I haven't been paying attention to the teams when they get to this first pull to see if they're doing the double destroyer pull. But this is the first confirmation that I've seen that teams are actually going for it. The fact that they're going for this on a 23 is pretty impressive. But look how close they are to that Shotcaster on the side when they're going for this pull. And the important thing to remember, no Priest in the group to Mind Soothe. But look at the Inferno damage on the group. These didn't get nerfed. Oh, man. That's going to be a wipe for Direwolves. Jeez, that damage. And I wonder if... I didn't quite see, but 40 did, like, no damage on this pull. I wonder if he died early on and just wasn't here for the initial part of the pull. That would make sense.
Well, he's not doing great damage. If you look at the damage meter, he's currently in 4th place, which... If you check the number of DPS in his group, there are only 3, so things are normally awry whenever you're in 4th as a DPS. And he was battling hard for 5th.
Oh yeah, Hollow was putting up a great fight there for sure.
It was a very tight race.
Yeah, that's actually something I want to watch back and see what actually happened, because I missed it.
30 minutes ago, I think we mentioned that I was worried about Thunderstruck, and now we're rapidly approaching the part where they may be eliminated ish. Not like they're actually going home, but it's like nearly impossible for them to come back.
Okay, yeah, I'm just watching this back now. At the very start of the poll, 40 gets the first living bomb while they're gathering things up, and he just straight up dies to that plus Cinderbolts. He died at the very start of the poll, so...
To the Cinderbolts too?
Yeah, the fact that they almost killed that pull off, just being down a DPS with army, you know, that shows just how doable that pull is. So okay, that's interesting. They're essentially doing MDI strat, right? It looks like double destroyer first, then you just kill off the 2 individual destroyers after, and then you're on to second.
Cheese did try a double destroyer previously. It's hard, but apparently it's doable.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Legendary in the bottom right, getting a decent amount of Sanguine healing. Actually, these knocks are starting to look pretty good. They were getting some Sanguine healing on the small mobs, but none of the big mobs have been Sanguine healed yet. And with Draghar into that first pull, I mean, things are looking pretty good if they're able to get this killed off. Okay. I like what I'm seeing from Legendary. Oh, are we playing this really safe? Are we killing Draghar here?
They're playing it Omega safe.
Omega safe meaning they have
no
40% of the count 1 minute into the dungeon. Omega safe, by the way.
Omega safe.
Yeah, I think maybe our definitions of Omega safe might be a little bit different, but if somebody linked the route and it had the Legendary first pull in it, I would ask them to link the actual route.
That or you're just playing with Dorky.
Yeah, you know, maybe that could be the case. And they really watch out for healing the boss. We saw them Sanguine heal 10 million HP on this boss last time we were here. And as it currently stands, we need to really make sure that we get good knocks on these Earth Shapers. Nice grip. I'm down for that. And the last Earth Shaper is looking to be at like 4% HP. Gets a nice bump from Blast Wave. We are vibing on the side of Legendary. Hey, they're going to be able to kill this boss so swiftly too because they don't have Dragger on top of them. I think that this might be a sub 5-minute split, Zyro.
It potentially could be. Now, it is a 23 tyrannical boss, right? And they do have to expend cooldowns specifically on these Frost Overload phases, so the boss's HP is extended just a little bit past what the actual HP bar is with that shield, right? But, about 2.5 to 3 minutes has been what it's taking teams to finish off this boss. And yeah, pulling the boss at the 2-minute mark, you would expect them to be around the 4.5 to 5-minute mark, so we should see a new best split on this boss for Legendary.
What are Cheese doing in the bottom left? Looks like they're just tagging some of these mobs in late as they focus down Draghar for a little bit. I think that, okay, so Direwolves aren't playing Draghar in their first pull-down. Instead, what Direwolves are doing
they
is
aren't even starting with it.
Yeah, they're not even starting with it. Instead, they take Draghar into the first boss, whereas both Cheese and Legendary so far have... Okay, Legendary kills Draghar and then pulls the boss, whereas Cheese gets Draghar to 20%, and they're like, this is the appropriate amount of HP for me, and then they take that into the boss. It's really interesting to see the difference in strategies of how these teams are approaching this first area.
If you're trying to go as efficiently as possible, pulling the Draghar into the boss at maybe like the 30 to 50% mark is probably the play because it's going to cleave down naturally by Fire Mage's Ignite, just plus any residual AoE from the Feral and Unholy DK, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the first pull, and from the first pull damage too, right? Mm-hmm. Problems for Legendary on their pull, though. Splat went down, they used the res on Splat, and then Wexy went down right after the fact as well, so it's going to be a reset from them.
I think that this just proves how difficult even the 23 Tyrannical boss is. We thought that playing it with Trash was hard.
Yeah.
And then we just wiped to the boss solo. This dungeon is brutal.
We had the statistic yesterday for what the fastest live key push time was for a 23 Tyrannical Ruby. Do we have that statistic for this dungeon as well? Like we had for
Temple? You're talking about the Temple? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can find it.
I don't know if we've had that stat yet, but I definitely would be interested to see in what that is.
Runs.
Well, while they get that ready for you guys, this is the end of my shift, and it's time for Makes to come back. I will see you guys later.
Welcome, Makes. You're here?
I might have just tricked production into doing multiple things at the same time.
Is Makes muted? Alright, well, Alright, it'll just be me by myself.
Test.
No.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, she's here. There we go.
Oh, welcome, Makes.
There we go. Production trolling me. Thank you. But yeah, I was watching, and I saw a message from someone that we might know in chat. I'm not sure if the name 40 rings a bell, Tuddles.
Semi-familiar with him, yeah.
Yeah. There was. I'm just gonna read it out.
Okay.
It said WTS plus 23 Ruby Life pulls in time. DM for info.
Well, I got terrible news for him. I don't know what the odds are of him being able to even complete the 23 Ruby Life pulls in time, because after having watched them frog the dungeon for a couple hours, we got a fat 0. I don't know. I think the S part of that
so
involves
toxic.
Completion, right?
How are you so toxic? What the heck, dude?
Well, I'm just trying to protect the buyers of chat, okay? I'm a man of the people. I'm the people's champion, and so I'm trying to protect the buyers and let them know what they're getting themselves into.
Holy. All right, I have another fact for you. We just got told the fastest time on these affixes, and it's 23 minutes and 15 seconds as fastest team, and it's actually a team that includes Clicks, Gingy, and Miris that put in that time.
Okay. It's actually quite swift. I'm trying to find the fastest 23 in total. I've clicked through a lot of pages. I'm almost there.
Yeah, that is going to take a while, speaking out of experience, but I'm just checking the overall to see where we're at. So Cheese are back in, or still in that Ruby Life Pulse trying to fasten their route, and Legendary are also in that Ruby Life Pulse. Now, Thunderstruck looking to upgrade their temple. What are Wolves doing? Last time we saw them also in that Ruby.
They just wiped in the Ruby. Yeah, they may be on a break, but they've been progressing the Ruby life pools. They haven't been trying to improve their time in Algeth'ar Academy. Realistically, that's one of the dungeons. That and Temple of the Jade Serpent is something that they probably need to revisit at some point. But maybe actually just the Temple of the Jade Serpent. I don't even know if they need to revisit the AA anymore. But yeah, they've just been progging the Ruby. They haven't made it through the first boss yet. It's tough.
They have. They made it through the first boss. They just didn't make it much further. So we saw them put in a time at like 5:20 at Melodrosa, which was not bad. But then chaos ensued from there when they tried to do the double destroyer just now, right?
Okay, well in the past hour and a half, I don't know if they made it through the first boss. It's been a tough one for the Wolves. The first boss has been owning.
They just did though.
Wait, when? When was that?
Just right before I hopped on, they died to the double destroyer.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm trolling then.
Weren't you even talking about that? Like, you were part of this conversation.
Oh, wait. Okay, so they made it through one time.
Yeah.
Okay, they made it through. They made it through once.
Recent.
Legendary's made it through the first boss a couple of times, and Cheese has been the most consistent at the first boss.
Yeah.
It seems like Cheese are gearing up to put up a legitimate time in Ruby Life Pools here in a moment. Not yet, but soon. Okay. I may have just made some stuff up in the past couple of minutes, but I will not make this one up. The fastest Ruby Life Pools is a 21:35 by some Korean players.
All right.
It was on Tyrannical Bursting
really fast.
Grievous. Yeah, so it was quite swift. But even still, our only Ruby posted right now with a full wipe, or actually we didn't even have a full wipe, with 4 deaths and almost a wipe at the very end of the dungeon was 18 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, I'm looking at Thunderstruck, right? Thunderstruck, if they want a chance to get in those top 2 places, they need a better tempo time. There's no way around it. They're trying to do just that right now, but it's not looking too great. They pulled this boss with like 14:45 on the clock, which is already like over a minute slower than what Legendary put in earlier. But they might just slice off enough of their time to get back into competition with a Legendary. Now, they also still need to go into that Ruby Life Pulse, right?
Yes. See, this is the biggest concern for me, is like, it's not necessarily the fact that they've been in Temple all day. It's looking at the other teams and how long they've taken to prog this Ruby Life Pools. That's where I'm like, oh, goodness. Thunderstruck is in a tough position here. Their 12:28 split on Liu Flameheart is not awful, but I don't even know. Does that even take time off of their 17:22 previous best? That's what I'm really worried about. Like, how much time, if any, are they going to be able to even take off of this?
I think we're probably looking at 20 seconds at most, what they can shave off. So coming in around those 17 minutes. Just looking at what they have, right? They have one more soul phase right now, and then they still need to get through nearly half of the boss's HP, which is going to cost them some time. And if I'm looking, I mean, we're going to get army ready in like 5 death coils. I don't think Incarn's coming back up. We do have PI.
In 5 death
it's
coils.
True. Yeah, I mean, the seconds are wrong, so we need new measurements. But yeah, there it goes. Army and PI are being used. So now the boss should melt just a little bit more. But I mean, look at the timer. We're already down 16:45. Boss is melting, but it is going to come close to those 17 minutes, which is definitely not enough for them to kind of lock this one in, unfortunately.
The problem that I now see, okay, so 16:56, not that bad. there is a major issue where the top two teams right now have a 16-10 and a 15-24 in that dungeon. So you are still behind nearly a minute behind the second place team, and you haven't posted a Temple of the Jade Serpent behind the first place team. And that's where I'm really concerned for Thunderstruck, at least that they're able to get that done, though. And if they can make short work of this Ruby, they might have a chance. But with how long Prog has taken in this dungeon, it's going to be tough for them. Look at Legendary here, as now they're pulling this Destroyer.
Yeah, they have a really good Meladrissa time. So 5 minutes is very, very good. That's the fastest split on Meladrissa we've seen so far. And they now need to get through this trash here, but it's only going to be one Destroyer, right?
I've seen Cheese break 5 minutes, I think twice, but it's been like 4:58 or something like that, right? Like 4:55.
Okay.
And they never, they didn't finish any of those runs. None of those runs, all of those runs died, but it was only like 2 seconds gained. So yeah, the 5 minutes is a great time. I'm not gonna complain.
All right, let's see how they can move on. 0 deaths on the timer for Legendary in the top left. Cheese, of course, are gonna go again. And in the bottom left, you're looking at the leaderboard. Now, we're still waiting for the Wolves. I think they're on break.
Ooh, what the?
But we are entering halftime, question mark, Tattles.
Thunderstruck is in Shadow Moon with a 1304.
That's their best dungeon.
I hate that. I hate it so much. And the reason I hate it is because shaving off 1 second in Shadow Moon is the same as shaving off 1 second in Temple of the Jade Serpent or shaving off 1 second in Ruby Life Pools, and we haven't even posted a time in Ruby Life Pools, so I'm really, really worried about why we are in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Unless they are going to take 1 minute off of this timer... Okay, alright, please explain.
I'll try to explain. Just looking at our dungeons, the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is the fastest key, right? So if you're looking to shave off time in any of the dungeons, then it's the smartest decision to try and shave off time in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, because you're going to get more runs out of that dungeon in the given time, right? You can potentially run more Shadow Moon Burial Grounds than you can any other dungeon. Now the question is, what do they think they can shave off, having already posted the fastest time in here? We're going to see, I believe that's the same comp that they were running with the Shadow Priest and the Mage? Or were they running DK before?
They were playing this composition. They were playing exactly this comp.
Okay.
Because that was something because Jay is both the DK player and the Mage. So this was the same comp that they were playing, because the criticism of them has always been like, I wish we had both.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also wish we always had DK, so...
Caster bias showing for the co-commentator.
I gotta have my unholy DK friends as back. Come on. You do the same for the Moonkins. I will hear none of it. But look at Thunderstruck go. I'm really curious.
Really long time.
I mean, we have the better druids back in, which is a feral, so...
Co-commentator taking slights at me. I don't know why.
Sorry. But yeah, Thunderstruck are back in it. They're definitely thinking that they can do something differently here, which is... we're going to keep an eye out for what's going on there. Legendary have pulled Kokia, so... Ooh. They should be getting on their way to get that boss killed off, and then we're going to see another split time out of them, which is really cool. Last time they progressed in this dungeon, they had a wipe at the final boss and didn't post a time, and it was only majorly a practice run, right? They were trying to figure out when they can pull what and how their damage timings are going to come around and what pulls are doable. So this time, this should be a more, how we're going to say, a more... real attempt to put a good time in this dungeon.
A real attempt. This one for realsies. I think the time we're looking for here is about... attempt. The time we're looking for from here is about 12:30 or so. We know that if they put up like a 12:30 to 12-minute time here, Legendary on a real attempt. And it's looking good. They have Kokia down to about that 50% mark, of course. On a 23 Tyran, you have to, on this key level in general, you have to chew through a lot of HP from these adds, which loses you a decent amount of boss damage. But with the composition they're running, particularly with that Fire Mage, the Fire Mage is able to dump his whole combustion into that add, and you can kind of predict how much DPS you're going to need from the other players and then instead allocate it to the boss. I like this strategy that we're seeing from Legendary here about how they're kiting the boss around and they're going to be ending up at that end gate. We saw Cheese doing something similar earlier, and I think that this saving so much time is going to be a pretty big time save, especially compared to something that you would do on live.
Yeah, speaking of Cheese, their Melodrissa time is really good this time around. They have 4 minutes 35 seconds. That's crazy fast. So we're gonna see how that is going to go here. But they came to fight this time around. I love that split.
Okay. We also know in their 18-minute run, they had around the 5-minute timer on the Melodrissa split. We also know they lost somewhere in the order of 40 seconds at the very end of the dungeon due to deaths to the flame spits. Legendary what?
Legendary.
Did you see what happened? I didn't see what they wiped to.
I did not, but I'll watch the replay. I want to say it was a curb, but we're gonna figure it out.
The boulder hit the curb.
Yeah, just whenever something goes wrong with Kokia Blazeoof, that's my first instinct, but we're gonna see whether or not that is correct in a few seconds, I think. They had the boss down, like, over half of her HP. So something must have gone, like, very wrong there. Either an interrupt, so that could also be, right? An interrupt that was missed, but my gut says it was a curb. We'll see.
Okay, in the bottom right, we saw Thunderstruck.
Right.
They started the first boss of Shadow Moon, but have also had a bit of a mishap, incurring a wipe and having to restart that dungeon. They currently have the best time at 13:04. It's hard to know how they're going to improve their time in here, though.
Yeah. I am pretty sure that ball just exploded in the face of Legendary. I just watched it back. It looked pretty sussy. So, Kokia was nearly dead. Then, unfortunately, everything went red.
A sussy boulder. Oh, I hate to see that.
Yeah, unfortunately. But that just means they can have another go and look really good, what we saw from them so far. So hopefully they can redo that. And Cheese also redid their run after having that really good split. I'm not really sure what happened over there, but I assume something went wrong with the trash pulls that they did. Maybe they pulled a dragon or something. Yeah, I think they got infight with a dragon. That's banned.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, there's a problem whenever you go too fast where you don't know where the dragon is going to be. So with Cheese here, their first boss split was, some would say, too quick, and then the dragon may have been in a weird spot. Now, this is a good problem to have because we can predict where the dragon is for future attempts, but it's not great to lose our 435 run.
But they already did it once, which means they can do it again.
Yes.
And that way, they should just see it as a confidence boost.
I agree that there is precedence now for them to be able to do it again, which is a big deal.
Yeah, for sure.
And if they don't, we're going to be hypercritical.
All right. Thunderstruck just finished their Sedana split, and I'm looking back at what they had logged in, and they had 2 minutes 8 in their first SPG that we tracked from them. So this is definitely slower, at least in the first split. Now the question is, where do they think they can shave off the time, right? Is it that first pull? I would assume it's maybe that first pull, because that's a big one. But maybe they think they can be more efficient with what they're pulling into Nalish if they do both packs instead of one. Or deal with the spiders differently. We'll see. They definitely keep going for now.
Yeah, so Nihilish gets pulled. They do have an Exhumed Spirit shackled off to the side. Velo's going to be tagging one of the packs. Mike's going to be tagging the other into Nalish. And once the Soul Sever comes out... Oh, Lamike is actually grabbing both of these packs. But once the Soul Sever cast goes out, all of these ads get stunned. They get stunned for somewhere in the order of 30 seconds. Basically have 30 seconds to be able to kill them off, otherwise you die. You also do see that Oppressing Roar into a Deep Breath stun, and so we're just trying to CC these mobs, make sure no Dominates are going off. And then now the Soul Steal is going up. You kill the ad from your Soul Steal, and those mobs remain stunned while you have a damage buff. And so this is going to be a big deal for Thunderstruck. And I don't know how they're going to... I still don't know how they're supposed to make up time. 13:04 is their previous best.
We're gonna watch and see.
Yeah.
They're definitely taking both of the packs in here, which, if I remember correctly, not all of the teams did. I'm not sure if Thunderstruck was one of the teams that did. I would assume so, because they were the one that kind of pioneered the mage among Monka into this SBG, so they definitely pulled around it and make sure they had those big pulls where Combust can go brrr, but we'll see how quick they can actually be.
Is that the sound of the mage going from 3rd place in DPS to 1st place?
Yeah, that's what, like, have you ever played with a mage? You just go like, brrr, and then that's it?
I try to stay as far away from mages as possible.
That's understandable. I do the same with boomkins, and yet here we are.
Okay. No comment again, throwing shade at me.
Tulsi, I don't get to cast with you very often, so I kind of have to let it all out.
Massive hate. Thunderstruck, they had the Soul Sever cast go off on their players, but then they killed Nihilish. They don't have the Exhumer to skip, but this is fine. This is not going to be that much of a time loss. Once the players do reach this trash area, they will be coming out of the that phase.
Yeah, that's true. You can just use it to not stay in place, keep moving. They put down the wild mark to meet, so they know where they're coming out because they can't see each other. And now we go big, I would assume.
Let's see.
Yeah. All the spiders. In they come. Let's see. Oh,
okay.
Rescue.
We let a cast go off. It's not the end of the world. Okay, it's a 3 spider pull. I was interested to see if they were going to pull a 5 spider pull, but I was a bit concerned because I don't know how they do that with their kicks, but it makes sense that we're only doing 3 here. And we just rotate range kicks on one of them.
Yeah, wolves are now back. They're back in that Ruby Life pulls, trying to make up some time here, but having some trouble with that very scary first pull. Cheese on their side wiping before they could really reach the boss. Legendary looking good though.
Jack
made it
goes
through
down
to the boss.
Jack goes down for probably the hardest pull of Ruby Life pulls for the Dire Wolves, and that's going to be a wipe and reset again. Run it back.
Yep, that's just what they do in this format here. They often run it back, as the kids say. That's something they have to do in order to get those big pulls running. And Thunderstruck is actually running it forward and being in the best dungeon that they have. Now, Petals, 6 minutes ago, our halftime alarm popped off. So we have reached a halftime of today's tournament day, which means team now have less than 2.5 minutes to start their very last run and get into those top 2 places.
Makes Thunderstruck or wiping, but their Nihilish split is
not great.
35, almost 45 seconds faster than their previous Nihilish split. So whatever they're doing,
if you're Thunderstruck,
working.
You need more than that.
Well, we need Ruby Life pulls at some point
much
too.
More. Yeah.
Yes. How much time do they need to make up for over legendary? Okay, hold on. Can we get the leaderboard? I need to think. Oh, how much time
you need a leaderboard to think?
Well, yes. Okay.
2.5 minutes.
That's not good.
So if they can shave off 1 minute, okay, let's say it is possible to be, you said 45 seconds, let's say it's possible to be even faster than that. Let's say they can put in a time that's 1 minute faster in the Shadow Moon Burial runs, which I think is basically not possible, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. So if that is possible, then they still need to go someplace else, find 1.5 minutes, and put a comparable Ruby Life Pulse time to Cheese/Legendary wherever they come out on top of it.
Yes, that is exactly what's wrong here with this situation, because they're down a bit over 30 seconds in the Algeth'ar Academy. They're down a minute 20 in Temple of the Jade Serpent. And so even if we are a minute faster in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, like Meg said, still in quite a tough spot, and we haven't progged.
Okay,
Ruby
chat
Light
is
Pools.
getting confused.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I misspoke. Could be. I sometimes do. So the teams have 2.5 hours to start their last run. A little less than that now. And
Yes.
between Thunderstruck and Legendary, there's 2.5 minutes. So both of these numbers were said, hopefully. But yeah, there you go. So it's 17 minutes 59 for Legendary, and then 2018 for Thunderstruck. So it's roughly 2.5 minutes if my math is mathing. I'm not mathnos, so. But in my brain, it makes sense.
I follow as well. I think you're making perfect sense here.
Good.
Let's check
All
out.
right.
All right. Thunderstruck in the bottom right. Looking at Sedana Blood Fury again. That timer that we're looking to beat is around the 2-minute mark. Somewhere in between 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 10 seconds is a good Sedana Blood Fury time. Just looking around the horn here, top left, we got Legendary. Slightly slow Meladrusa, 5:16, not the fastest we've seen of the day, but they still haven't posted a time in Ruby Life Pools. They've had a couple of wipes pretty late into this dungeon. They're continuing to prog this. They're getting more and more consistent with their first pull. We're starting to see more and more runs from them go deep into this dungeon, which is absolutely phenomenal. And then for Cheese put up a heater of Meladrusa split, and then they have yet to be able to replicate that at any point. Legendary have pulled Flame Gullet and wiped a Flame Gullet. Yes.
Yeah, that's actually not Flame Gullet. That's Flamme Gullet. Please get it right in future. But yeah,
From the
that's
United
not ideal.
States. I speak English really well.
Well, Dratnos said it's that, and he, as far as I know, is also from the United States. So.
Well, he's from he's from one of those islands actually. That's off of the coast of Europe.
Okay.
It's the one that's no longer part of Europe actually. They exited or something.
Yeah, I heard of that. We try to forget about it though. But yeah, Thunderstruck on their way to Nalish again. This time, their Sedana timer is on 2 minutes 22, which is still a little bit slower than what we saw them do in the first time they posted those 13 minutes for. But I think we're going to see the same Nalish pull once again once Nalish has been downed just a little bit. They don't want to pull it too early, otherwise they have to deal with it. But now the mic is going to go in. We see the charge, we see the leap, we see another charge, and then all of this trash is going to come in. And soon enough, Nalish will put everybody into the Soul Phase. Planar Shift comes first into Void Vortex. Next one up is going to be the Soul Phase, and that's when they kind of go half AFK, I want to say. You can see all of the Exhumers, Dominators, they're not doing anything anymore. You just explained that. I'm just reiterating. And that will allow that mage to do a lot of damage once he comes out of that phase here with the extra damage amp. It should be super, super good, and they should be able to just get rid of all of that trash very quickly.
Okay, Makes, I have somebody who decided to tweet at me, and they stated, why don't you just let Jay cook? They have a super secret Shadow Moon Burial Ground strat that's going to shave off multiple minutes. So,
Multiple minutes!
Makes, I have a question. Have you thought about just letting Jay cook?
Yes, that we actually eliminated that team yesterday, but I guess now Jay's the one cooking.
Have you thought about letting Jay cook?
I mean, that's what they're trying to do right now, but multiple minutes? That's what they said?
Multiple minutes. They said
that's
4.
more than one. They know that, right?
They did state 4.
Multiple means more than 4. 4 minutes. An SVG key in 9 minutes.
Yes. Thought about just letting him cook, okay?
If that's the case, we should really let Dr. J cook. I mean, 4 minutes would be really good for Thunderstruck, but I'm gonna be a little bit of a Dobby Doubter and say I don't think that's possible. But again, I'm happy to be proven wrong on that one.
Was that the German version of a Debbie Downer?
No, like if you doubt, you're a Dobby Doubter.
A Dobby Doubter. Oh my goodness, it's it is the German version of a Debbie Downer.
No, a Debbie Downer is someone that's sad. a doubter is someone that doubts something. It's obvious.
Ah, yes, of course. The legend of the Dobby Doubter. Okay.
I'm happy to bring new things to this broadcast always.
In a Peter positive note, in the top left, Legendary are making a great attempt at Meladrissa Chillworm. And they're going to need to see, ideally, a sub 5-minute split on this. Again, that's the number that we're looking for. Direwolves, in the bottom left, have been farmed by this pull a couple of times. And now they've actually adapted the pull. So they were previously getting farmed by the pack without Draghar, and now they decided that Draghar needs to be pulled into this first pack to allow them more consistency on the first boss. And so there's been just a little bit of a progression curve as to what we're going to be seeing from the Direwolves. I think that they're going to ideally be able to get through Meladrissa here in the next 20 minutes. If they don't, I'm really, really worried. But
yeah, that's true. That should be among the possible things, but we're going to wait and see. I mean, yesterday it was also like that, right? I got really worried that none of the teams, or like one of the teams, won't be able to post a temple time at all, and that was going to be the deciding factor. I'm starting to get the same feeling again, with only one team having a Ruby Life Pulse time posted at all. But yesterday it kind of worked out for most of the teams, so I'm just going to wait and see and be confident in the skill of our players, who are all wonderful, and I'm sure they will be able to do that as Legendary approaches more so the end of that Meladrissa fight. It is 23 tyrannical, so all of the bosses, even though there's only 3 in that Ruby Life Pulse, they just feel so long. We're going to be here for a while.
Alright. Taking a look at Thunderstruck here, as they are the only team that's not in that Ruby Life Pools. They have not progressed this Ruby Life Pools at all, which is a bit of cause of concern, but it seems like they're going to be able to save somewhere in the order of 45 seconds in the Shadow Moon. They saved at least 45 seconds on their previous Nihilish split. Now, whether or not that actually equates to them saving 45 seconds is yet to be seen. It would be quite ideal if they were able to save 45 seconds, and I think that they're going to be healing the boss and wiping here. Yes.
Yeah, that's a go again.
I hate to see that one. Don't love that.
I mean, if you're going back into your best dungeon, then sure. I think even if you have like 1 or 2 deaths during a boss fight that you can't recover, then that's already reason enough to run it back. Because you, at this point, are looking for the perfect run that's potentially going to shave you off 4 minutes of this SPG. So, really, you need to have everything go right.
What's the best win con for Thunderstruck here, Mix? They need to, like, slam
get through
Ruby
this SPG as fast as possible. Yeah. So, right now, they really, like, if they think there's big time to be gained in this SPG, then their game plan has to be shave off however many minutes you can think you can make, and then run into that Ruby Life Pulse as fast as you can and get a good time there. Like a time that is not only close to what Legendary and Cheese are doing, but competitive, because you want to get into those top 2 spots, right? And if you can't shave off 2.5 minutes, which is what you're currently behind, then you need to find them in the Ruby Life Pulse, because you won't have time to run anything else, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So I guess they need to have the first best Shadow Moon Burial Grounds by a lot, and the first best Ruby Life Pools also by an equally large amount. It's possible, but I think that it starts with them finishing the Shadow Moon now, because Cheese have been progressing this Ruby Life Pools for about 2 hours at this point, maybe even more than 2 hours, and they have only posted 2 runs in total. One of those was with a full wipe, and then one of those was with 4 deaths in probably 40 seconds of time lost because of those deaths. And Legendary hasn't posted a time. Direwolves has made it past the first boss once, and so we are really, really struggling in this Ruby Life Pulse. Kind of similar. This feels very reminiscent of the Temple of the Jade Serpent we had yesterday, where it was like teams got really walled for a long time, and then it's like, oh, this isn't a 2-hour endeavor. This is like a 5-hour endeavor. to be able to do this.
Yeah, pretty much. Notably, Legendary is on a very good split right now. It's not as fast as what we saw from Cheese a couple tries ago, but 4 minutes 45 is, I believe, the fastest one we've seen out of Legendary just yet. And in their previous run, they had a little bit of an oopsie happening with some ball on curb action. So they're running it back, trying to get this one finished and actually post a time for the first time in this Ruby Life Polls. They're finished with most of the trash up there. They will be moving on to Kokia, I believe, after this Destroyer. And we'll see how they do there. But I'm pretty confident in this being a potentially very good run for Legendary.
This is looking quite good for them. They need to make sure that no dragons get pulled. That's been an issue that the teams have been running into a couple of times. So whenever you've watched MDI Cup weekends, more often than not, you don't see the dragons getting pulled, and the teams have an exact timer on where the dragons are supposed to be at what point. They know pretty much with definitive purposes like where the dragon is supposed to be flying in its patrol. With these, the teams are learning pretty much every single pull where the dragon is going to be. What happens whenever we have a split that's 5 minutes long? What happens whenever we have a split that's 4:45 long? Where the dragon patrol is going to be? Are we going to have to slow down and wait? Are we going to have to really hit the gas pedal and run all the way through to not pull that dragon? Because those things are the type of things that will wipe you pretty consistently in this dungeon, especially at this MDI last stand level. So just learning, as you do see in the top left. Thunderhead's walking around, but we're doing okay. Legendaries, we've backed our way into the cubby, and so Thunderhead should be planted by the time we come out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So I was actually mistaken. It was the semi-last Destroyer, but this one should be the last one that they're doing, and they're just chewing through that. Now, like you said, they need to watch out for those dragons as they're dodging around. There's one behind them, so they should be okay here as they move on to Kokia. Oh, they still need to wait for that one to disappear, but then they can. Okay, there we go. That direction.
Minus 10
I sometimes
seconds.
get dizzy in the ring. Yeah, it is a few seconds that they're losing, but it's not too bad because they can take all of these little Scorchlings into boss and then pull there. But they're opting to pull to this side first.
Yes.
It's interesting.
It's
because they're coming from the other side.
The wall. Yeah. It's because they want to end the boss at the wall. So, but Thunderhead's gonna plant back there.
Okay, but on the other side but on the other side there's a fire dragon, notably, that's also going to come back. So I'm a little bit scared now, but we'll see. Hopefully that works. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I believe. Actually,
there's a lot of dragons,
Yeah, something that you pointed out that was actually spot on is like picking up the Scorchlings. I think that's something that a lot of teams or a lot of players maybe miss, because whenever you run like a normal route of Ruby Life Pools, you're a couple of count over. Say you're 5 to 10 count over, and you don't necessarily need all the Scorchlings. With this route that these MDI teams are running, they need every single Scorchling in order to be able to skip the double dragons with the route that they're playing. And it's really easy to miss them. It's quite easy to miss the ones that are underneath Thunderhead. And so whenever he flew around, just the ability to be able to grab those instantly, I think that's so sick.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good to get those in there and make sure now that you have all of the space. You need to be so careful with where you're baiting these boulders that we've seen time and time again. Kokia down to 44%. I'm just looking across the board. Direwolves took the Defiler into Melodrussa and had quite some time there with him. But they're also chewing through this boss fight, or at least are trying to. Lots of damage going out on to the wolves. Cheese restarting once again. Legendary now close to the point where they wiped the last time. They're making really, really good space. And I like this boulder. That's a very good boulder.
I like the boulders. I hate where they have the boss, because this puts them in... there's the potential for the boulder to hit the curb, like you called it earlier. And
yeah, that could happen just now, but it's not gonna.
Yep. All right, good news. We did not curb our tires.
Yep, we're gonna get more boulders though. Boss is not just over yet. There's going to be a
split
spawn.
is
They're getting very close. And they're very good on time. Let's check. One more boulder. That's not going to hit anything. And now I think you can even call the commit. You're just interrupting that extra fire that was spawned. I'm going to make sure that the roaring blazes don't get through. And you just melt this boss. Thundering coming in at the great time. Boulder. Ooh. But this one is going to go great for them as they get a Kokia split of 12 minutes 16. That's very good.
Yeah, that's 15 seconds faster than our previous best Kokia split. That was put up by Cheese a little bit earlier. And on top of the 18-minute mark that Legendary have to beat to be able to beat Cheese in this dungeon, that was done by Cheese with 4 deaths from the Kokia split towards the end of the boss here. And so if Legendary able to minimize their deaths to have 0, this should be really good. But this pull that they're doing on the side of Legendary in the top left is incredibly dangerous. They even lust it on a 23 Tyrannical. They're making sure to lust all of this trash as they have Tempest Channelers. They have all of these Shock Casters, the High Channelers in here as well. We need to make sure that we're getting interrupts.
The biggest point here has to be the Sanguine, right? The one thing that you cannot have happen is Sanguine under Rivali. You need to get everything out of there before it dies. That's not always an easy task, but you can see Lipan walk around in circles trying to get those mobs someplace else. There is one more Channeler that's very close to Rivali, and it is dropping. I think it's going to die as Rivali gets interrupted, but the feet are in the puddle. There's going to be a little bit of Sanguine, but they're able to claw it out. Now they need a little bit more trash count, which they're gonna grab now as the boss does its little RP spawn event, and then we go into boss. I really like this from Legendary. Wow.
We might see a 17-minute run.
I would love to.
That pull was perfect. That pull was perfect. If they're able to get through this boss cleanly with 1 death on the board in total, they might be able to put up a 17-minute run in this dungeon, which I don't want to say that would make them fully safe from elimination, but that is going to be a phenomenal time if they're able to get through this clean. Splat is taking an insane amount of damage, and there's so much damage that is coming out just from this dungeon. It is a 23 Tyrannical. The key level is super high, and they need to make sure that they're not wiping, but things are looking phenomenal for Legendary here.
Okay, don't get too excited just yet. The boss fight isn't over, and we've seen teams wipe to Stormwayne and Karaka. This fight is not easy. There's a lot of fire damage. There's a lot of dodging that needs to be done. Sometimes there's other stuff happening which we don't really understand, but for now it is going to be Legendary against Stormwayne and Karaka, and they're trying to push this boss into phase. No Bloodlust available. They do have some cooldowns. I would think that they're holding on to them to make sure they have them for phase 2, but just keep your eyes on those HP bars. They're actually taking so much damage every time these fire debuffs come out, and now they're in a little bit of a rough spot as the fire goes towards that statue that they were holding on to try and not have to move in the extra winds that come in. But they're doing really, really good here. Make sure that you have good push timing, nothing where stuff is going to explode in your face. Yeah.
So we're taking a little bit of a back with fire. But this should be a good push. Okay.
And
so I think
this is where cooldowns come in, right?
Yep, we already burned the combust even.
Here we go.
While the boss was doing that flame breath, what do we get? Like 2 flame spits here? I think that we should only get 2 rounds of flame spits at the absolute most.
I agree. I think you kind of plan around this. This is number 1 that we're getting. Look at the damage. Splat trying to stay alive here. Everything's getting popped. Thundering assisting the team here. And look at the damage that they're pushing out. They might only get 1. Karaka down to 1%. Knocked out of the park. And it is only Stormwayne that they're now dealing with. And their time is so good. That army there towards the end really assisting and getting that single target damage on to the dragon. I want to ask Tobo if he's playing Gargoyle. I'm pretty sure he is at this point. Very, very nice. I love this. They're down to 16-33. Tobo going down here. I wanted a reply, but not that fast. They're going to use a battle rest and 10% remaining on that boss. 17 minutes, I think, is a very good call.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. As the boss dips to 5% HP, if they're able to put up a 17-minute timer, that's going to be 1 minute faster than Cheese's previous best in that dungeon.
Wow.
All right, 17:01 as Legendary posts their first time in Ruby Life Pools, and they have a 50-second lead over Cheese. Wow.
That is really good. I mean, if you're Legendary, that basically... I mean, it's not 100%, right? There could always other stuff going on. But that is so good for them. Also, really good. Thunderstruck underbid their Sedana split by 1 second. Now they're on to Nalish. They're looking really good here. We're on 3 minutes, 45 seconds, close to 4 minutes. We're going to come out at like 4:30, I think. Most of the trash is getting eliminated right now. And that should be a very, very good second split for them on that Nalish. But once again, they kind of need to get into that Ruby Life Pools that's waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that they're going to be able to improve their Nalish split by 1 minute, but is it going to be enough for them to be able to... Because they're going to have to, first off, I think need to one-shot this dungeon. Like, we talked about them one-shotting the dungeon 4 attempts ago. They need to be able to finish up this run, get out of this dungeon, and then get into that Ruby Life Pools. And then their path to progression involves them being able to be the best team in Ruby Life Pools, which is possible, but it's going to be quite hard with a multiple-hour disadvantage in that dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely right. Direwolves are going at this dungeon for quite some time now, and they haven't even really made it to that second boss yet. So if you're Thunderstruck, you kind of have to wonder... Or if you're looking at Thunderstruck, you kind of have to wonder what their game plan is, right? Because they must see how hard this Ruby Life Pool is once again. Production is showing us the timer, 2 hours left until that final run can be started. And unless they specifically, by accident, practiced for this exact run, then I think that's a map that looks incredibly intimidating.
All right. So I'm going to leave you, Makes, with something that's equally as intimidating as the Ruby Life Pools, having to cast with Dratnos.
Wow. Goodbye. Hello, Dratnos. I cannot hear Dratnos. I'm not sure if you can, chat, but I'm sure we're going to figure it out in a couple of seconds. There we go. Hello, Dratnos.
Pause, champ? Okay, nice. We're here.
Nice.
Yeah, it's always good to be joining right when Tettles is leaving. That's the best time to get pretty much anywhere, so... Glad to be here.
How do you, so watching from the sidelines, how do you feel about that SPG that we're seeing Thunderstruck in? Of course, Legendary Ruby Life Pools, 17 minutes, wow. But what about this one?
Yeah. So looking at the overall scorecard, Thunderstruck's path to qualification is getting very narrow. I feel like the Shadow and Burial Grounds as well is likely to be... It's very hard to see how this would work out for them because, look at their previous time here of 13:04. It's already the best time of any team in the tournament. So if they can improve this time, how much can they improve it by, right? Maybe 30 seconds if things go really well? Maybe a minute in ultra best case? But if we look at that leaderboard, right? Thunderstruck have more than a minute if they caught up to Cheese's time in Azure Vault. They have 40 seconds in Algeth'ar Academy. They have more than a minute in Temple. Now, maybe they feel less confident in their ability to get those times, but I feel like if they want to go for that second place, if they want to make it into the top 2 and get to MDI Global Finals, not only do they have Ruby Life Pool is a lot of work to do in that dungeon, only 2 hours to do it in. I think that if they were doing another dungeon, it would make sense to target one where there was more time available. But if this could be a 12-minute Shadow and Burial Grounds, then that could be good. That would be really good for them. That would be the
How do you feel about the 4-minute call?
A 4-minute Shadow Moon would be really good.
Yeah, but if they could do the possibility of it is what I'm questioning. So they're on to Boma. They have a really good Nalish split, right? We're not going to ignore that. That's a really good Nalish split. But they're on to Bone Maw. And if they wanted to shave off 4 minutes of the SPG, they would kind of need to kill this boss, the next one, and the remaining trash within, let me check the timer. Yeah, 1 minute. So that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, so if their previous best bone moss split was 10-10, if they can improve that to 9, then they're on pace for a 12-minute overall, right? And that's really good. Like a 12-minute overall Shadow Moon, that's a total time gain that's worth them coming to this dungeon. 12:30 may be still worth as well, but they'll still have to do a quick ruby and then another dungeon. But if they can get 12 minutes out of this dungeon, that would be their path to really still being in the hunt for this. If they can't, then they're starting to get into this territory of like, wow, we have 2 hours and we have to do 2 or 3 more dungeons, including one that we haven't done at all yet. And that's where things are going to start getting really, really tight for them. Bone Maw is dying here, but it's going to die probably around that 9:30 mark. So maybe if they're really quick in the rest of the dungeon, maybe they can get like a 12:15 out of this. I mean, that would be really good. That would be a big time improvement.
Yeah, that would be a big time improvement, but then you still kind of need to go into that Ruby Life Pulse, and with Legendary having such a good Ruby Life Pulse time, you're now looking to beat Cheese, who have even more time gap on you than Legendary did prior to finishing Ruby Life Pulse. And Cheese are still looking to improve their Ruby Life Pulse time, so really it comes down to how quick can you be in that Ruby Life Pulse. Now, what they have in their corner is that Dr. J is a mage main, has been playing mage forever and always. So that's kind of something that they can rely on, that they're really good with mage and Ruby Life Pulse, I feel like. That should be an argument. But
yeah,
I don't know about anything else. Like, the affixes in this key is looking very rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Sanguine key as well, which, Sanguine is probably not something that they have practiced in most of these dungeons. They probably have a default ideas for how they want to handle most of these dungeons, but you do need to it's not just like strategize, but just get the muscle memory of how the pulls work with Sanguine, and you need some time to do that, and they're only going to be leaving themselves with 90 minutes to get that Ruby Life Pools, and realistically they probably need the Ruby Life Pools and another good dungeon as well in the remaining 2 hours today. So yeah, it's getting rough here for Thunderstruck, but every second that they could improve in Shadow Moon would be good for them. I think they're on pace here for a 12:30, which would be, that's like right on the line where maybe it was worth it to come here. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but we'll see how they do. They're on to Ner'zhul. They have their 100%, and this boss does take a little bit of time, but it is 22 fortified, so maybe that sub 1 minute shave off or over 1 minute shave off their timer is possible. That would be very good for Thunderstruck, but not the end of everything. They still need to do more in order to qualify for those top 2 spots, which is what they're looking to do. But for now, it is Ner'zhul which is in the way of them doing just that, and they want to get through this boss as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they do have their Lust, which they're holding here. Holding Lust for PI, perhaps. And that might be, yeah, okay, here comes the Vampiric Embrace. And once that Power Infusion has like 10 seconds left on its cooldown, they might just hit that Lust, try and get this boss killed. They probably have to do one more Ritual of Bones, but I would imagine they're actually planning to skip the one after next. So we're going to see a Ritual spawning soon.
While Thunderstruck is doing that, I just want to quickly note, Legendary, currently leading the pack, have gone back to the Azure Vault.
Yeah, what a day for Legendary. You know, they started the day more than a minute behind Cheese. They went in, they blasted the temple, and then they blasted this Ruby Life Pools as well. And now they're coming into Azure Vault, which is the only map that they are behind Cheese by more than a second in. If they can catch up to Cheese in here, they're going to probably lock in that rank one.
Hello.
But here's that timer. It is indeed 12:30. 3/10 of a second faster than the 12:30. So there it is. That's going to put Thunderstruck down to 1 hour and 19 minutes overall, but they still do need to add a Ruby Life Pools to their board as well. If that Ruby Life Pools were 17 minutes, which would be that, that would be an insane time, they would still not be in second place off of that, right? They would still be at 1:36.44. So they would be about a minute slower than Cheese, even if they could get the tournament's fastest Ruby Life Pools time. So Thunderstruck, their work it's going to be really tough here for the next 2 hours. They've got a lot to do, not a lot of time to do it. 12:30 in Shadow Moon is a start, though. That's the good news for Thunderstruck, is they now have a dungeon that's like a clear strength for them. They are better than everybody by more than 30 seconds in Shadow Moon. So if they can just catch up in the other dungeons, then that could bring them to victory. But their problem is they're kind of behind in several of the other dungeons.
Yeah, exactly. They're kind of behind, which is the big kicker. Now, I really want to see Thunderstruck just run into that Ruby Life Pulse and claim a time, right? I expect them to have a game plan for this dungeon by how long they've been holding out in approaching it in the first place. Now, Legendary is solidifying their place here. They really want that first place, and they're trying to steal those golden stars back. If you look at the 3 dungeons where they're currently not holding one of those golden stars, then the Algeth'ar Academy is 1 second off the golden star. The Shadowmoon Burial Grounds is now, with that new time from Thunderstruck, 40 seconds off, so theoretically they could also go in there, but the Azure Vault is a minute and a little over that golden star. So for them, that is the dungeon they're approaching. That is the dungeon where they say, okay, other teams have done it. We're going to be able to do that too. We're shaving off that 1 minute. If you're Cheese, you're just trying so hard to get a better Ruby Life Pulse time, because with all of the time you've put into that Ruby Life Pulse, this has to be the dungeon where you put a time that is comparable to Legendary to solidify that second place, right? I don't think you'll have much time to go back to other dungeons and maybe shave out a time there. You really need to figure out that Ruby Life Pulse after putting so much time in this.
Yeah, if Cheese can catch up in the Ruby Life Pools, though, they will still be ahead of Legendary overall. So they'll be able to, I mean, they're still fighting for first place here. And, of course, the top 2 teams do make it to MDI Global Finals. Cheese are not actually safe, because Thunderstruck or Direwolves could potentially have a good 2 hours and take that second place away. But Cheese, even if they knew they were safe, they would want to play for that first place, because first place is a lot better than second. It's not just prizing of this weekend, it's also seeding into the Global Finals. You know, do you want to play against a second seed out of a group, or do you want to play against a first seed out of a group? You'd much rather play against a second seed, which means you'd much rather be the rank 1 rather than the rank 2 out of last stand, is I think that's how the seeding's going to work out of this. I'm actually not 100% sure. Yeah, maybe they both play. I think that is how that will work, though. So, yeah, it's definitely better. It's better to be first than second. It's either a little better or a lot better, depending on how exactly that seeding is going to work out.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Thunderstruck now definitely back in that Ruby, which is exactly where we want them to be. Now, if I remember correctly, we haven't seen them do any polls here yet. And if I'm seeing correctly, they're opting to continue that same comp that we saw in the SPG, which is the Shadow Priest together with the Mage. Now, you said it before, Dr. J is their DK and their Mage player, so they don't really have that much of an option. But that also means that this Mage, in comparison to the other Mages in Ruby Life Pools, will have a PI. So that might be something that helps.
And, you know, the Unholy is nice against Sanguine, right? Like, you have the Death Grips that can help pull mobs out of Sanguine. So that's really good. But on the other hand, these pulls are often like 30 enemies. Often if Sanguine is done badly, you can't just save it with 1 Death Grip. Often if there was 1 mob that was really important to not Sanguine heal anyways, it would be immune to Death Grip, so it wouldn't help at all. So, yeah, I think that swapping the Unholy into a Shadow Priest might be the fastest way to do this dungeon, because just the priority targets are going to get melted by Dr. J having that PI, and you have 2 defensive CDs now that are group-wide healing from your DPS, right? You have Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil that both provide a lot of extra healing that could make these pulls a lot safer as well. So I like this plan from Thunderstruck, but we'll have to see just how well it works out actually in terms of the timer. But I mean, this pull is a great example of a pull that, you know, you think of it as an Unholy DK pull, and it's definitely good for Unholy, but the Fire Mage here is actually going to kill that Juggernaut so quickly, and that's really valuable too.
Yeah, that's true. I think that Feral is also definitely helping in getting some extra funnel damage onto the Juggernaut as they are finishing off the rest of this pull. This is actually looking really good for Thunderstruck, noting that this is the very first time they're in this key here. The other teams have been putting their head against a wall with this exact pull. I'm actually so impressed right now.
Wow, and this is how Thunderstruck are going to be able to contest second place here. If they can get a Ruby life pools, like if they just come in here and they one-shot any Ruby life pools under that 18-minute marker, all of a sudden, they are going to be able to say, all right, now we're one dungeon away, right? We go and we look back at, Algeth'ar. We go and we look at Azure Vault. We look at these dungeons and we say, we look at Temple, right? One of these dungeons could maybe get us to second place, depending on how good our Ruby's going to be. Unfortunately, it's not going to be this one because we have had a tank death, it looks like, followed by the rest of the group dying soon afterwards. So not going to be able to continue this particular attempt, but the promise was there, right? That first pull working out that well, their first time on it, I think is really, really encouraging if you're a fan of Thunderstruck.
Absolutely. I mean, I've said it before. Cheese has been in here for nearly the entire day. And I want to say 80% of their wipes are due to that first pull. It is so scary. It is so volatile. Direwolves are doing it right now. We're constantly seeing single players just getting knocked out of the park by random damage shots. Chompy going down here for the Wolves. It's exactly what's been happening for other teams as well. And the fact that Thunderstruck rolled in here was like, oh yeah, no biggie. Finished off this big pull and managed to actually pull the first boss is crazy to me. And that is definitely a threat to Cheese. Now, we're going to see what they're doing. I think they're on break right now. Let's see what Legendary are up to. They're currently doing the frog pull, or at least setting it up, which is always also a scary pull with a lot of stuff that could potentially go wrong. The roars are coming in from these breakers. That's big AoE, but it seems to go well as all of the frogs are hopping into that same corner. Lapan is rounding them up, allowing the group to actually do the damage. Question is, are they going to use Bloodlust here, or is that going to be a natural pull out of Legendary?
It looks like they are holding the Lust for now. Army is also being held by Tobo, so they're going to be using this Lust for single target on one of the later bosses, it looks like. How much count are they getting out of this pull? It should be pretty close to 100%. In fact, it looks like it's going to be exactly 100%. Yeah, there it is.
Beautiful. Okay,
well done.
I respect that Bloodlust with the army for the only reason that Talos Greywing is a boss with phases, and you want to avoid many phases because they cost you a lot of time. So if they can actually go in, play, get him to port into the middle, which is the phasing, the first phasing, and then afterwards pop that Bloodlust together with Army, allowing for nearly maximum uptime, then that is a very good strategy if you're able to push it like that.
Yeah, if it causes you to skip one of the middle phases, then it's definitely worth it to send the Lust on this boss. If, on the other hand, it doesn't help you do that, maybe you could instead send it on the last boss and get some value from cleaving down a set of crystals for free, or maybe even sending it such that you'll have it to take the boss from 25 to 0 without having to actually kill the, without having to kill all of the crystals, right? And just kill the boss before it kills you. I don't know. It looks like they are holding the Lust now. If they were going to press it, now is the time, because Army. Here comes the Thundering. They did send Army.
No, they sent Army before, so...
Okay.
Okay, now I'm lost. I don't understand this. I'm gonna add Tobo about
and
it.
Here's Lust.
Here's
Lust.
Exactly. Here's Lust. Why send Army?
Okay.
Why not hold Army for Lust? PI now also coming back up.
Maybe this
Consider
gets
this
us one extra army.
Ping.
Maybe this gets us one extra army at the end of Umbral Skull, and maybe if you don't press Army right then, you don't get it at the end of Umbral Skull, and maybe 2 bad armies is better than 1 good army? I'm not sure.
Technically, yes, but the army could have been delayed by like 15 seconds. Come on. Or you could have just used it on the frog pole, and then, they didn't manage to push. See, if army would have been up there.
Well,
I'm not flaming.
Army's good. I don't know if it's 7%, but it's definitely good.
With Bloodlust and PI,
well, yeah.
I think that would have been a big change.
Maybe. I think you probably are still seeing that boss reach that phase, but maybe if you have everything like a potion and stuff, but it's not like the army wasn't used, it's just that it wasn't used with PI and Lust, right? PI and Lust were also both used, they just weren't used with. They're gonna hearth out here, so they jumped down, and it looks like the boss got pulled, but a couple people didn't like slow fall or levitate or survive their fall, so they're heading out of the Azure Vault, Legendary R, and okay, that run, kind of bad news, but the good news for Legendary is they're still in rank 1 overall, so even if things go badly for them, there's a good chance that they'll make it through to tomorrow, or not till tomorrow, but till MDI Global Finals, which is in 3 weekends, by the way, mark your calendars. But there's a good chance that they'll make it through to that, even if they have this, if they don't improve their times at all. But one more dungeon improvement would really lock them in for at least top 2.
Yeah, that's true.
Thunderstruck.
Gonna have a look at Thunderstruck. Now, I'm not sure if they have the same count in here than the other teams do. We see Cauterize being procced on Dr. J goes down regardless. They do have that Battle Rust. Will pick him back up. Now, Battle Rust will be accepted, and that is it for now. They don't have another one, so they're running out as they are still trying to get that Defiler down. The fire. But yeah, so much damage.
Yeah, Dr. J, Soda looks like running into a hail bomb there. Maybe a wipe was called. They are going to go out of the dungeon and give it another try. And the good news is these attempts are not very costly in terms of time, at least. So Thunderstruck have a little bit of time to practice the start of Ruby Life Pools. What they don't have time for is a lot of wipes in the middle of the dungeon, because there's only 100 minutes left, right? An hour and 40 minutes in the day. They have to be really quick because they need to get in and out of Ruby Life Pools and then back into probably Temple or Azure Vault would be my guess if they want to try and get into second place.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, just noting for Legendary, obviously that was not ideal towards the end there, but they have so much kind of pillow on the other teams, like a cushion that they can fall back to with that Ruby Life Pulse that they locked in. So they're not in too much stress. They want to stay on that first place, of course, which is going to keep them going and try to get a better time in this Azure Vault. But if stuff goes south for them, that's not the end of the world. Igloo grabbing a little bit more here, making sure they have these crystals, a really, really cool tech we saw before, but just showcasing it once more. And Direwolves and Thunderstruck running it back in that Ruby Life Pulse. She's still on break. But we're getting word that that is the last break that we have on for today. After that, all teams will keep going until the timer runs out, which means that was also the last time you could potentially look at other teams' Ruby Life Pulse runs and see if they're maybe doing something you're not considering or similar.
Yeah, I think if you're Cheese, you're probably pretty happy with your strat in the life pools, right? It's just the execution that, you know you can get to 17 minutes with what you are currently doing if it all goes well. But maybe there is something worth looking at. I think in particular, looking at the first pull from Thunderstruck and trying to see, like, is this Shadow Priest something we should try out in here? Would that improve our comp? Is there a pull later in the dungeon that we feel like it would be worse on, or is this just actually like a better way to complement our mage? Not sure.
Yeah, we're actually going to get a side-by-side Wolves and Thunderstruck left and right, basically on the same timer here. So let's see how they go. Direwolves opting to go with the Vengeance Demon Hunters. Also new change that we're seeing right now. Bloodlust being popped for both teams. Jack struggling for his life, but will get topped by Holo as they are trying to get everything in there. This is so stressful for the healer. There's massive amounts of AoE coming in. There's explosives that need to be dealt with. The tank is taking so many punches, and you want to keep that one alive. You can see Thunderstruck Lemike was literally on 1 HP and jumped back up. Velo down, but they can pick him up as the Bloodlust still running. Wolves reset their pull, and Thunderstruck are able to get this back under control with the Juggernaut dying out, but they also pulled less, right? They're just taking the rest of this into boss.
Okay. So we'll see what the count ends up being at the end of this, but yeah, maybe this means they're doing something like one of the dragons upstairs. I'm not sure. This is going to be interesting to keep track of. I mean, they are going to get quite a bit of count from this, but yeah, it's not going to be the full 41% that we've seen some other teams landing on after they kill Melodressa, right? Thunderstruck here, they're gonna be at 34%, which that's a dragon difference. So maybe they are planning to fight one of the two dragons upstairs.
Maybe. I'm not sure I like that. I don't know if we're doing dragons. I mean, it is a tyrannical queue, so the dragons are not as terrible, but it is plus 23, so that means they're a little terrible. So we'll see. Dragons are usually pretty scary to do, if that is something that they're planning on. I know you play Vengeance as well as you do with all tanks. What's the pro and con list for having the Vengeance Demon Hunter here?
So one thing that you just saw expiring was Sigil of Silence on all of these casters. That is huge on this first pull. Not only does it save you a bunch of damage because it's going to effectively interrupt something like 15 casts of Ice Bolt here, but also it's really good against the Sanguine Affix because these casters are normally hard to move, but if they're silenced during it, then you can really help prevent Sanguine Healing from happening. So that's another benefit of it. Of course, it also brings the Chaos brand, so 5% more magic damage. Your comp is primarily magic damage when you've got a mage and a DK doing a lot of their damage, right? Your druid's doing mostly physical damage, but everybody else is doing mostly magic damage, so plus 5% there is definitely not bad, although, the Battle Shout also helps 2 of the 3 DPS in your group, so that we'll call that even between the DK and the Warrior. And then you're also a tank that has Last Resort and Metamorphosis, which they're, I would say Demon Hunter is less tanky than a Warrior outside of those windows, but for a really big, scary first pull, you actually, especially having Last Resort available, that can make it so that you wouldn't fall over dead in a spot where we've seen the Warriors dying quite a lot on this first pull. So, yeah.
All right.
I think the big thing is probably the Sigil. Sigil of Silence in this dungeon is very good.
All right, we'll see how they fare with it. I'm always a fan of bringing other classes in, and we did see the Direwolves bring that Vengeance Demon Hunter into their court as well. Do pretty good there with it. Now, in the end, that wasn't enough, unfortunately, to make it through the cup, but it did look very good while it was running the court. So in we go, and that's exactly the difference. So the Direwolves are just pulling everything from the start, right? They have the Defier in there, they have the pack that's at the back left corner from this POV. Everything is in here, and Thunderstruck are actually leaving these things out. They're only pulling until the neck of the eggs, which is where Direwolves are standing with their giant pull right now, making it a little bit easier for them to do that first pull, but then again, they are going to need more count towards the end of it. So unless there is any tech where they have mobs running into the boss fight, similar to what we saw from Echo of Dorogosa perhaps, then that is going to be a different routing out of Thunderstruck.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting to see out of them. Curious what the plan is. Meanwhile, Cheese here are on a 502 Melodressa split, and they are heading upstairs. So this is not insane on Melodressa timing, but it's still good enough to get a good time, to improve their 18-minute run if they can be clean from here. So they are going to keep this dungeon going, but it is Thunderstruck now who are approaching the end of their Sanguine pull. Lot of knockbacks being used. The big blast wave comes out from Dr. J there. Looks like he may also be talented into the volatile blast wave, really making sure that he can knock back those mobs as far as they can. Here's Cheese as well, setting up their first pull upstairs. Not the double destroyer that we saw in some of the MDI group weekends, but instead one destroyer, one patrol, which is already quite a scary pull.
Yeah, definitely. Those Flame Dancers, particularly when they die, do a lot of damage on plus 23 from everything we've seen so far, but Thunderstruck have made it to the boss, and that is where they are pulling some of the trash. So they have this big first pull, then into the boss they pull the Defier and some of the other trash, but I don't think it gets them out at the same count as all the other teams. I think they missed like 5%, 6%, something along those lines. Wolves are going again, and Legendary are also going again once more in that Azure Vault. All of the teams are trying to eke it out. We are approaching the next half hour, and at this point, it's getting close for the teams that haven't locked in one of the Ruby Life Pulse times.
Yeah, that is Thunderstruck and Direwolves, who are competing for trying to get to second place.
Jack is cracking me up. He's in chat saying, yo, Vengeance Demon Hunter ain't it, guys.
All right, well, we're glad he tried.
We are glad you tried, Jack.
Yeah. Well, it worked.
It was a good showcase.
And you know what? The second time they tried it, it looked even better than the first time. The delayed sigil of silence towards the end of the pull rather than at the start, it looked really good. But the warrior here, especially with spell block at the start of the pull, you know, it's so tanky on pull here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw Last Resort proc so early, yeah.
It is a very, very hard pull, and I think the most worrying thing about the Vengeance Demon Hunter out of healer perspective is that their HP bar goes like up and down, similar to how Blood DKs go. And with all of the other stuff that's going on for healers in this pull here, it would add another eye twitch if I had to heal that. But of course, Holo's much better than I am, so he's dealing with all of that. But yeah, it's definitely a lot that's going on. You can see Jack just taking so much damage every single time that they're in here. But Thunderstruck have a really good pull right now.
Jack is somehow just barely alive, but yeah, like you said, it is Thunderstruck in the bottom right that are going to be putting together quite a quick Melodressa split. This is going to be a better Melodressa split than Cheese have, although again, like you said earlier, they're only at 37%, not 41% count. So they're going to need to find a little bit more in the rest of the dungeon. It could be one extra Tempest Channeler, or it could be a Dragon, or
it could just be the pack on the bridge
patrol
that most people are skipping.
Yeah. That's why I was the Tempest Channeler on the bridge, yeah. The big guy past the first two warriors could be one of them. I'm not talking about the four that are on the inner ring.
I was going to say there's
downwards.
Chandlers
Those
on the inner ring as well.
Yeah, not those.
Yeah, okay. We're not allowing those. Okay, I'm good. I'm glad.
No,
Thunderstruck.
No, we don't pull those.
So they're on a very good split. Of course, like you said, missing trash, but 4:34 is the fastest Melodressa split that we've seen. Now add to that a little bit of count, but they're very close to that 5-minute mark in the overall. I feel like that other teams have been putting into this key. Now the question is, what do they do next? Do they do Drake? Do they do Double Destroyer? Or do they do something else, like pull the Forbidden Channelers?
Yeah, we'll see whether they go left or right as well. It's going to be an interesting question here. Maybe it'll give us some idea of what they are up to. Looks like they're going left. Can be hard to tell. The mounts sometimes look in funny directions at the start of this area, but it does look like they are going left. They are skipping the dragon as well. So it's probably going to be a similar pull over here. Here comes Dr. J's Time Warp just for himself. The rest of the group is, of course, sated, but mages get to give themselves extra bloodlusts all throughout the dungeon. And this one's going quite well for them as well. So yeah, but we're going to need to see where they got the extra count from compared to Cheese and Legendary. So that's going to be a thing to keep our eye on there. It's also going to be worth keeping an eye on Cheese in the bottom left as they are working on the second boss now. What sort of timer did they have as their split last time? Let's investigate.
It was 12:38.
Okay.
And the fastest time we've seen was 12:16, so 20 seconds faster out of Legendary. The big speed up part for Legendary was how quickly and beautifully they dealt with the Rivali pull, and then the final phase of the boss. I think those were the two checkpoints I'd have to name for the 1 minute that Legendary was able to clean up after Kokia, but we'll see where they come out on here. We have 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the timer right now, and 35% remaining on Kokia Blazehoof that they still need to get through. I think we're getting very close to the same time that they had before.
Yeah, which is still good, right? They can still improve this time in the dungeon. It's just going to be, you know, they're going to have to be perfect from here, and there's time they've lost already getting to this point, right? 2 deaths on the board. The run hasn't been perfect up to this point, but it's definitely an opportunity for Cheese to improve, so they're going to continue this dungeon at least. I think it's valuable to get practice at this point anyways on the last pull of the dungeon, so may as well give it a shot and see what it looks like, right?
So it's actually not bad. 9% remaining on Kokia. We are on 12-16. This is where Legendary killed, but Cheese is not far off. They're going to finish this boss in just a couple of seconds, undermining their old time by 10 seconds, which in a format like this, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. We're going to see what they do next. We expect them to just skip on over, which seems to be exactly what they're going to do. Zati taking a long way round as the Evokers do, just flexing on us with those extra wings they got, as the rest of the team is using their Invis pod, making sure that they're also through. And now here comes the big pull, and this one is just so scary. Legendary used her Bloodlust here, which I loved. Going to be done by Cheese as well, and they need to be so careful with everything here. There's massive amounts of damage coming out. They need to be super aware of where they're putting these sanguine patches that are going to spawn in just a couple of seconds. Then on top of that, there's a lot of interrupts that need to go out in this entire pull as well.
Yeah, this is dangerous, and let's start seeing if they can get some good knockbacks to prevent Sanguine from happening in a bad way here. There's the first knockback. That one looks pretty good. There's the second one. It was a blast wave, and there was a vortex down as well, though, from Ricky. That vortex may have actually cursed a few of these Storm Warriors to heal a little bit, but even that's not looking bad here for them. One more Storm Warrior in the back. They want to make sure, and Fem, look how he's positioning here. He's positioning himself so that the mobs are on opposite sides of him. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work just well enough. As you can see, that Tempest Channeler is 1 millimeter too close to the puddle and does heal a little bit. That means the Tempest Channeler is going to be the last mob to die here. That's okay, that's just minus a few seconds. Zotzi went down on that pull as well, minus another few seconds. 14-13 when they finished off this pack and started the RP. Now they're going to take these 2 Storm Warriors, pull them into the boss, and that's going to be their idea for getting this dungeon done. 18 minutes time to beat. I think this could be I would guess 17:30. We'll see. Maybe faster.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're looking at. It depends on how quickly they can get through this boss fight here, all right? The last time we saw them, there was a little bit going wrong on that very last second where they were about to kill the boss, so we'll see whether or not they fixed that little issue there that they were running into. They're still dealing with the wardens, which is something you need to keep in mind. There's a little bit of extra focus going into them. Even though they're getting cleaved, you need to kind of watch out where they are and make sure they're not putting any sanguines down in places where you really could not use them. And we're also going to take some of the little storm elementals in there, which obviously die off instantly. But Frag taking a lot of damage here for a couple seconds. Was probably spit on, I'm not sure, but it looked like it. And now they just want to push this boss into face, but you can see plus 23 Tyrannical. It just takes a lot of time to get there.
Yeah, this boss is a nasty one. It takes quite a while, and it's a boss as well where you have this trade-off between speed and safety. For speed, you just want to kill Karaka and Urquhart and cleave them both down and just do even efficient cleave. Always be hitting Urquhart when he's down. You know, push them whenever you can, just based on damage, right? Never stop damage. But for safety, what you want to do is you want to try and push the 2 bosses both around 50% at the same time, and then push one of them below 50% right after Karaka lands like this. And that's exactly what Cheese are going for here. They have Urquhart now below 50%, so they're entering P2, and that is sort of the soft enrage of the fight has started now. They're going to get a bunch of flame spits now, and 3 targets are going to be affected. Very scary every time that's cast.
Yeah, you can see Nature's Vigil being popped instantly by Ricky, trying to assist in healing here, making sure that the team is getting some extra for this first phase that we're going out. Frag also popped that army as Ricky goes down here. They don't have a battle rest. They're just trying to finish this boss fight, but without 1 DPS, they're going to spend a little bit more time on Karaka. 9% remaining that they need to chew through to get out of the scary phase. They're going to get a second set of spits. These hurt so much. They need to get through and get out, and that's exactly what they're doing. Karaka down to 1% is going to fall. And it's only Stormwayne that is in the way right now. 17:17 on the clock. With Ricky, I think we would be looking at 17:30. Without, it is going to be just a little bit more, but it's a very good time improvement coming out of Cheese here.
Yeah, so this isn't going to be good enough for Cheese to overtake Legendary, right? They needed to get this run down to 17, like 10 or faster. And this is going to end up being instead only plus 15 seconds, plus 17 seconds for Cheese. So that's good at least, but they're going to probably still just come back here if I had to guess, because looking at the rest of their scoreboard, like, the only other option where there's maybe 40 seconds to gain, I guess it would be either Temple or Shadow Moon are the dungeons where other teams have proved that it can be done that much faster, but I think you just keep blasting the Ruby. I don't know, I feel like you just say, all right, we're going to do the same thing, but we're gonna do it faster, right? We're gonna do it without deaths, yeah. Rather than, oh, nope, they're swapping. Those 3 characters have gone offline, so Cheese have said, you know what? That's good enough for us. 1743, we're out of here. Let's go somewhere else. So we'll see where else it ends up being.
So I was thinking if Satsi's locking off, then it must be the Temple, because he's logging on to Resto Shaman, but he's back on to that Evoker, if I saw that correctly. So we'll see what exactly they're up to in a couple of seconds. But Legendary back on Talash Greywing, and once again holding on to that Bloodlust. Let's look at their timings. 3:54 on Lamor, I think, is pretty much online with what we've seen from other keys teams. Yeah, I mean, obviously depends a little bit on what you're pulling in there, but I think that is good for what they've been doing. They undermined their previous time by 20 seconds. And then we have 8:22 on Azure Blade, which is nearly a minute faster than their previous run, which is very good.
Yeah, this is going quite well. They're going to hit the Lust here once again. Not synced up with Army. So definitely something that is planned. Something that
I asked Tobo about it. It is exactly like you said, which is frustrating to me personally as DK player, but the second army is going to come up towards the end of Umbral Skull, which is just smarter to have those 2 armies rather than have it in Bloodlust, but still, it feels frustrating to know there's a Bloodlust and a PI and you're using your army a couple seconds early, but for the greater good of this key, you kind of have to use it like that.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to press those cooldowns, and there it's going to be another 7% push on Talash Greywing. I don't know if they have a way of getting that extra 6% in to skip this phase. It's only minus 8 or 10 seconds or so getting that extra phase that you just can't damage the boss during, so not the end of the world for them.
Okay, careful with the jump now.
Good split, yeah. 12-13, quite good Azure Vault. Third boss.
People falling, everybody's alive. That's exactly what we want to see. Last second leap coming in from Wexy, making sure Tobo does not hit the floor on his way down. And now they're on to Umbral Skull. Current time that they have in this dungeon is 15:17. Quickest time we have in this dungeon is 14:15 as Cheese enter another Knockhood.
Wow, back to Knockhood Offensive. I didn't think we were going to see more Knockhoods today, because if you look, all of our teams are actually within 6 seconds of each other in Knockhood Offensive, which made me think, okay, they probably all had a good run and are going to be happy with that. But you know what? Cheese said, okay, we've got time to make in this dungeon. We know we could get more time in Temple, but we think we can get more time in Knockhood than either Temple or Ruby Life Pools. So let's see what they're doing. You can see Ricky standing on top of that pole there. Yeah, so
yeah, he gripped up Zatsi in between as well, making sure that he's also protected for a second before Zatsi jumped back down.
That may have been a Thundering clear as well, because the challenge of being up there is Thundering needs to get cleared sometimes, so that's you sometimes have to get somebody to clear or jump back down, and then if you jump back down, the reason you're on top of that pole is to stop the war spears from charging. As soon as you jump down, they're going to start charging, and things will start getting dangerous. Wow, Cheese are actually pulling a far patrol into boss here. I'm not sure we've seen this before. We've seen the other patrol that starts under boss come in here before, but they went actually up on the hill.
Yeah, Legendary.
But we're going to actually see Legendary
14 minutes and 3 seconds, which is over a minute faster than their previous time. That is
Look
so
at that. That's crazy. Okay, so much happening. Every single team is doing something good right now because so Legendary just improved by a minute and have now advanced to 2 minutes in the lead overall. But Thunderstruck, look at this Ruby Life Pools. They've only been in here makes for like 40 minutes. They are going to come out of Ruby Life Pools with the second best time of our tournament here. And it's going to have only taken them a little bit of work. This is really good news for Thunderstruck and really bad news actually for Cheese, because now Thunderstruck have a path to overtaking Cheese. They have the tools to do it. They have an hour and 15 minutes, but they are only 2 more dungeon upgrades away from overtaking Cheese. That's enough time if everything goes their way. Wow, this is going to be an intense finish of the day.
It absolutely is, and with that, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back later, and Zyro is going to hop in and bring us some more of the hype with everything that's going on here.
Okay, we've got Zyro here, in theory, but either he or production are trolling, so we will see which of them it is, because he is not especially audible at present. Okay,
hello?
We'll see.
He is.
Hello?
There he is.
Hi, hello?
Zyro,
I had a really cool statement.
Dude, yeah, I can see you in the camera. Go for it.
I was so excited.
Go again.
Hold on.
Everyone
and it's been a really cool past hour and a half that I've been watching off broadcast, and some of the things are finally coming to fruition now as the teams get more and more comfortable with the pulls. Check out some of this strategies coming in from Cheese, though, in this Naka defensive, full screened on the monitor here. Look at that. That's an extra Storm Shield patrol off to the side, plus the 2 next to the boss that they're pulling into this Stormcaller pull. This is a massive pull, and this is, a little bit of that extra double pulling that we haven't really seen too many teams take advantage of in the Naka defensive.
Yeah, Fem actually gets every defensive under the sun here. Shield wall, spell block, time dilation, everything possible to try and survive the start of this pull. As soon as those expire, he is backpedaling away from these mobs because they mess up your tank. Second shield wall charge is being used now, but this is starting to get very scary, and Fem is now forced to kite. And he's actually going to just say, you know what? Those last few mobs, they can die. Other people will take care of them. I'm starting the next pull. I'm not tanking any more autos. Those things have Vampiric Touch and Shadowbird Pain on them. They're gonna die eventually.
Eventually. They have a few Spiteful Shades coming into the last second here. But it should be fine. Oh no, Dornako going down to a couple of bolts at the last second there. They have a battle res for it, but honestly, the pace that they're going through so far in this early section of the dungeon is very impressive. Now, I wonder if they had some time to go over some of the faster strategies we were seeing from other teams. We had Direwolves in this dungeon putting together a strategy that they never really got to capitalize on, where they were killing off one of these Storm Surge totems and pulling the Stormcaller into the Raging Tempest, where they could then cleave it down with those damage amplification buffs. I don't know if they saw that. I don't know if they've been doing that, but we'll have to keep an eye on them. If they do end up going for that particular strategy, this is the last pack that they'll kill off on its own, and they would be dragging the next pack onto the boss, which could save upwards of another 30 to 40 seconds if they're able to pull it off. That is dangerous, though, because you are pulling 2 Arc Blades onto the boss, which means Fims has to tank 2 Arc Blades plus a boss. If that Purge doesn't go on the boss while you're tanking all of those, he could die very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's already quite a bit of tank danger and tank mechanics here for Fem to deal with. So they're going to start here, and let's see where their damage is going. It does look like they're focusing the totem, so it looks like Cheese have got the strat here totem's going to die, and then that's the thing that stops the boss from being active, so that totem dying will let them drag into boss if they want it. Here they go.
Off to the races? Yes, we are!
That's cool. Here we go. Fem pulls the boss, taunts from far away, hits the reflect, bang, reflect in for the first 1% of the boss's health.
Now, the big thing to mention here, they do have to make sure they're interrupting storm bolts on this Stormcaller here. Any residual extra damage whenever the big damage instances come out on this fight could be very deadly here. Like if a bolt goes off at the same time as that spread, that's going to be a one-shot if personals aren't active. They're actually pretty hard focusing down this trash, though. They really do not want to spend any extra time with those mobs on the tank. They don't want to have to worry about the interrupts going off as well, which, you know, that makes sense, but I guess you aren't getting the actual maximum value of that damage amplification buff from the boss to cleave them down. But still, this is definitely a faster strategy than just killing that trash on its own and pulling it into the boss. Now, the time to look...
Whoa!
Wait, they're pulling the Kodo's for extra trash count? Okay.
Goodness gracious.
That's why they burned it down. That makes total sense. I take everything I said back here. Now, of course, the problem is here. You still do have interrupts that need to happen, and you need to be very careful with the chain lightning. If that goes off at the wrong time, or people aren't aware of it, or they don't have a personal for it, could be an insta-death, you know, during the storm.
And look at the defensives available here. Dranako's got nothing, right?
Huh.
Yeah, Ricky has...
Oh, it's just
I guess he doesn't... Dispersion, so he has dispersion, so Ricky would be fine if he's targeted, right? But there are people in this group that, you know, if time dilation's not up, they might just be dead to the next cast that goes on them if there is a chain lightning that is cast targeting them. So you can see there goes one chain lightning. It lands on Dranako. He's going to have to get topped here, but Zotzi does a great job of doing that before that lightning strike damage comes out. And wow, this is working for Cheese. They are going to be having a fast Raging Tempest while also getting up to 55% count, which is a great place to be coming out of this area.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Now, a good split on this boss is going to be around the 9-minute mark. I think the fastest split we've had on this boss this entire weekend was around the 8:40 mark, and they're definitely on pace to hit that mark or potentially even beat it. So there is time to be gained in this dungeon for Cheese, and honestly, they kind of need it, too. They've got Thunderstruck knocking on their back door there with that Ruby Life Pulse run coming out from them, so they definitely need to get some extra leeway in the last few hours of the competition here. We are very quickly approaching 1 hour left on the entire weekend. These teams are giving it their all in the last moments just to try to be one of those top two teams.
Yeah, of course, the top two teams make it through to MDI Global Finals. The gap between third and second right now is under 2 minutes as well. So Thunderstruck have a chance here. They need both their own dungeons to go well and Cheese's dungeons to go poorly is the thing for Thunderstruck. But they're in an Azure Vault right now, and for Thunderstruck, there is more than a minute on the table for them in Azure Vault. If they can collect a minute here and a minute in Temple of Jade Serpent, for instance, that would put them into second place right now. So Thunderstruck are very much live in this tournament. Direwolves are in a similar predicament, where they actually still need to get their Ruby on the board. But the upside for Direwolves is they actually have 2+ minutes that they can come get in Temple of Jade Serpent later if they're able to get a clean run of that dungeon. Now, obviously that's something they've tried quite a bit already, but maybe in the final hour when it comes down to the final minutes of this tournament, they'll be able to clutch it out, and they could absolutely still qualify as well. But Cheese, up in the top left, their fate is still in their own hands as well. They can kind of prevent Direwolves or Thunderstruck from being able to take second place if they put up 1 or 2 good dungeon times of their own, right? 2 good dungeons, for instance, for Cheese in the next hour would lock them in to a qualification and also potentially get them that first place instead of second, which is also important, right? Getting first is much better than getting second in terms of just prizing and also seeding going forward into the MDI Global Finals.
Yeah, exactly. And, the other thing as well is Direwolves is not out of the conversation just yet, right? If they put up a very competitive Ruby Life Pools time and then have time to spend the last 45 minutes of their day just chipping away at that temple time, they're definitely right in there in the competition too. So all 4 teams still in the running here, although there is still obviously a pretty significant advantage for the top 2 teams having that 2-minute advantage. But they cannot rest on their laurels just yet here. Unfortunately for Direwolves, Chaz does go down at the very start of the dungeon here. Hate to see it, but they have the battle res for him as well. Now, you remember earlier today when we were casting together, seems like a lifetime ago, maybe 3 hours ago when teams were just starting to pull this Ruby Life Pools dungeon, we were kind of questioning the comp choices in this dungeon as well. And Thunderstruck, they came in here with the Shadow Priest instead of the Unholy DK, and they put up a time in like 40 minutes. I mean, it just seems like it's a much
really
safer
good
idea.
It does, because it's not only, like, there's so much safety from the Shadow Priest, right? You have the extra damage on the mage, right, which is causing the prio targets, the most dangerous enemies, to die quicker. You also have an extra healer cooldown, right, because you're playing Shadow and Feral, and so you're getting Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil, whereas Direwolves here are having to make do with just Nature's Vigil, and that's a lot less of a button that can save the group than if you also have a Vampiric Embrace to complement it. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge part of the reason why Thunderstruck were able to make it happen so quickly today, and Direwolves having more deaths here are going to have to try again, and they are running out of time. Almost 1 hour, little over 1 hour is left in the day for them. They need to get out of Ruby Life Pools soon.
Vanos, look at the top left of our screen right now. What is
Looking?
Cheese doing? They pulled like 3 trash packs on them, Tira and Maruk here.
That is a lot. Yeah, you can see the corpses of those Spiteful Shades. Somehow it is okay. Looks like a Desecrating Roarcast has gone off as well. We've got some extra Bakar joining the party. Landslide, really nice Evoker spell against this Spiteful Affix as well. They're using to just lock them in place. Beautiful. One of the less commonly seen Evoker abilities, but really powerful when used like that.
I mean, they are on a tear in this dungeon here. Looking at our split timers here, Legendary's last time in here, of course they do have the fastest time in this dungeon, their split on this boss was just underneath that 14-minute mark, so Cheese definitely could compete with that here. Let's see just how fast they're able to finish off the remainder of this boss with no trash alive. They have a pretty solid comp for just doing pure 2-target cleave, so they'll definitely be on pace with that timer, but I question how much time they'll actually be able to gain here. Like, it doesn't look like there's too much time for them to gain. Maybe they could get another 20 or 30 seconds, but I don't think that's enough to put them into the lead right now.
Yeah.
They're behind by like 2 minutes, so...
Yeah, they're 1 minute 48 behind, so it's part of the puzzle, but I agree it's not the whole thing. With this, depending on how good it is, they might need only one of Temple or Ruby instead of needing both to catch up, which is the current situation, right? If you look at the board right now, they are behind by about a minute in each of Temple and Ruby. So depending on how fast they are in this not good, they could maybe make it so that they only need to upgrade one of those dungeons, or conversely, that maybe they only need to upgrade each of them by half as much, right? Again, there's not very much time left in our day. There's only enough time for another few full dungeon runs, or, another 30 first pulls of a dungeon if that's what you'd rather be doing. So there's that boss split for them, 14-13 on Tira and Maruk. What sort of timer do you think they're looking for here at the end of this not good?
Well, it's been about a 2.5-minute last boss for the most part, so we'll be able to see what their potential is whenever they actually pull the boss. There's still a lot of time before they're able to pull the boss, though, right? Because they have to fly here, land, and then they actually have to run all the way down to the boss. So they're going to be pulling the boss by about the 15-minute mark, maybe a little bit beforehand. So their highest theoretical time, if everything goes well, is like maybe a 17-15, which, again, that's an increase, but only a 15-second increment, right? When you're a full almost 2 minutes behind the rank 1 team, that's not really going to do much to change the competition. Now, of course, it does give you that extra leeway against the rank 3 team, which is probably what they're more worried about right now, so that's always nice. But it's definitely not the winning play to go for this dungeon. If they wanted to go for the absolute winning play, they would go back into the Ruby, or they'd go back into the Temple and definitely try to improve upon those times.
Yeah, it's tough here. There's It's always hard to know as well, because we're looking at these times, right? And sometimes there's a team that's a minute faster in a dungeon, and we're just like, oh yeah, this other team should just go into that dungeon and get that time as well. But of course, it's not that simple, because those faster times often involve strats or comps, even sometimes, that the other teams just aren't and don't have access to, right? Like Algeth'ar was kind of a good example of this, where getting a time as fast as Cheese, if you weren't using their comp and their strat, took every other team so much more time to accomplish.
Well, let's see if Cheese is able to finish this off. They've got the first of the 2 mini bosses down, just Balar remaining. they've already dealt with the intermission phase, so this could actually be a little bit faster than the pace that I was talking about. Boss already sub 50% as well, and they actually saved the Bloodlust for this boss as well, too, so this could potentially be sub 17. Very unfortunate Static Spear choice, though, going on the Unholy DK with no way to cancel that, no Shadow Meld on the DK, unfortunately. You would have loved to see that go on the Druid, but not going to be the case, so that's going to cost them a little bit of time here. Still could potentially eke out the sub 17, though?
Yeah, we'll see. They're nuking this boss. A little bit of damage comes out on the group here. They actually have count as well before this mini-boss dies, so maybe there was some extra mob pulled earlier here. Maybe they didn't need that mini-boss because it died if they were already at full count. Balakar Khan here is going down for cheese. Is it sub 17 minutes? I think it might be. There's going to be one more conductive strike that they can maybe reflect to kill the boss. Okay, they got it. Yeah, 17 minutes.
Okay, 17 flat.
0.3 of a second. All right. That's good for cheese. That now puts them 1 minute and 17 seconds slower than Legendary across the board here. But let's talk about how they could pull it back, right? If Cheese are going for first place, what would that look like? If we look at our scoreboard, I mean, they actually don't have any dungeons where there is a full minute of time that they are behind the best time, right? So unless they think they can do dramatically better than the best time in one of these dungeons, as you can see in the bottom left there, that's what the times look like right now. Unless you think you actually have a sub 15 minute Temple of the Jade Serpent, unless you think you have I don't even know what else it would be, a 1630 Ruby, you need to do 2 dungeons in the next hour if you're Cheese and you want rank 1, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, here's the thing. I think a 16-minute Ruby is possible. But to actually pull that off today on that key level on Sanguine is going to be almost out of the question. Like, they'd have to have a god run for that to happen. No, they can do it. This is the team that pulled out a 1610 at the end of yesterday in Temple, right? Only beaten by Thunderstruck at the beginning of today. So they could potentially do that.
Maybe you go... Okay, so if I was Cheese, I would go Ruby, and I would say, all right, we're going to try and get a 16-minute Ruby or something. If that works, obviously, phenomenal. We're in the lead. If it doesn't, though, there's a lot of ways that it could almost work that will inform what else we need to do, right? For instance, if we get a 1630 Ruby or a 17 flat in Ruby, then we know we could go Shadow Moon or Temple and improve our time just close to the best time in those dungeons, and we would be in the lead. Or we might get in a situation where we improve our Ruby to, 1720, and then we know we probably have to go to Temple, and we have to get a really good run in Temple, and that's what we have to do to end our day. So I think if I was Cheese, I would be starting at the Ruby. It looks like they have a different idea, though. It looks like Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is where they are heading, so maybe they have something in this dungeon that they think, you know what, that 1230 from Thunderstruck, we are going to take that gold star away.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're just trying to put as much room between themselves and the 3rd seed, just to make sure that they guarantee themselves a top 2 slot. But 40 seconds on Legendary in this key would definitely be important. I think this is one of the keys where Legendary has the lowest potential with the comp that they run. Again, Legendary opts to not go for the mage play in this dungeon, if I remember properly. And I think we are all pretty... I think we're all pretty well set in our thoughts that the Disc Priest instead of the Shadow plus the Mage is the best comp to run in this dungeon. So, knowing that there's 40 seconds to gain there over Legendary, and then also putting yourself between them and Thunderstruck is definitely something that they will want to keep doing, and that's a pretty quick dungeon, so they can actually go for a pretty solid amount of attempts before the end of the day here. Of course, just now entering the last hour, so now finally less than 1 hour left in the competition here.
Yeah, the more that I think about it, the more that I think this is actually a really interesting tournament dynamic that we're seeing for Cheese, because they're actually kind of split between 2 different incentives, right? They have the incentive of, we want to get first, which would incentivize a big, aggressive strategy, like trying to improve the Ruby life pools by 1.5 minutes, right? But they also have the incentive of, we don't want to get third, right? We want second much more than we want third. The gap between second and third in terms of rewards is bigger than the gap between second and first. So that would be something where, hey, if we can find some 20-second improvements, that's not going to help us necessarily get first, but that is going to help slam the door on Thunderstruck and help guarantee us a second place finish. So that seems to be what Cheese are prioritizing. To me, with this Shadow Moon, that seems to be what they're going for.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's see how it goes. We've got the two top teams on the top end of our monitor here. Unfortunately for Cheese, it instantly goes awry, and for Legendary, Splat goes down at the start of the poll as well. That's your Feral gone on his cooldowns, and for both teams, it's going to be an instant reset. All right. Thunderstruck's still plinking away at this Azure Vault, and honestly, I'm still so confused as to what I see them going for every single time they walk into this Azure Vault. It still seems like they're not completely set in the type of pull routing that they want to do. Their first pull back in this dungeon, they once again win for that snap pull, right? Where they grip their tank across, they pull the Crystal Furies into the very first patrol around the ring. And then the next time in the dungeon, they didn't do that. So it seems like even they're not entirely certain what they think the best routing in the dungeon is for time.
Yeah, Azure Vault's got to be the map where we've seen the most differences, right? There's so much different things you can do in here. There's teams snapping all kinds of different mobs onto the last boss, snapping trash onto other trash, skipping all these different pulls or doing them. It's been really cool to see, but it does make you wonder, if they're still not sure what the route that they want is, what are the variables that are changing that decision from one run to the next, right? Like, are they deciding, oh, actually that was not good, that was not workable, or are they deciding, actually, let's just try both again today? Because it's getting a little bit late in the tournament for experimentation, right?
I mean, the time for experimentation was 4 hours ago, I feel like. But, I mean... Yeah. If you're this far behind, if you're this far off the mark, I feel like you kind of just have to go for broke at this point if you're one of the bottom two teams, right? You just have to. It's the only way you're going to be able to pass up those top two slots. So, I don't hate it. Yeah,
there's now 55 minutes left to start your last key. Of course, for those who are unfamiliar with this format, what's going to happen in 55 minutes is teams will not be able to start any new keys, but they will be able to finish any that they are currently in. So when that happens, we will know just what time teams are going to need in the key that they're currently in to qualify, right? We'll be able to kind of get that exact number. My guess is that Thunderstruck and Direwolves are going to be in the middle of a key that could theoretically qualify for them at the end of the day, right? And it's just going to be a question of, is the time that they might need going to be at all realistic or not? And that's what they are playing for right now. Get a little bit of time and get in a position where it's like, hey, we need the best time in this dungeon by 30 seconds to qualify versus, hey, we need the best time in this dungeon by 2 minutes to qualify.
Yeah, exactly. Any little chips of time increase that they can find are all they need to go for right now. It's all you can do. With just 1 hour left in the competition, these teams, Thunderstruck and Direwolves, their backs are on the ropes right now. They have to give it their absolute all to give themselves the best chance of getting into the global finals here. And let's see, Thunderstruck are on that Crystal Fury pull. Let's see what they plan on doing this time around. Looks like they're just dealing with it on itself again, not going for the snap pull. So I guess this is the idea from here on out. We'll have to see how it works out for them. We do know that they have a pretty solid amount of time they can make up in this dungeon alone. About a little over a minute if you compare them to the fastest time we've seen in the dungeon, which is that 14:15 mark from Cheese. But have they done the research in order to pull off those style of snaps? But, I mean, they already were the team that was going for other snaps in the dungeon as well, so they probably know how to do them. It's just a question of whether they have the correct cooldown allocation in order to pull them off.
Yeah, I think it is... it's definitely something I believe the team has the ability to do, but with only an hour to make it happen, and realistically only a couple of dungeon runs before you have to go and get another dungeon started, right? It's going to be very intense on whether or not they'll be able to actually make it happen on their first try on a lot of these things, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
meanwhile,
Direwolves still having issues on that first boss of Ruby Life Pools. They've really been struggling in this dungeon. It's really unfortunate to see, because this team has so much potential. They've got such fast times in other dungeons. And, sometimes teams can just get mentally blocked by something. And I don't want to say that's what happened, but it definitely appears that that's the kind of thing that's happening to them here. Because sometimes you just need a little bit more time to put it all together in a dungeon. Hopefully they still can. There's still an hour left in the day, but it's
again,
pretty slim for them.
The Direwolves' dream is still very much alive, right? The way that Direwolves win this is it's still possible. They have to put up a good Ruby, and then they have to go to Temple and actually clutch out those 3 minutes that they're behind Legendary, right? But if they can do both of those things, all of a sudden they're actually chilling, right? They're back in this thing, and they're in good shape. So that has to happen soon, but actually, it doesn't have to happen soon. You know, they've got 30 more minutes that they could throw away if they wanted to, and then just one-shot those two things. So obviously, they would rather do it sooner than later. But that is the dream for Direwolves: is a good Ruby and a great Temple, and they are maybe in second.
Yeah, I think the extra 30 seconds from Cheese just getting that knock-out offensive that they just completed, that's really a huge deal breaker for Direwolves. That means, you know, like you mentioned, let's do a theoretical thing here. Let's say Direwolves gets a 16-minute flat time in Ruby Life Pool's stellar time, absolutely insane time. They then need to go to Temple of the Jade Serpent and improve their time by a further 2 minutes and 7 seconds. That's
which would be
pretty
possible
tough to do. It's possible.
I mean, that would still be a run that was 30 seconds slower than Legendary in Temple. To be fair, you're talking about them getting a run that's 30 seconds faster than Legendary in Ruby Life Pools, which would be the hard part. But I guess the summary of it, is that if you look across the other maps, right now, Direwolves are well behind Legendary in both Temple and Ruby. So they're never going to catch up to Legendary because they're also behind in the other maps. But they only need to catch up to Cheese. And Cheese, they are kind of close to in a lot of these other maps. So if they can just get a little bit better than Cheese in both Temple and Ruby, who Legendary have proved is possible because Legendary are a lot better than Cheese in both Temple and Ruby, right? If Direwolves could get between Cheese's and Legendary's times in both of those maps, that could be enough for them, right? It's just... it's gonna be really close. They need to get closer to Legendary's times than Cheese's in Temple and Ruby.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the play, right? Now, again, 50 minutes now left in the day. Thanks for the timer. That is what is on the board. And, you know, to put those two times together, that's 30 minutes of that timer already gone. So factoring in wipes, it is a very slim margin, but the margin is still there.
Yeah, exactly right. They can wipe a couple more times before they are dead, but not very much. And realistically, you want to save those wipes probably to relearn Temple, right? To get the muscle memory back on that first pull of Temple. So I think they probably need to get out of Ruby in the next... Like, they need to start their winning Ruby run in the next very soon. What are Direwolves doing, though? Zyra, they're going to Shadowmoon Burial Grounds. Direwolves' Shadowmoon Burial Grounds is a 13:05. The best in this dungeon is a 12:30. So Direwolves, I mean, how much could they improve in here? Let's be as generous as possible to Direwolves. Let's say they could get down to 12 flat, okay? They make up a minute in the Burial Grounds. They're still in the same spot where they're going to need like an insane Ruby and probably also still upgrade their Temple time. But they're going to be spending now, of those 20 minutes of kind of wiggle room, they'll be spending most of that on this Shadowmoon attempt that they're in here.
Well, not to mention that in order to improve their place at all, they're just going to have to put a Ruby time on the board in the first place. But, you know, I did hear something. I heard from a little bird named Tettles. Actually, it was on the broadcast a couple hours ago. He said that there was a team that could improve their Shadowmoon time by 4 minutes.
Well,
I don't know why I'm going down this front line of thinking.
I don't know how to respond to that. If there is a team that could do that, then that would win them the tournament for sure. It's crazy how tight these teams are because, you know, it looks like there are some big gaps between, you know, 1, 2, 3, and 4, but they're all 1 or 2 dungeon runs away from each other, especially if a team has something insane up their sleeve. But, you know, if you do have something really good, now is the time to show it because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you have a really fast run and you just end up wiping a couple times and never being able to put it on the leaderboard.
You know what it is? Here's what it is. This is the mental reset dungeon for direwolves.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Set them in burial grounds. Put a banger time up. You get a 12-minute flat, and then you use that high, that nice little like, oh, we just got such a good run. And you go into Ruby life pools and you blast it. Sub 15, bang, top 2, easy.
Yeah, just one-shot Ruby. You probably are also looking to put a temple on the board, but you do have time to do both of those and finish the Shadow Moon, right? Because it's 45 minutes until teams can't start a new key, but they could finish one that they're in, right? So Direwolves finish this key. There's 30 minutes left in the day. They go Ruby. They one-shot it. There's 10 minutes left in the day. They start a temple, and they do well in that. They even can reset the first pull a couple of times, and then they start a great run. They put that on the board. As long as they do well in all 3 of those dungeons, then they can get into second place, and they are still alive in this tournament with less than an hour to go, which is crazy for a team that's in the bottom place right now, right? Obviously, it's like a long shot that all those things would happen, but it's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it is a long shot, but yeah, we do like hyping these teams up as much as possible because we know the caliber of player is there, right? These guys are all insane players. And sometimes it just comes down to how you play on the day. And unfortunately, for the Direwolves and for Thunderstruck, Cheese and Legendary have just been knocking it out of the park the past few days. I don't think that Direwolves and Thunderstruck have played particularly bad. They've put together some great times. Thunderstruck has the check mark. In that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, they put up a banger time, which other teams are trying to recreate now just to make sure that they can stay ahead and get extra time on the board. Direwolves, throughout the first couple of days, they had some of the fastest times, which only recently got beaten. So yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to the play on the day, and right now, let's Legendary and Cheese.
Okay, yeah, I like this out of Thunderstruck as well, though. Thunderstruck and Azure Vault, we were talking about the Direwolves' path to victory. The Thunderstruck path to victory is actually a little bit, it's also there, right? It's Azure Vault, right? Get a minute and a half in Azure Vault, and then all of a sudden you only need to find a minute in Temple or Ruby, and you're overtaking Cheese as well. So, both Thunderstruck and Direwolves are very much still alive here. So, that's going to be cool to say.
Oh yeah. Well, they had a relatively good first boss split for the first attempt back. I mean, 218 is about where we would expect a team to be after killing the first boss on a solid run. Not the fastest run by any means, but going for the double trash pull here, we would expect the knowledge to go down probably around the 430 mark, and it looks like they're on pace for that here. So, pretty good to start off the dungeon. Now, where they differed in terms of runs and how Thunderstruck was able to improve their time so much is they were extremely aggressive in how they pulled this next section of the dungeon heading towards Bone Maw. There was literally no downtime in between pulls. Now, unfortunately for Direwolves, they aren't pulling this Exhumer. Thunderstruck did pull that Exhumer with their double pull, which meant that they could actually skip the 2 spiders downstairs in their pull. If I remember correctly, Direwolves will probably have to end up pulling those at some point, so that's going to cost them a little bit of time here. But we'll have to see if they can still improve their time regardless. Here we go, running past the first Monstrous Corpse Spider into the next 2, and all of this is eventually going to get pulled into that very first Danger Noodle on the platform coming up here.
Yeah, this is spooky. A spooky section of the dungeon, for sure. We've seen a lot of things go wrong for teams here, so hopefully they're able to keep everything clean. Yeah, for Direwolves up in the top right now, you can see Jack jumping in, but Thunderstruck in the bottom right, wiping to Azure Blade. Oh no, that's 6 minutes of time in this dungeon that they... I don't want to say they couldn't afford to lose, because maybe they're still okay here, but it's getting really tight now for them on timer.
Yeah. And looking at the strategy, too, like, they were on 44% trash count entering that room. All of the trash in that room on its own is probably worth about 16 or 17% trash count, if I remember properly. So at 62% trash count at that point in the dungeon, at that time, there is not a lot of improvement that could be made to their time there. Maybe 30 to 45 seconds on a perfect run. So we'll have to see something a little bit faster coming out from them if they do want to give themselves the best chance of moving on. Unfortunate to see, but they'll run it back in a second here. Legendary now starting off a Shadow and Burial Grounds of their own. It's been tough for them on this first one, but we'll have to see how the pull goes for them. And looking good on the start here.
Yeah, no Fire Mage, so this is going to be scary for longer than it is for the Fire Mage teams generally. But hopefully they're going to be able to keep it going. They do, of course, have the Unholy DK just demolishing this pull. Gripping in the Spirit and then Chains of Icing it as well, followed up with a Deep Breath Stun. And now the mobs are starting to die here. The mobs have died before Lepan does. That's really good. That's what you were hoping to see on this pull for Legendary.
Boss ate the Spirit, though. The boss healed.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Go again.
Well, that's not what you were hoping to see, unfortunately, for Legendary. Yeah, they had the plan of gripping the Spirit in, right? And Chains of Icing it and just having it die, but it looks like it got just a hair too close to the boss and got consumed. Unlucky. Legendary will go again. Now, obviously, like, seeing them wiping, it's like, oh no, and we're talking about other teams being under a lot of time pressure, but Legendary kind of aren't, right? They're under maybe a little bit of time pressure to get first out of this group if Cheese do really well in the next few runs, but you know, if that doesn't happen, it's still really hard to imagine how Legendary aren't qualified for Global Finals off of their runs already. So they would like to improve the Shadow Moon, but unlike other teams, they do actually have a little bit of time to practice this and to do attempts and maybe try something really big that has a low success rate later in the dungeon and give it a couple of actual shots, rather than the other teams who kind of need each of these dungeon runs to be a good one so that they can go to their next dungeon already.
Let's check back in up on the top right here with Direwolves, though, on a heater here. Remember, a good Bone Moss split is about 10 minutes flat. The fastest Bone Moss split we've seen from any team was around 9:30. That was that Thunderstruck run from earlier today. I believe it was 9:42. Direwolves, with good damage here, skipping as many submerges as possible, could definitely be on pace for that. So let's see how this angles out here for them. A little bit scary. They do get a submerge at 50%. It's not the end of the world because they still have these Corpse Spiders that they can hit. Also, it was a little scary that a Spiteful Shade up and alive while they were in the puddles for that inhale. Hollow dropping incredibly low here, but look at his mana bar. He is tapped right now. He has almost nothing left, but they still have those worms in the back that are going to be hitting them. This is actually kind of scary. They do have Nature's Vigil at some point here.
Oh,
look at Hollow's HP bar. And Grievous is ticking too.
He's dying here. Yeah, Grievous
Where's
is ticking choppy. Press the Nature's Vigil. Maybe he's saving it for the Incarnation? Yeah? Okay. Maybe waiting for after this Bone Moss Submerge, and then he'll get full value here. Let's see. Or maybe he just, it says, you know what, Hollow? You're a healer. Heal yourself. I'm not going to be helping. This is what you got for not healing me earlier. I'm not going to heal you.
A little bit of trolling.
Perhaps. All right, it looks like Hollow's actually doing a good job of keeping the group alive here, despite not having any of that blue bar. As I say that, though, another blue bar has disappeared here. It's Chaz's health bar. Does get the battle res. Comes back up. Hollow trying to keep everybody alive, but yeah, because those two worms are not getting focused at all, they are just spitting on people. And because of this now, the boss is starting to take a long time. Look at this. This split is going to be over that 10-minute mark, and I don't know if you're Direwolves here now, if you're improving your time in Shadow Moon anymore.
Yeah, this 10-minute 20 split it's going to turn out to be is definitely not the pace that we're looking for. Again, this is fine for the low 13 runs that we've been seeing, but this is 40 seconds slower than what we saw from Thunderstruck earlier today, so it doesn't really seem like there's much time that stands to be gained for them here, and yep, they realize it too. They're town portaling out. And they'll go again. I don't know if they'll go into the Shadow Moon again or if they'll go somewhere else, but that was a rough-looking third boss for them. Hollow completely tapped the entire time. Let's see how the runs are going across the board for the other three teams as well. Cheese onto Nolish here on what also looks like to be a pretty good split. They've got that Exhumer in as well, so they won't have to worry about the Corpse Spiders later on. They pulled it separately, though, it looks like, instead of dealing with it with the main AoE trash pack. A good split for Nolish here would be about the 4-minute 30 mark, so they look like they're on good pace here. Legendary on the bottom left are on to that first boss pull again, and they have killed off the Defiled Spirit this time around. No healing on the boss. Love to see that. Thunderstruck are making their way back towards Azure Blade, so we'll see if that pull works out for them this time around. Direwolves, though, swapping their comp up, so they will be going somewhere else.
Yeah, that is the idea here for the Wolves. They say, you know what? It's a good attempt. Back in the other dungeons, though, where we have more time to gain, and you can see Hollow is hopping on the Arsham, which means it's time to go Temple of the Jade Serpent. This is the most important dungeon for Direwolves. This is the one where they have the most time to gain. So they're going to go to Temple, and if they can get this down to that 16 or lower mark, they will gain so much time, and then they will know how fast their Ruby has to be. Because they do need to put a Ruby Life Pools on the board. If they don't put a Ruby Life Pools on the board, they are locked into 4th place at this point. So that's what it's going to come down to at the end of the day. There are 37 minutes left to start a new key. They have time to do a temple. They have time to maybe wipe a couple of times, but they have to get a good temple run and a good Ruby Life Pools, and they only have 37 minutes to start both of those keys.
Time is ticking away as they move on, and Direwolves, I mean, a real good precursor to how this will go for them is this first pull alone. Look at the damage on the group as they tried to live through this first pull. Again, the only team to not run the Shadow Priest in this dungeon, and look at the amount of damage going out on the group here in this first pull. This is just so disgusting that they have to deal with, and it's going to get worse now as these corrupted droplets round the corner and increase the amount of damage taken. I think with the 40 death, that's going to be all she wrote for this pull, and they're going to have to go again. It's so rough without that extra secondary healing come from the Vampiric Embrace.
Yeah, that's a challenging thing here for them with the rogue pick instead, and they've been trying a lot of different stuff. You know, teams have been trying, they've been trying rogues, they've been trying Shadow Priests, they've been trying Destro Locks. All kinds of stuff have been brought out here. Direwolves, in other dungeons as well, they played the Vengeance Demon Hunter in a Ruby Life Pools attempt earlier, so they've been logging on to a lot of different characters in the past hour, but they have yet to actually put up a time for pretty much all of today. They have yet to really improve any of their existing times. In fact, I think aside from the very start of the day when they maybe gained 30 seconds in that Algeth'ar, I don't know if they've actually changed any of their times on the leaderboard. And that is really, yeah, you can see, I mean, look at their total times compared to Let Him Cook. Like, their time right now is barely enough to eliminate Let Him Cook from yesterday. And they've had a whole day to get faster. That is, it's tough for Direwolves. They've had a tough day so far, but they still could do it, right? They could still improve that temple if they had a miraculous run by 2 or 3 minutes and be right back in it.
As long as there's time left, there's still a chance. There's
still a chance. The dream is alive.
Trying to take that chance away in the top left corner now as they try to improve their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds time. They have a 13:11 on the board. That's 40 seconds slower than what we've seen from Thunderstruck already. They've got the comp to do it. They've got the strat to do it. They're on Bone Maw already with those Corpse Spiders that they've pulled past the wall. Can they pull this boss off, though? Zati's looking a little bit healthier on mana than Hollow did in Direwolf's previous run here. And remember, a good Bone Maw split, if they want to be on pace with Thunderstruck, is about the 940 mark. If they can go any faster than that or on pace with that, they're on pace to gain time in this dungeon, or, I mean, actually reduce time in this dungeon. So, we'll see if they can pull it off. Health bar's very low here, and Dranako does end up going down. They've got a battle res for him, but then also Ricky goes down too!
Ricky
no
Roar.
way you're doing this with 1 DPS down.
Absolutely not. 2 minutes until the res. It's just not worth continuing at this point. There's no way you're going to improve a 13-11 with a Bone Maw looking like this. And one of the simpler bosses, I would say, in the Season's M Plus rotation ends up being one of the more lethal ones. We've seen quite a lot of teams, especially because they all are deciding to not kill those worms, because, of course, killing those worms is slow, but it does mean that they are in danger of deaths just like that. So here is Legendary setting up another attempt. It was Invispot, and then start the key, and that's let them get through now. Actually looks like Splat pulled. Yeah, he did. He pulled that patrol to the side so that the rest of the group could get through a little bit faster, and then Splat melded. He melded the blueberry off. Very cool little way to get even just a tiny bit faster here. Love to see those optimizations.
tiniest of increases are what we're working with at the end here for the top two teams, whereas Thunderstruck and Direwolves need to make giant strides to have a chance of competing. But what's going on in the top right corner is not going to help. Chompy and 40 going down instantly at the first pull. This is going to be another reset for them. Cheese staying in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. This is where they think they can make up the most time right now. Remember, in order for them to win this weekend, to get the number 1 spot, they do need to make up 1 minute and 17 seconds worth of time. That is not going to happen in the Shadow Moon alone, so they will need to not only increase this time, but also make up probably about 30 to 40 seconds in yet another dungeon after the fact as well. And also that would put more time in between them and Thunderstruck, giving them the dual purpose of making sure they qualify for the Global Finals. So we'll see how this goes again. Thunderstruck going again in the Azure Vault. This is step 1 for them in coming back. But it is a tall mountain to climb, and they have very little time left to do it.
Yeah, this is, it's one of the dungeons where they have the most time to gain. It's tough for Thunderstruck, right? Because if you look at their scorecard, 3 dungeons that they're behind by more than a minute in relative to Legendary, there's not time to do 3 more dungeons today, right? So they're going to have to pick 2 of them and do great in those 2 and hope that that's going to be enough. But yeah, it is starting to get tough to imagine the Thunderstruck path to victory. Depending on how fast they could go in this Azure Vault, though, if they can get this thing to 14 flat, that's the way to get it started. If they can get this Azure Vault down to 14 minutes flat, then they'll only be, a minute behind Cheese, and they could get that minute in Temple, or maybe in Ruby, or maybe in Knocked? Question mark? Maybe not in Knocked. So maybe it would probably be back to Temple if I had to guess. For a last
Probably
desperate
would be
attempt.
Temple.
Yeah, we'll see. The part 1 is definitely a great Azure Vault, probably a gold star. A fastest time in Azure Vault is what Thunderstruck are hoping to get out of this.
Absolutely, and they're well on their way in this first Azure Vault here. As we have a few dungeons being started around the horn here. Cheese on their first pull in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Once again, they know they have the pace. They just have to execute and gain a little bit of extra time here. Direwolves now, they've wiped to this first pull in Jade Temple of the Jade Serpent, sorry. Forgot my words for a moment there. They've wiped to this pull probably 4 or 5 times already. It's been a rough one for them. But again, there's still time. They can still barely eke it out with the time left on the board here. Legendary, though, Tobo going down on this pull is going to be it for them. They're missing a damage buff from the Soul Steal. They're going to have to go again.
Yeah, that is indeed going to be a rough one, but it's also going to be a rough one for all of the viewers here as well, because we are welcoming Tettles back to the desk here for the the close of our day.
Are you just gonna keep doing this? We just put each other on blast, like as we go off the desk?
Yeah, because that's just a little drive-by. All right, well, enjoy what is going to be an unbelievably hype last 30 minutes here.
Meowdy.
What up, bud?
What do you prefer? Do you prefer Meowdy or good meowing?
Meowdy. Much prefer Meowdy over good meowing. I don't know what that cursed line is. So the big storyline right now is, are Thunderstruck going to be able to somehow upset and come in second place, right? I heard you guys were doing some math on it earlier, and it seems very difficult from this position. Right, Zyro?
Oh yeah. It is a very, very long shot for either Thunderstruck or Direwolves to come back. It's not impossible. They'd have to one-shot back-to-back dungeons with insane times.
I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here. However, I do think the Direwolves are eliminated at this point. I will say it. I don't know how they possibly come back.
Never say never, Tettles.
Well, it would definitely be good if they could put up a 15-30 run in Temple of the Jade Serpent. I guess we start there, but they still don't have a Ruby Life pulse posted, which that's kind of where my confusion lies, where I think it's safe to say that they're eliminated.
Do you want to make that call? Are you officially making the call on broadcast right now?
I'll say it. Yeah, I think yeah, they're eliminated. I'll say it. Now,
all right.
The really hype part.
You heard it here
the
first.
really hype part is that Thunderstruck is down to the wire here. Looking in the top left-hand corner of the screen, especially whenever we flash like the graphic for our leaderboard, Thunderstruck were in Temple of the Jade Serpent for a very long time at the beginning of the day. They were in there pretty much the whole entire time you and I were casting together earlier, and they still hadn't posted a time by the time you and I finished, and that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
But it's somehow they absolutely blasted Ruby life pools, and now you see that they're 340 behind Legendary. They're probably like 2 something behind Cheese, 230 behind Cheese. Okay, yes, 223 behind Cheese. Now there's a minute and a smidge that they can likely make up in Azure Vault. Mm-hmm. But they have to do that quickly, and then they have to improve on one of their dungeons by also a smidge.
They essentially need to get their Azure Vault run on this run. And then they need to go to probably Ruby life pools and increase that time by like a minute and a half. Then we can talk. Again, outside chance. We're probably talking single-digit percentages, but I've said this before, and it's been true many times. You can never count out a team that has Dr. J on it.
True.
They find ways to just pull out the most random things and make them work when they never should. So you literally just cannot count them out here. And I mean, look at this Azure Blade split. 50% on the boss going into the first intermission. Lowest we've seen all weekend.
Bad. As a wise man once said, let Jay cook.
Let him cook.
Doing a good job here on Azure Blade. They have a couple of mobs still up. What is this split going to look like? Do I have splits on my other monitor? I do. Okay. So, a lot of teams were putting up pretty slow Azure Blade splits, somewhere in the order of, I think the fastest was Cheese at 708. And it looks like Thunderstruck is going to be somewhere in the order of 730. Now, Azure Blade splits aren't the best thing to look at. And the reason I will say this is because everybody runs a very different route in regards to what mobs they're pulling when. And looking at Thunderstruck's count right here, it really makes sense that they're going to be able to blast a 730 Azure Blade. There's a question as to where are they going to be going from here? Are they going to be going into that frog area? Are they going to jump down to Tail-Ash Greywing? Is there going to be backtracking involved? And what is the route going to look like in this Azure Vault? Because we've seen Thunderstruck play infinite routes in here. Too many to count.
Are they even going to beat the second intermission, though? Look at that. The mana bar has passed up the HP bar. The boss will start to run to the center here. Are they going to be able to finish it off before it finishes the cast? Finish the boss, Thunderstruck. Finish it. Okay.
All right. Good.
Got it dealt with. This is not the fastest split, though. And I mean, yes, they do have a little more trash count than what we saw Cheese pull in their run. I believe Cheese is around the mid-50s. This still could be a time increase for them. Now, are they going for the Cheese strategy? It looks like they are. Lamike hopping over to the center platform. Is everyone else going to be jumping down to the boss, or are they just going to be doing this trash on its own? They're just going to be doing the trash on its own with everyone here, and then be jumping down to the boss afterwards. I don't know if this is going to be fast enough, Tettles.
This is tough. We've seen a surprising amount of people die to these jumps this weekend. Whether it be things like the tank gets the big wings and gets the slow on him, and so then he falls to his death. Or things such as not having Heroic Leap available on accident, and we just plummet to our death at the very bottom. There have been a bunch of problems where somebody misses a grip, or somebody doesn't slow fall in time, somebody misses their wild charge, and these jumps have actually been quite difficult for these last stand teams. And now Thunderstruck have downed that trash pack that you identified and are jumping down towards Tail-Ash Greywing. What is going to be done with trash?
They actually dealt with that trash pack fairly quickly, I will say.
Yeah, I agree.
The time that she's killed Tail-Ash off at was about 10:30, if I remember properly, maybe a little faster than that. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Thunderstruck to even come close to that 14:15 time. But honestly, they could probably eke out a sub 15 here, which would help them out a little bit. But again, just a 30-second time increase with how far behind they are right now. You'd need to find 2 minutes somewhere else, and we're just running out of time. 22 minutes left in the day now. You're going to use another 4 of that completing this dungeon, right? I just don't think there's enough time left for them.
The problem is almost certainly they're down 46 seconds in Temple of the Jade Serpent while also being down a minute 10 in Azure Vault. And while they do have the best time in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds by 40 seconds, the fact that they're down so much time in these other dungeons is problematic. And then on top of that, they're down 40 seconds in Algeth'ar Academy, 35 seconds in AA. And like those things cumulatively just really start to add up. It's like if they had one bad dungeon, it would be okay, but they have like 3 medium bad dungeons, and that's certainly starting to become an issue.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, did you pick Legendary to win this weekend?
Absolutely not. I picked Direwolves to win. All 3 of the teams that I picked to win or be the wild card are not making it. I cast first in my predictions.
Legendary to win? Are we noobs?
I know two of us picked Direwolves. Nobody picked Cheese.
Okay. Makes picked Legendary. So, Zyro, I have bad news. You and I are both noobs.
Oh yeah, Mix is way smarter than both of us. I don't need predictions to know that.
And he's so real for that one. Okay. Thunderstruck in the top left. I think that's the team that we're most watching for. As if they wipe in this Azure Vault, their fate is pretty much sealed. They're going to be pulling Umbral Skull here in just a moment as Lamike jumps down. I suspect some trash is going to be snapping with him. Yep. And if you take a look right there on the screen, we do have these breakers that have joined the party on Umbral Skull. A very dangerous pull. But this is going to make up a little bit of their count, and then that's going to allow them as well to do the last pull of the dungeon in one singular pull, and it increase their timer, or decrease their timer by a little bit. But there's a question of like how much is it going to decrease it by? They had a Taylash split of 11:05. And looking at my notes, that's only a 15-second improvement off their previous best Taylash Grey Wing, which I don't love to see that.
Yeah, and the problem for them too is they're going to have to go back and back pull the trash afterwards, which is the exact same strategy that Cheese employed. They actually yoinked the pull from Thunderstruck's route, and they made it work really, really well. However, Cheese killed off the last boss of the dungeon in their Azure Vault. I forget exactly what the time was, but it was something like low 13s, and then they just went back at... No, it was even faster than that. It was in the low 12s when they killed this boss off. So Thunderstruck...
And then
they went back and back-pulled the frog pull, which is what Thunderstruck still has left to do. This is just...
Well, in addition to that, Zatsy did that weird thing where he ported to Taylash, everybody else ported towards Azure Blade, and then they met in the middle, and that saved them a little bit of time too. That's also something that can save a couple of seconds. Thunderstruck having a death on Soda. Jade dropping really low, too, on the side of Thunderstruck. Things are okay. You don't love to see the death. That's 5 seconds off the board that they really couldn't afford to lose, but they are starting to get Umbral Skull quite low, and then they just have one final pull of the dungeon. They're at this 13:30 mark, that maybe 13:45 that they're going to kill this boss. So it's going to be tight.
They just might be able to eke out an increase here, but it's not going to be significant enough to, I think, change the course of the competition. What's going to happen for Thunderstruck here, they have to have the best frog pull of their life. They got to frogger these froggers, They got to get it done.
Okay.
And we see Velo is going for the back pull. We knew he'd like to do this. Sometimes they didn't go for this.
Yeah, I think this is good value. Immense value.
Probably will end up dilating himself at some point here just to make sure he doesn't die as well. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's going to be meeting up with his group at the bottom of the staircase here. Remember, their time in this dungeon is a 15:26, so if they can get this done, probably I would say I would want to see them get it done below the 15-minute mark for them to have a chance still.
Okay. Now they're meeting up, and they're meeting up at the bottom of the stairs. Vim is going to AoE taunt all of these mobs, ideally. And Velo, what you saw on screen there too is that he popped every single trap. That was intentional. That's to allow lower percentage chance of anybody ever getting polymorphed by these traps. It just makes a lot of sense because if they do, say, run into those traps for whatever reason, they don't want to get like knocked back into them. And so see, he pops that last one, and now there are no more traps on the ground as those do not respawn, and they just have all of this trash left to clear, and then their timer will stop. They have just passed the 15-minute mark. I don't think they're even making it a time in. I don't even think they're improving on their previous best time in here, Zyro. Oh no!
I don't think
That's
they
bad.
are. But let's direct our attention to the bottom left quadrant here. Is that singing ship?
Shut up! Why we gotta be like this? Dude, co-commentator flaming me. I thought I was done with getting attacked after Makes left earlier, but co-commentator back throwing shade.
Come on, the 4-player team in MDI.
Our producer in our talent chat is also throwing shade at me. This is so messed up, man.
Good times.
Bro.
Alright, that's enough of our allocated titles flame for the day. Back to the program here. She's still working away at this very first boss here. Great boss damage coming from the use of that Fire Mage here as well. Boss below 40% by the time the Defiled Spirit gets gripped into the boss here. Need to make sure that they actually properly CC that up and finish it off here, but it's going to be tough with all the Spiteful Shades running around here, but a great Typhoon at the end from Ricky there just to make sure that not only the Spiteful Shades are away from the boss so the melee can have uptime, but also to keep that Defiled Spirit away from the boss here. And this should end up being a pretty good boss split for them.
I think the fastest splits were what? Sub 210?
Yeah, this might not actually be that good of a boss split.
As long as they can beat this ad, that's the big break point. If we don't beat the ad and the boss heals, we zone out and go again. But if we do beat the ad, we're up good. Now this is looking close. Okay, the boss healed. We go again.
Yeah. This is a go again. Now, here's the thing again. Do we have an official timer? I believe we are now at the 15-minute mark. So, here is what Cheese would have to do. They would have to start this run in the next, 30 seconds. They'd have to get a banger time, 12:30. Then they'd have to instantly notify the admins with, 60 seconds left, hey, we're starting this run before the end of the day. And then at that point, the admins will let them start that run. And they will have one final dungeon chance, if all of this happens, to potentially win the weekend. But Legendary, they can prevent that from happening. They're in a run of their own in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. If they can put an increase in time here, they will all but seal the competition for this weekend. Looks like I might be solo casting for the next 30 minutes, as Tettles might be drafted by Dire Wolves to go help and finish off their 5-man team comp.
I don't want to tell the chat. I don't want to let them in on my little secret. All right, we see in the top left-hand corner of the screen, Cheese making their way after that bit of a oopsie with the heal, making sure that they go and pull Sedana Blood Fury again. All of the teams, after seeing the Thunderstruck's 12:30 in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, realizing that there was more time left on the table than initially anticipated, as that dungeon seemed like it was pretty good at the low 13 mark, but for some reason, Thunderstruck was able to put up an absolute heater of a time.
Yeah, I mean, in a dungeon that's Fire Mage centric, you would expect Dr. Jade to probably have a better idea of what to do. But we do have news now from our production team at this point. Thunderstruck has given us the GG's call. They are bowing out in the tournament, and what that actually means is we are guaranteed to know who our top 2 teams are for this weekend going to the Global Finals. It is going to be Legendary and Cheese taking those final 2 spots in the Global Finals. We still have yet to figure out who is going to be winning the last stand this weekend. Legendary in a very commanding position, but Cheese could play spoiler at the last second here with a couple of very strong runs.
Okay, look in the top right here. Legendary is doing this double pull into Nylash. This is a pull that teams weren't doing at the very beginning of the weekend, and I think it just comes down to the fact that it was too dangerous, or there was difference in strategies, there was difference in count that teams were getting. But as the weekend has progressed, that's also a pull that's been more and more popular just as the weekend has gone on, where teams are dragging all this trash into Nylash. It gets stunned up, then you have basically your DPS just absolutely blast it, and Tobo goes down while he's in that Soul Sever phase. I think that this is going to be a wipe for Legendary. I think that, yeah, look at this. Lepan casting Town Portal on Nylash is sitting here, channeling in the middle area. Very unfortunate situation for him.
Oh no, Legendary, another wipe that leaves the door open just a little bit for Cheese here. Let's see how this Knowledge Pulls goes for Cheese, though, because this has been a pain point of the dungeon for them. We saw them wiping here last time around as well. We'll see how this goes. Remember, a good Knowledge time split would be around the 450 mark. 430 to 450 is what we would like to see. Trash packs are both going to be pulled in on top of the boss here. Have to make sure they get those Rending Void Lash kicks as well. Use all of your AoE stops as much as possible until the Soul Split cast comes out from the boss here. Once the Soul Split happens, everyone teleports into the downstairs phase, and the mobs will just kind of AFK for a bit because they have no one to cast on. Here we go. Yeah. Everyone's alive. Souls steal them. Good to go.
We talked about this a lot during day one. How are you feeling about Legendary's comp versus Cheese's comp in this dungeon? It really caught me off guard that Legendary was able to put up such a competitive time without running that Fire Mage, because that was something that we kind of identified as one of the main focal points of this composition. Mm-hmm. So, like, the fact that they're not running it really surprised me. How have you been feeling about Legendary's comp, though, Zyro?
I mean, it's hard for me to really, hate it, right? Because they put a competitive time up. We do know that the Fire Mage does have a potential higher time. We saw that from Thunderstruck. But the fact that they were able to bring it within 40 seconds, just with a non-Fire Mage comp, it just goes to show you that I feel like still this long into the expansion, what are we now, 5 months into the expansion now? I think there's a lot of still undeveloped thoughts about what classes could be good in certain situations. The new talent trees really shake up the meta a lot, and there are things that are really strong that we just haven't seen any of in the MDI yet.
This meta DPS-wise has just been super wild, and that things may actually also change with 10.0.7. We don't really know what things like the Ret Paladin or Prot Paladin changes, what those are going to entail for those classes. Maybe we'll see more of those. I mean, even on live, we see a lot of Prot Paladin represented. Now, during the MDI, things are looking a bit Prot Warrior favored, but it's a situation where the meta has evolved throughout the course of the season, like you identified, and I think that there are still things that we don't see too often that could be good, like the Affliction Warlock from Cheese, for example, in that Algeth'ar Academy. That's something that we don't even know if other teams have explored the option of even playing that Affliction Warlock in that dungeon.
Yeah, and also Warlock is a class that's getting some changes going into 10.0.7 as well, right? It'll be actually even stronger. So, I don't know how they keep getting away with it, but, that's just how she goes sometimes. Affliction will be just a little bit stronger. You know how they get away with it?
I'm well aware of how they get away with it. Sandbagging.
Demo will be even stronger next patch as well. The meta will definitely shift. You know what class actually is getting a nice buff to their default talent tree? Shamans are getting a great buff to their default talent tree. A lot of the weird travel nodes on the Shaman tree are getting removed and just being given baseline, so that they have a lot more options to take choice nodes in. So they can take Poison Nova Totem, which actually cleanses all of the poison and disease debuffs off of somebody instead of just one of them for whatever reason. They can take a lot more of their utility, so things like the Cap Totem, things like Windrush Totem, they can actually take all of those now instead of having to choose between 3 of them. So we could see Resto Shaman being a little bit more popular. We could even see Enhance maybe run into the MDI. Not too sure about LA.
Okay.
Remains to be seen. But I think that Shaman is actually going to be really, really strong in 2.0.7.
We saw Enhance a couple of times. It seems like it's definitely a high key style class, but or style specialization rather. But overall, I mean, there's still a lot of things that are undiscovered, and even on live, teams aren't running the same composition in every single group, and I think it's super cool to even see that affecting the MDI. I mean, like even in the last stand tournament, right now, the teams at the top of the screen, if you look, both of them running very different compositions. Well, not very different compositions, but running compositions with pretty significant differences with that the Disc Priest and the Fire Mage versus the Spriest and that Preservation Evoker. And it looks like Cheese very unfortunately wiping in the top left. Oh, man.
Well, so what that wipe tells us is they will not be able to win the competition off of a Shadow Moon Burial Ground run alone. They need a minute and 17 seconds worth of time, actually more than that, to outright win, to pass up Legendary. And the only dungeon I think that's even possible for them is probably Ruby Life Pools in, like, maybe a temple. We'd have to see a sub-15 temple for that to happen, though, so it's definitely very unlikely. But our only team currently running a dungeon right now, with all 5 players in the group, Legendary, the first boss we sent on to Blood Fury, and we have 7 minutes left in the day, so if they continue this run, this will be their last run of the day.
So you really want to make sure that you beat the boss getting healed here. That's the big deal. Some teams have been quite close, particularly teams without a Fire Mage are really up against the timer here. Look at this Dark Communion cast in the top left-hand corner of your screen. If it reaches 0 before the boss's HP reaches 0, then the boss gains 15% HP, and then we'll probably wipe you momentarily. The Legendary do a great job of getting that killed off. A 220 split, it's not the fastest thing we've seen, but compositions that don't run that Fire Mage actually, on average, have a longer first boss split. And so I think it makes sense for them to be posting a 220 here. Now, this is the part that we saw some issues earlier. Tobo died in the downstairs phase, in that Soul Silver phase. Here is the big moment for Legendary. How are they going to be able to deal with this trash into the boss? They need to just keep it CC'd for the first 15, 20 seconds. But if they have any of those casts go off, particularly the Rending Void Lash, then they start to get absolutely owned.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how it goes. Both packs now in, using the... Oh, no, I thought that was an Arcane Torrent, but it was just a regular Silence going on the mob as well. They don't have that Blood Elf in this dungeon, so... doing a good job using their AoE CC. Just to make sure not too many casts go off. Of course, those Void Lashes can do so much damage. Igloo even popping the Emerald Communion just to keep people alive here. But now they're home free. They're into the Soul Split phase. Everyone downstairs dealing with their possessed souls, gaining their damage amp buffs. And everyone will be upstairs and ready to AoE down the trash. And we're off to the races. Now, a little bit unfortunate here. There's an Exhumer outside the group, plus 1 extra mob. What kind of mob that is. Hate to see it. It's 2 Exhumers. All right. So,
yeah, it's 2 Exhumers.
They're just going to Void Bolt.
Yeah, exactly. We just throw kicks onto those, but it's not great that they're not stacked. You would like them to definitely be stacked a little bit underneath the boss. In addition to that, you get more funnel from both the Feral Druid and that Unholy Death Knight. If they would have been planted inside like the D&D or in the range of like Primal Wrath, that kind of thing. Oh my gosh, there's a Spiteful Shade army targets all of the melee for Legendary. Igloo going down too.
Oh, Igloo.
Do we get a big res? So
this is not
the end of the world.
This is not going to be it. The timer is too slow for them. I mean, okay.
What timer did they? What time did they need coming off this boss, Zyro?
Their previous split was actually a lot slower than what we saw from Thunderstruck, I believe. Their previous timer was 5:11, and what we've been seeing for the most part today was around the 4:30 mark. I know our spreadsheet doesn't update it for that, but that's what Thunderstruck's was. It was around like 4:30, 4:35.
It was 4:30. So
this still actually is. This still actually is like a 20-second time increase for Legendary. So I guess you keep continuing this run as long as Tobo doesn't die to the Grievous stack here. Please, 1 heal.
Somebody heal that man.
Anybody?
Tobo.
Guys?
Igloo?
Alright, well, we'll see how this goes with their health bars that low and the Grievous stacking up. Cheese has chosen their dungeon of choice. This is what they're going to have to get. Remember, as things stand right now, if Cheese want to play spoiler and win the weekend over Legendary, they will have to post a time that is 1 minute and 17 seconds faster than what Legendary has already posted, than what they already have posted, right? So they've got a 17:43 they need to go for a 16:26. are actually faster than a 1626 in order to win the entire weekend. Now, that doesn't change who our qualifiers are for Global Finals. It's just for the bragging rights of winning this weekend. However, definitely would be a nice thing for them to pick up here. This poll is not going to be it, though. They're going to have to reset, and they do have time left. There's still 3 minutes left in the competition, so they can go again.
Yeah.
But that will very likely be their last run, unless they wipe in the first couple of minutes.
The saving grace of Ruby Life Pools is that the hardest part of the dungeon is 1 minute and 10 seconds into the dungeon. And you know if it's going to be a good or bad run basically at the very beginning. And the downside is that there were a lot of wipes 1 minute and 10 seconds in, but it's good for the end of the day because you can make sure that you're on a at least serviceable run before you kind of zone out or reset or anything like that. You're not really too worried about like 5 or 10 second boss splits at the very beginning. That kind of thing.
Yep. Here we go. Dungeon started.
What do we need to see from Legendary on the top left for Bone Maw? Like 10 minutes?
10 flat would be an improvement for them. Anything under 10 is exceptional, and we would be very, very happy with that. Their previous timer was a 10:16. If they pull the boss around the 7:30 mark, which it looks like they might be actually on pace to do, they could definitely post an improvement here. But this pull with Bone Maw, still dangerous in its own right, so they have to play it very, very safely. And of course, they have to be careful about when they kill the mobs off, right? If you're all standing in that puddle trying to not get inhaled and you kill one of the trash mobs off, you're going to have a Spiteful Shade right on top of your dome. That's not something you want to deal with. But this is going to be even more dangerous, Tettles. They still have these two corpse spreaders alive.
Bone Maw is actually so hard whenever you're playing with multiple melee like they're playing in this composition. It's just like the Unholy DK Feral Druid just lose so much damage on this fight. And if you don't end up getting... if you don't
what's going on the
getting,
bottom, right?
if you have too many burrows, then you end up losing. Something in the bottom right.
Who is that?
Sounds like direwolves are forcing their members? I'm not exactly sure. It seems like Jack is going to be soloing the dungeon with or without his team.
Kettles, pop in, Karn, help them. Nature's Vigil? Hello? Something?
They're in... I'm trying to zone in, man. I'm working on it. Hold on. Dungeon teleports. I like to go to Ruby Life Pools. And the dungeon is in progress.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Well then.
Well,
Cheese?
I was going to try to help them, but I can't.
If they're able to 4-man this boss on 23 Tyrannical, I will be extremely impressed. This boss is difficult to deal with, and the damage check on every single one of the Blazebound Destroyers with 1 DPS missing would be crazy. But here we go. This is going to be the final run for Cheese now. We do need to pay attention to them in the top right here. Legendary will be starting one last run as well. So these will be the final runs of the tournament coming out from the teams now. We already have decided our two teams going to the Global Finals. It will be Legendary and Cheese joining the other 6 teams. But who wins the weekend here? Cheese, again, needs a 16-26 to knock down Legendary.
Before they need a 16-26, they need to complete this. They need to complete this first pull without a wipe. And this is probably the hardest part of the dungeon by a lot. And let's see what's going down here. We have a nice oppressive roar. Defensives have been popped. Lust is going to be fading here in probably 15 seconds. Zatsy going down. It's still okay. We can B-res him. But things aren't going great with that death. And now Fem is starting to kite this pack. Sanguine is also being dropped. And it looks like Cheese is going to be able to make it through the first pull of the dungeon.
Let's see here. He's got the whelps on him here. Cold Claw debuffs are going to be stacking up on him. There's still so much trash left alive here, Tettles. It's all so low, but every single time one of these mobs dies, it's going to drop a Sanguine Puddle. It's going to increase the Sanguine amount as well. In the past 15 seconds, they've gained 5 million Sanguine healing. And with Fim going down, that is going to be the end of our competition. Yes, Legendary might still be in a dungeon, but that does not matter. They will be winning the weekend here. Direwolves still trucking away at Blazehoof.
So they typed in chat zone into the Dungeon King. We're going to need your help on this boss. Unfortunately, you're not aware that I'm not able to zone into the dungeon, but I am sending them my thoughts and prayers, as 5-manning this boss for some of the teams looked like a struggle. 4-manning this boss is going to be downright near impossible, I think.
Yeah, we've seen some of the most impressive runs out of the teams this weekend, but Direwolves are trying the most impressive possible thing here. Completing a dungeon with Tettles in your group under the timer is going to be the question.
Dude.
Will Direwolves achieve what's probably a world first in that department is the question.
Try knows you missed it
In
earlier.
fairness-
We told no more Tettle's Flame.
Yeah, but
They did
I
kill
didn't
one of
agree
the
with that.
dragons. So they have a little bit more space here.
It's
Oh, that
Okay.
the Firestorm
That's good.
ads.
Space
are-
created.
The Firestorm ads are certainly going to be the issue here, aren't they? Like, look at this. We are barely getting them killed off. Now, we also don't have
Doubter.
anybody with a long lockout, and so that means that we're going to get the Inferno cast pretty early on as well. So how this mob works is this is one of the few mobs in M+ that actually you want to kick with specific lockout duration kicks to make sure that the Inferno cast doesn't come too early, and so that requires you to early kick the Blaze 1, early kick Blaze 2, and then late kick Blaze 3 with a long lockout cast, and that way you I don't want to say ensure the fact that you don't get a second Inferno, but it significantly reduces the chances of you getting that second Inferno.
I just
you
want to say
delay
they
it.
made it to 38% already. They're doing a good job. Look at them go. I mean, if Tettles would be helping, that, but it's Tettles,
Well-
obviously, so that's not going to happen.
Tettles, can you pop Incarn real quick and see if it shows up on a tracker from Valdraken, or is it not gonna?
There's no way he's going to be so out of range.
No!
Oh no! They got the
Oh,
explosion!
A boulder into res, into death, into res, into hang on. Another res.
Hang on.
Hey, we had a lot of battle reses. Okay, we're
I
out of
think
them
he was
now.
just casting them. They only had one.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, and that's going to be it for the Direwolves, I suspect, and I don't think they're going to be able to complete that key in time anymore. So that no timer in Ruby Life Pools is going to stand for the Direwolves, keeping them deep in 4th place. But still, a really phenomenal run for them over the course of the weekend. There was some brilliance out of all of the teams that competed, of course. For those who missed it, days 1 and 2, we said farewell to Ducks Can Fly and to Let Him Cook as well, who did some great things in the dungeons. Direwolves and Thunderstruck today came very close to making it into those top 2 spots, but it is Legendary and Cheese that are your 1st and 2nd place here in the MDI Last Stand. They are making it through to the MDI Global Finals. What a weekend here. This has been so impressive out of both these teams, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Cheese clawing it back after their cup, where they really couldn't show up, and Legendary all the way from Cup A, making it to the 1st place here in the Last Stand. Feels really, really good here. All of our teams that are moving on to the Global Finals. If you haven't already, mark your calendars for that March 31st to April 2nd, which is when the Global Finals and MDI will happen, and we're going to see all of those teams there.
Zyra, you already talked about it a little bit as well, but these teams are going to be playing on 10.0.7 on the MDI Global Finals as well, so we might get to see a new meta. What are your picks for? I know you already said some stuff about Resto Shaman, maybe Shaman in general, maybe Warlock. Any other picks for maybe some stuff that we'll see there based on it being on a new patch, or stick with those ones?
Well, we already talked about this as well, too, but I do think it needs to be mentioned. Prop Paladin already really popular in live. Just
That's true.
got buffed, too. Rep Paladin getting some insane changes, which makes them seem very, very powerful. We might also see Shadow Priest now out of the meta a little bit. They're getting a lot... Well, that's actually 10.1, sorry. So maybe Shadow Priest still will be fine. Anything else that really gets changed that much? I don't think there's too much else in 10.0.7, right? That's pretty much
we'll have
the
to
bulk of
see.
it.
Maybe also new tech, maybe different, I don't know, we'll see what the affixes, what the bracket, what all that is going to look like. That is going to be revealed on March 24th on the WoW Esports Twitter. So if you're not already following that, make sure to go toss it a follow, and you'll be able to keep track of that. We also have an exciting event coming up as well that's just been announced, the Raider.io X Liquid 2023 Charity Mythic Plus Pro-Am. That has been just announced as well, so if you're interested in that, you can go to the Raider.io website to learn some more. That's some exciting community, charity, Mythic Plus stuff that's going on, so if you want to get involved in some M Plus dungeon stuff for a great cause, that is another good thing to do. But since Doa is not here with us, I will instead steal his thing, and we will go around. And I'm going to ask, I'll start with you, Tettles. It's been a while since you've talked.
That's why you wanted to host. I see.
Yeah, because I don't have to answer is the thing. Tettles, what's one thing you've learned this weekend?
We'll ask you. Don't worry about it.
Sanguine, downright brutal. And the fact that it was put in both Ruby Life Pools and Temple of the Jade Serpent really made the teams suffer and struggle a lot. Sanguine is very hard in these dungeons.
Yeah, I think that might be my pick for most brutal MDI affix, actually. It's one of the ones that it just costs so much time, and time-costing affixes in this format, that's the worst possible kind. So credit to the teams for overcoming it, though. We saw them progress, and we saw the polls with 0 sanguine healing on the meter. That was just so impressive. Zyro, how about you? Any wisdoms or takeaways from the weekend for you? You can defer if you'd like.
Insanely strong.
Okay.
I was really, really impressed with Thunderstruck not running the typical non-Shadow Priest comp. They went in and they got that Ruby Life Pools in 40 minutes, right? Where other teams were in there for 3 hours. I mean, you can definitely implement that into your live key strategies too if you're watching this, right? Going for safer plays, safer class picks, definitely is very, very useful. That utility, very important. Doesn't always need to be max DPS to finish those high keys.
All right, and Makes, how about you? What is your what have you learned this weekend?
Well, I continue to learn that Unholy is really good, and specifically the MDI setting, but definitely shouldn't be nerfed because they're not as good in normal keys, which is something I will reiterate every single time you ask me this question. Other than that, I want to give a shout out to the Wolves because I think it's really, really hard to get up at the crazy times that they are getting up and still play to the extent that they have been playing. And it was also good to see Thunderstruck show up as strong as they did. Really happy to see that Legendary and Cheese have made it, and I'm looking forward to kind of see Cheese and Echo meet in the Global Finals, right? That's a little bit of a old friends meeting again, so I'm very excited for that one. What about you, Drackles? What have you learned?
Well, my biggest takeaway, and we could maybe even go back to the little 9 box for this, is that there are so many incredible players and competitors that are worth throwing a follow to over on their Twitch, over on their Twitters as well, so you can see the player cards. Of course, also you can go check out all the team cards on our WoW Esports Twitter. Go follow all of the people that are competing in our tournament. There you can see them as well for the teams that played in this last stand. But there's also the ones from the previous weekends as well. So a big thank you to all those players. Big shout out to all of them. And a big thank you to all of you as well for watching along with us for the whole season, everybody who's been here with us this weekend, for the last 3 group weekends as well. We hope that we will see you in 3 weeks' time when it is time for the MDI Global Finals. But until then, we are out of here.